And there we go, it's another day of Angels and Bobs. So, as usual, before the gun turrets can creep in here and start blasting me out, I'm just going to hop right in. That looks correct. Yeah, 112 hours, that's probably the one that I want. So, when I left off last time, let me see. Okay, let me do a sound check before I go any further. Yep, okay, everything looks all good. Always gotta check. So when I left off last time, I was just about to get the new solder hooked in. I believe I've completely disabled the production of the old solder. And let's just look around a little bit. Okay, so I do have more solder coils here, but I have disconnected them entirely. Okay. In that case, I'll just go ahead and rip up these old belts. No point in keeping them around. I'll just have a bunch of solder in storage somewhere. Uses 444 heavy machine gun turrets. That's... You see, if that's perimeter defense, then maybe that's not too bad, but I was just momentarily imagining them all as one giant block, and that's a lot of guns just staring you down. Let me think how I can do this. Okay, I can just move you up and have you output on the right side of the belt, I suppose. I think that should be fine. If I bring this down, let's just make sure you pick up from the right. And... yeah, okay. Ah, this is clogged. That's why you're not going? Is that... yeah, that's good now. Okay. Would send a screenshot if you could. Well, I mean, I can more or less picture. It's the... I mean, even though I have no walls in the space, I've certainly made my fair share of fortresses. Missing washing plants. That's an interesting one. When was I making washing plants? I don't even... oh, I guess that's going to be for the circuit build. Okay, I do remember that. So let me go ahead and knock these out, and then I'm going to get to my plans for today. I believe those are casting machines. Oh, I've already made them. Alright, well, while the bots get all of that placed, I'm going to just kind of take a screenshot out and... or take a zoom out and show what's going on. I love that you can pick where it picked up and drop and what lane it... yeah, Bob's inserters are amazing. That's the one thing when you go back to playing vanilla after you play Bob's and Angels. That's the one thing that you really miss. It almost doesn't feel right not being able to do that anymore. Hey there, Clarid. Fun and cursed in equal measure. I mean, they definitely have their times when they feel unintended, let's say, but they're a good time. So, to start with, this biter base that's now spawning Titan explosive biters is right in the way. And I have to do something about it. So I am going to have to figure out some sort of solution to that today, but as the title might give away, I have a couple things that I want to get done today. One of them I don't think is going to be too bad, but I'm not going to put too much effort into, which is I would like to get all of these ore processing facilities fitted out with leaching plants. Rather than putting them down one by one, let me just copy this. So if I get all of these fitted out with leaching plants, that's going to give me the remainder of my resources, which I believe the only one I'm not currently bringing in is uranium and gold. There is like platinum and maybe one other, I don't quite remember off the top of my head, but those are like end-game materials that I'm not worried about. But as far as ore that I could get right now, I could get gold and need gold for something in the not-too-distant future, and uranium will allow me to get reactors up and running, which wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Just given my current power situation, I am cleaning up some of these miners. I don't even necessarily know why. I'm just kind of talking and working as I go. But at any rate, I do want to get the leaching plants up and running. I want to get the red circuit area producing, and I do finally want to get progression going with a new science or two pretty soon. I am missing brass pipe. That is interesting. I'll have to look at that. I may just not be making brass because most of my ore production in the main base at this point is scrapped. Like, it's been picked apart, more or less. Yeah, everything's stopped. This is stopped. This is stopped. So I think rather than fixing it, I will just rip it out at this point. Lord and Savior beans. And that thing produces piercing ammo. Lord and Savior beans. I have not gotten into any of the plant stuff, no. The plant stuff scares me. I just haven't bothered with it yet. Why is there like one piece of incorrect ore on here? How did that even happen? In fact, this is my line for making catalyst, so I actually want to pick that up and get that removed. I actually might want to just follow this belt and make sure that's not a problem. I don't see any others, but okay. Anyway, so that's my plan for today. Some of my brass pipe. I'm all locked up because I didn't set a limit and filled a warehouse full. Well, I'll trade you copper ore for brass pipe, because apparently you were short on the stuff and I was drowning in it this entire playthrough. Nobody will know how it got there. Yeah. Anyway, before I get distracted and do something else, I will do exactly what I said. I'm going to set up leaching plants. I'm going to try and clear this biter nest. And I'm going to set up red circuits. I will do them, I think, in that order. So let's go ahead and get the leaching plants down, because that part should be pretty simple. The acid is going to change on all of these, of course, and not all of these belts are going to stay exactly the same, but for the most part, I should be able to just copy this out and parameterize the recipe. There we are. And let's see how that fits in elsewhere. So here's stiratite. I think that fits okay. I don't think that's going to be in the way of anything. I'm looking real careful because I've done this wrong before, but I believe this is correct. So let's throw that on there. And this is going to be stiratite. And that is sulfuric acid, so I just need to bring the sulfuric acid line over. It's cycled. Right now I have more nickel, silver, and aluminum than I know what to do with. But I bought two purple and pink science done. Oh, very nice. You must have been busy since the last time I saw you. I'm hoping I can catch up today, because purple and pink is definitely what I have my sight set on right now. And if you've noticed, why isn't my science producing? That I couldn't tell you. If you've noticed the last stream or two, I have been focusing on the resources that I need for science. So I have the basic and the green chips. I have most of the plates that I'll need for science done. At least the first few. Blue science is going to be interesting. I'm still not 100% sure how I want to handle all of that, but it shouldn't be anything. Why are these just sitting here? Oh, they've orphaned themselves. This isn't connected to anything. Because they've ripped out power somehow. That's odd. I guess this doesn't have a power connection anywhere. Well, it'll fix itself, I suppose, but maybe I'll just help it along a little bit. Let's get power in right here. And just string you over this way. If possible. You're gonna be annoying, aren't you? Okay, there's exactly one tile where this works. There we are. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, they did disperse at least, so they won't get stuck there. Yeah, did purple last stream, then just finished pink and bots this morning. Oh, well, congrats. Not enough producing electronic circuits, I don't produce enough inserters. Yeah, I've had no other game but this one where inserters have been such a problem. It's been so strange. Can you hand feed some pink science to get logistics? I could. Like, as much handcrafting as I've done this playthrough, it certainly wouldn't be impossible. It only needs maybe like 30 recipes, I think, to get there. But, I'm generally not a fan of that. Like, I certainly could, and it's an option if I don't get, I'll say if I don't get automation done tonight, I might just do that so I can have bots for next time. But I do want to try and hold out until I can get it automated. I can't believe this still has no power. Come on, guys, you can do this. Okay, well, let's just get these belts hooked in, so that once everything is up and running, it should be fine. Time to wait for science to start sciencing. There's always that part of the playthrough where you're like, okay, well, I've made you, now actually start doing stuff. Let's get the sulfuric acid in here. So, let me find a good place to grab you. Right here seems fine enough, I guess. That might actually be terrible. I think I'll just barely make it. And I guess, if I have no brass pipe, I will use a copper pipe, since there's copper pipe just right there. And let's see where that gets me. Okay, that is actually really high. Would have been cool if I was a little lower, but then I would have been in the way of all this stuff over here, so I guess it's not a big deal. I will move you over a little bit, though, and just connect you in. You don't produce any wastewaters or anything, so I don't have to deal with that. I'm just waiting for you to be built. Okay. What's all this nonsense in here? So... actually don't know. Okay, this is my input line. I don't want that to continue for right now, because I don't believe I'm actually using the stiratite chunks for anything. What kind of recipes you get into? Okay, you are in the silver recipe, the catalyst silver recipe, and you are used in cupric sludge, which I will need eventually. I'm not looking forward to making it, but I know I will need to make it. Let's see, time to get research productivity that previous save did not know how to get until I realized I researched a lot of research. Yeah, that's, research productivity is an odd one, because I can never quite tell when is the right time to go for it. Oh, these logistics networks are not connected anymore. Huh. Okay. In that case, I'll just move this here. And I might even put another thing down, like, here, just to make sure they get connected together. I'm not entirely sure about this. Yeah, maybe like right here, and then I'll just have a normal power pole come down. And then maybe I'll include that in the blueprint. I don't want all those extra pipes on the top. Oh, I wanted to do a more careful blueprint. There we go, so I don't want any of this on the top. This should all be cool. All looks cool. Yeah, okay. Then just parameterize you. And there we go. Okay. Early research productivity save you a lot of science packs later. Yeah, it definitely does. That's why I'm never really sure on the timing of it because it's very expensive and there are other things you might want to research first. But if you put it off, then you're just spending extra resources for no real gain. Alright, so... oh, nope. Where are... oh, did I line these up? Let me just make sure. Okay, so it is here. So there we are. And then this one is Crotinnium. And then we'll just move that out of the way. Okay, this will sort itself out before too long. Let me just keep going with the rest of them. And, oh, I dropped my blueprint. Oh, because it's just gone. Okay, never mind. I guess I just have to do that again. Unless it's saved? It might just be saved. Okay, I can use that. I kind of thought it got rid of it when you dropped it. Let's make sure these are lined up. And right there, I think, should be good. And then we've got one more. There we are. And that is, once again, hopefully lined up. Yeah, that all looks good. Okay. So, I do want to disconnect the outputs here, because that's going to get everything downstream confused. And in any of these places where they're actually hooked up, I want to make sure we don't do anything odd. Okay. So these are actually producing now, that's good to see. We'll just continue this down this way, and then you go. This one still needs power, but it'll get there. Hopefully. That overlaps, right? Oh yeah, that'll overlap. So let's go ahead and get this belt turned around so that you will come in here and just rip up that belt through there. Yeah, whatever. That way they don't have to replace literally one belt, but eh. Just making sure, like, will you get power? You don't look like you're gonna get power, so let me find somewhere I can connect you up. How about this one down here? Okay, you have power. You have power. Okay, and those are already running. There you are. And this one might get power. It doesn't look like it actually, so make sure I put that in there. And then let's reroute all these stone belts and all, since they were placed in the way. So if I just take this whole stretch right there and move it back up this way. It was originally built lower because I did not have the landfill to be doing something like that across the whole stretch, so I tried to keep this as low as possible. But in the future, I'm going to go ahead and move this now because we will have to have one more processing step right here. There we are. And let's see, how am I going to get you in? Well, there's nothing below this, so this can all get picked up here. Oh, and there's a lot of random little belts screwing through here I need to clean up. There we are. Not too bad. Not you. And there we are. Like it never happened. Ever heard of or considered super cheap mode mod for FCM? Cheap. I don't remember a cheap mode. I've seen expensive, but I don't remember a cheap, no. It sounds interesting. If anything, I was wondering about maybe doing like something interesting for the next map in March. Maybe like an increased science cost or something, but then I was like, the whole point is that it's supposed to be nice, so maybe I won't do that. Don't need this many roboports all right together, I don't think, but 2 is fine. Bots spend a lot of time out here, I guess, whatever. So, okay, there's the leaching plants, more or less. I will still have to come through and look at all the belts to make sure these are working, and I'll have to change recipes out and such. And even then, you're going to have new ores that are not getting filtered, but that should be most of the leaching plants taken care of now. Let's see. Yeah, let's just get all the chunks taken out of you guys. And then we'll get the recipes changed over. Oh, you need upgraded also. Okay. Let's mark all of these for upgrading. And I guess you don't have power. So let's fix that. Where are you even going to get power from? Oh, come on, don't do this again. Don't do this to me again. Okay, good enough. We need to do the same thing down here. Let's just run power down this way. There we are. Silly and fun for a short run. I mean, it sounds fun. It makes most recipes take one of everything. Some more expensive ones, like the silo, are 25 or 10%. Oh, and you got quality. Nice. Quality is not something that I've played with very much, but it is an interesting idea. It's just one of those things where I feel like you need a dedicated run to play with it. Like, if you aren't intentionally doing this is going to be a quality run, then it feels just a little odd in my opinion. But yeah, a cheat mode might be an interesting idea. Is this all working? So this is going to flow up once that gets placed. The belts are all cool. You take sulfuric acid, you're easy. Let's go ahead and get your sulfuric acid in. Let's do that. Flip you around. We got copper. Yeah, there's a copper. And then just run you this way. That's fine. Okay, making sure I saw some pipes there. Wanted to make sure I wasn't crossing anything I really shouldn't be. And then pipe it up. Okay. We'll go ahead and get your output connected in. Same thing with these guys down here, I guess. Let's go ahead and get your outputs belted in. And you're already belted in. And you're belted in. Okay, very cool. All these guys are going to need upgrades. So let's get them marked. Okay. And then I will just request the lower tier of the sorters so that I can upgrade them as I swap them out. There you are. Okay, I can only make 4. Why is that? What am I out of? Looks like aluminum and brass both. Oh well. I'll do it 4 at a time, that's no big deal. Space Age run, I leave quality modules unresearched so I don't have to extra click every single menu for a feature. Exactly. I like the idea. If they removed asteroid recycling quality before I get to it, I might never get the full legendary achievement. Yeah. I know that the main way of dealing with quality is the casino approach, which I think is half the reason it doesn't appeal to me that much. I don't like the random chance portion of it, I guess. In a game that's all about, like, precise ratios and engineering things to exacting specification, I get the idea of wanting to do something different and wanting to, you know, spice things up, but doing that by then making a random chance mechanic is a little weird. 14 quality tiers go brr, yeah. I'll even say, I kind of thought it would have been interesting if you were going to go for quality. It seems like there should be an even spread, so you should have quality from the beginning. It shouldn't have been a research, just IMO. And there should be the possibility to get better quality, but also worse quality. Like, every time you assemble a machine, there's just a chance, you know, maybe even just like a -1 quality tier. And, okay, so there's the first 4. They will bring me... I'll just do another 2, since all of them need to be done in groups of 6. And then they're going to slowly bring me the tier 2s, and then I'll upgrade them as they bring them in. Please don't give PyDevs ideas. I mean, if anyone's listening and you want to make a negative quality mod, go right on ahead. Maybe I'll even give you a little spotlighted feature in one of the community mats someday, because I think that's kind of a fun idea. Low tier crafting machine that just has a chance of not producing an output or something. So last time I was fighting these guys, and I noticed that they had a laser resistance of only 10%. They also have a poison resistance of only 10%, but I don't have a good way of doing poison or pierce damage. They take the more special, like, Bob's bullet type things, and I don't have that research, and I don't have time to get into it right now. Poison, I could make maybe, like, poison landmines or something if I really, really needed to, but I'm banking on lasers being able to do enough damage to take these guys out. They have 8,000 health. 8,000 health is a lot. But if I look in here and look at the tier 1 laser turret, where's damage? So it does, right now, 42 damage a shot. That's not a lot. Going to Mark II, which is possible, brings that up to 63 damage a shot. And they shoot a little faster. This shooting speed is about 2.5. And this one is about 2.75, so very marginally faster. Have you heard of Quality++? I have not. It adds a few qualities. Actually, a mod where you have abundant resources but crappy machines that output worse items or nothing could be cool. I kinda did that. On the maze map I ran in, I think it was November, there was a mod that has a possibility of not outputting your output item, but giving you scrap instead, and then you had to recycle the scrap into plates and stuff. It was kind of fun. Uranium fever is done and got me down. Uranium fever is spreading all around. With a Geiger counter in my hand, I'm a-going out to stake me some government land. Uranium fever has me down and got me down. Our very own lyricist has joined us, it seems. Not 14 total, including vanilla qualities, but 9 qualities. I mean, that is interesting. That is an interesting idea. Quality squared, more extended qualities, adds 5 more. I'm always on the lookout for interesting mods, so I might have to look into that, assuming I remember anything in, 9 hours when I'm finished for the day. I was just talking about lasers and all. Let me go ahead and start requesting lasers, so as they trickle in, I can see how many I actually have. Right now I have 0, it seems. Not exactly a shocker, but a little disappointing. I built them up over here. Right now there's no batteries. Oh yeah, there's no lead. Let me go look at lead real quick. and just see if there's anything I can do to get this coming in. Okay, it is coming in. Oh, I might not have a lead plate train. Yeah, I just don't have a lead plate train, that'll do it. I probably don't have lead plate unloading at the main base either. Let's go... Yeah, okay. So, lead, you just go fill up, buddy. And I'm gonna add more trains in here, because I'm going to need them today, hopefully. Just throw a couple more down. And then let's go set an unloading train for lead plate. This one should do, I think. So let me just grab an existing station. And then I'm going to parameterize you so that it's a little easier to just slap something down. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I copied stuff I didn't want to copy. Let's try that one more time. So, parameterize. You become... lead plate, there you are. And now I have those combinators on the side, but I can just clear that, and it shouldn't be any big deal. And I don't want to copy train stop names or vehicle fuel. Now I should be able to come down here and... Which one of these is unclaimed? I believe it's this one. Okay, and you're going to be lead plate, so let's go grab the colors and the station names from down here. Let's see. Bad belt speed isn't affected by quality. Imagine trying to put the output of an ultra-legendary Omega Supreme machine into a blue belt. I was a little disappointed to find out that belt speed wasn't affected by quality, I have to admit. I thought that would have been fun. Like, we got higher tier belts. I was just hoping we could get higher tier, like, legendary belts. That sounded fun. Something I'm going to do, now that we're having more distributed resource drop-offs and all, is I want to come down and... my trains are yelling at me again because for some reason they like to... When the bots place them, they like to try and navigate to another station. Don't ask me why. Anyway, what I was saying is I want to come down and grab the little logic thing for the loading stations. So that I can put them at the main base. And let's see, where am I? Okay, I want to be up here. Let's just pop these down wherever there are stations. You are solder. Solder coil, specifically. This one is tin plate. Let's see. There you are. This one, what are you? You are tinned wire. There you are. This one's lead plate. There's a lot of extra power poles over here for some reason. Let's just clean that up. And then you guys are unset. This is going to change later. I'm trying to get the ore out of here. The other ore stations will likewise be emptied in the future. The steel one is the first real one, so let's go ahead. Yeah, there we go. So let's go ahead and get you down. And copper. And then copper cable. And this one is cobalt. Wherever cobalt might be. There you are. Okay. I will have to, of course, wire these up and all, but I'm just going to wait. Well, I guess I don't have the combinators to place. I guess I'll wire up the ghosts and just make them as I go. So that bug where your trains were not moving and manual is something that was actually a bug. It was introduced in the update and fixed 2 or so days later. Ah, okay. Interesting. I haven't updated in a while for fear of breaking mods and stuff. I have seen that there is an update available. I guess next time I launch the game, I'll have to make sure that I actually update then. Let's make sure this is all staying and good. Set priority. All good. Okay. I will actually come in here and do the thing where I disable the station if its priority is less than like 10 or something. So yeah, right now you have nothing coming in, so you're disabled. That is what I want. Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and get you hooked up as well. And I am just making sure all of these are set correctly. I guess I should do greater than equal to 10. Let's do that. Just for consistency's sake, I have a lot of things where the equals has been throwing me off lately. Just things that really shouldn't be throwing me off, but you know, you play the game for 10 hours and suddenly simple things are not so simple anymore, so I want to get in the habit of making sure to include the greater than on there. You would have had to update that day though, so maybe it was an old one. Unironically trust Factorio enough that I update every time, no fear. I have never really been burned by it. Yeah, at this point you can make a parameterized blueprint for them. I could. The reason I haven't is because when you... Let me not get the robo fort. When you make the blueprint, I don't want to copy the colors or station names or anything. So when you copy it, if I parameterize this and come down here, there we are, then if I go like that, what are you? You are the cobalt train? It copies the color, and that's annoying. I don't want it to do that. So even though it's more of a pain, I have all of my trains colored, so I don't like to mess with that. I don't know why that was so hard to say. I could not get the words to come out for some reason. And there we are. Oh, and don't forget the set priority. Yes, okay. And then of course I have all these down here to do as well. Which, it's a lot of setup, but it's something you only really have to do once, and then the trains don't get stuck in places that you don't need them. All good. You need the wire first. Connect you. And... boom. I think there's like one more, maybe? Two more, okay. There we are, so this one is tinned wire. I guess not that it really matters, they all get the same thing on them. Just kind of a sanity check for myself, make sure all the filters are still set correctly and everything. And boom and boom. Okay, oh cool. Coloring stops is a level of detail and care I've been incapable of. It's just nice. I like seeing big lines of different colored trains with different racehorses on them. It's one of those things where if you're making bigger, like, mega bases or something, maybe it's too much, but at this scale, it's not that bad. I think there's a mod that automatically paint trains based on what cargo they have. That would be very interesting, actually. I would like that. Still wonder, I was worrying about behemoth biters even before medium biters were coming. See, that's something I've kind of done in this playthrough, except in my case I feel like I was entirely justified, because the biters are very difficult in Bob's. can still only make 4 of you, even though I'm upgrading. Okay. Maybe I will request a little more brass and aluminum then, just temporarily. Bump that, and I don't have brass gears in the system, unfortunately, so I do just have to craft these. But maybe I will go ahead and queue however many I can make. Just like that many. And that way I'll have them for the next batch. That said, these should be coming in and starting to get upgraded now, so let me just see what I can do here. This one is stiratite. I can't set the recipes on the others because they haven't been upgraded yet, these down here. But I can go ahead and get these going. That is going to put uranium on the line though, so I should go and set up the uranium station. So up here is where uranium's going to come in. Stiratite doesn't even come up this far, actually. Hold on. Which line is stiratite? I believe it's this third one here. So let's get you to continue up. And where am I? Okay, I've got a little further to go. So here's uranium. Let's get that run over this way. And then, even though you are the last ore here, I always filter split anyway, just in case. Uranium to the right. And in you go. Let's see. If you automate beans and turn them into fuel, you get one of the more annoying bullet ingredients for free. Interesting. I actually will be interested to see if you keep pollution on once all your builds are operating in earnest. I still haven't turned it back on because biters are too strong. I'm trying to be very careful of pollution, but at the same time I recognize that I can't continue the way that I am. I won't be able to complete the game if I have no means of fighting the biters. Oh, I've got my uranium trigger tech done. That means I can actually start on the actual researches now. So let me get nuclear power and fuel reprocessing queued. And what else do I have down this way? Not a lot. I could get some of the vehicle stuff going, and honestly, why not? I don't even know what this is, but I guess I'll grab it. And then personal takes purple science. That's a little unfortunate. Oh well, is what it is. And then I'll just start accruing uranium ore here, and I'll deal with it later, but I really just wanted to start stockpiling it so that once I do have some centrifuges set up and everything, I have a good stockpile to burn through. Let's see, where does that leave me? So I have all the flotation set up. Let me go see if it's actually hooked in. Okay, I'm waiting on leaching plants because I have no brass pipe. I know brass pipe is an ingredient. I wasn't really counting on that being a problem, but it does make sense. Let me look at brass recipes and see if there is anything I can do. Okay. So you can be made from all of these recipes, but I don't have 3. I do have 2. That's zinc, tin, and copper. Or just copper and zinc. Okay, this is going to be in science very soon. And I do like the way that this one takes more zinc. It's 12 to 36, whereas this one is 6 to 24. So there's a higher proportion of zinc to brass if I go with recipe 2, even though it does take some tin. So I think that's the recipe I'm going to use. But that does mean another smelting station. So fortunately I already have one down here that's kind of getting made. But let me go ahead and start making that. I really don't like the design that I've wound up here, but it's a little late to be worrying about that right now. So I'm going to just copy this, but I don't want any of the actual station bits. I think it's glycerol that comes from beans. Might have it in your fluid hellscape already now. I have to be perfectly honest. Even I have no idea what I have and do not have as far as fluids goes. And I'm just turning all this stuff off, but I'm keeping the rails and the signals. And then that can just go right there. I'm gonna copy this bit here, actually, so that I can get some roboports in on the action. There we are. And then I might copy this over here. I should only have one station here, but you can never be too careful. So let's copy that. And in you go. Okay, so that should be a good skeleton for making brass. Turn the rails into a blueprint. I have a couple random rail blueprints that I have been using, and in fact, I was going to use some of them to finish out the station, but these are very specific to this area, and it's, yeah, they're kind of weird, they're kind of here, I just copy them as I need them. Unloading? Let's see, do I want to unload that way? I don't. So let's unload this way instead. How does this unloading station not fit? I'm literally using it up above. Ah, my train, my back locomotive just gets to sit on an angle. Kind of forgot about that part. Awesome. Good. Oh, why didn't you take? Oh, I didn't parameterize you. That's gonna be why. Okay, first up, let me think. It was copper, zinc, and tin, I think. So let's get copper in here first. And then was zinc. And then tin. Okay, and then I'm gonna have a bunch of these little rail bits sticking off the edge here, which is kind of annoying, but I'll just come in and clean them up. It is bothersome to have to clean rails on something like this. It's always hard to tell what is and isn't supposed to be there. This one's fine, fortunately. Okay, so that's gonna get those coming in, that's cool. Then all I need is smelting. I can probably mostly just copy this. Okay. So I want the plates to happen kind of over that way. Let's say here-ish is probably fine. I'll line up those power poles, why not? And let's get you swapped over to brass. Done some thinking, still have no idea what I want to automate now. That's my life, man. Locomotives on an angle are great for my tiny 1-1 stations with cargo wagon on the front. I mean, that's cursed, but I've seen that before, and I do know those have their place. Remembered what you want to do? Well, you're a step ahead of me half the time, then. How much does this make? 180, okay. That makes sense, being how much input you take. That's 18 inputs. Okay, that makes sense. It's 1-to-1, so it's 18 in, and then you get 18 out. Okay, yeah, that works. I can just not do that. Okay, good. There we go, okay. And then I'll do the same this way. Where are you? There you are. And then how do I want to get you in? I guess I'll have to underground down somewhere, but where exactly? Maybe right here. Maybe right here works. And then that's gonna still give me some trouble, but I'll figure out the rest. I do have the ability for inserters to reach 3 tiles away, and I might just make use of that to have 3 belts rather than trying to mix belts and all. So let me just go ahead and do that. So the first one can be the closest, then middle picks up from 2, and then you pick up from 3. So 2 tiles, 2 tiles, and then 3 tiles, 3 tiles. There we are. My next step is titanium, and I don't wanna. Next step is chemical science, and I don't like it. Yeah, that is also the way the game tends to go. There's just not a lot you can do about it. Fortunately, I don't think my next step is all that bad. I'm not necessarily looking forward to having to redo red circuits, but other than that, I'm pretty okay with where I am. There we are. Okay. And then, how's this come in? Where are you? You're down here. Let's just get you belted in that way. Okay. So that's going to give me 18 output. So I don't think I need that much brass. I'll just keep it as a yellow belt. It'll be fine. Let's find brass, and copy you in. Oh yeah, I never made the station over here. Guess I should actually do that. Where's the loading station? I don't know why there's rail signals there. I don't think I want rail signals there. That loading station's way over to the right, actually. Like, if I look at where that is, that's like right in the middle where I just set up production, which is a little annoying. I would have liked to have the stations kind of level with each other, but whatever, this is brass, I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I'm just gonna put that there, say your brass plates, and leave it at that. These are backwards. So let's not do that. That's a little silly. I've done that in a spot or two, just without thinking, and every time I do it, I'm like, man, how did I manage that? There we go. Okay. Much better. And off by 1. There we go. Okay, so that should be all cool. That's gonna come in. Station. Let's get brass set up. I don't really remember what brass looks like, unfortunately. Well, there you are, right there. Okay, so you're very light orange. Kind of yellowy orange. I made a stack inserter, but I don't produce processing units yet. How did I make a stack inserter? That's a very good question. One more science after pink before rocket, though. Yep, very close. Yellow looks horrible. Enjoy. No idea why I have stack inserters unlocked. The likely answer to that is you were just researching stuff, and you just made them at some point. How do I get that color out of this? Like 160, 220, 240-ish? That's a little too light, I think. Let's back everything up just a little. Hey, that's pretty good. I think that's pretty close. So then you are brass. Yep, okay. All looks good. That'll come and get built as the robots feel like it. Yeah, that's all in construction range, everything's cool. Let's go make an unloading station at main base, and then I can actually get all this stuff built and stop be missing pipes is the phrasing that was going through my head. I speak English goodly. Okay, I will just copy all of this once again. Hold on. Why are the poles weird? I don't like it. Why are you weird? Please stop. There's an extra power pole in here, that's the problem. How did that get in there? I was staring at that and I could not for the life of me figure out what was wrong. I guess when I stamped down the stations, I had a power pole off somehow? I don't know. Is it the same up here? I don't think it should be. No, none of these have duplicate poles. Okay. Oh no, that's odd. I just knew it didn't look right. Do you have poles in the middle for some reason? No, no you don't. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. And I don't need that inserter. Okay, there we are. That's all cleaned up. Love how one mod add pollution production modules. I actually have pollution production modules. There we are. Pollution producing modules. Does exactly what it says on the tin. I believe the reason you want these is that they multiply the amount of pollution that a building produces in big air quotes. There are buildings and bobs that generate negative pollution. So if you put this module in, say, the arboretums, they actually absorb more pollution than they otherwise would. Producing LES before I unlocked it by using mod that adds satisfactory mechanic Factorio. You have 1% to unlock alt recipe the most... Oh, interesting. The alt recipe idea thing is a fun aspect of Satisfactory. Why are these... Oh, I moved the wrong power pole. Let's just clean up a little bit. I'll be done soon. I can't deal with that. That's no good. Is it like that up here as well? No, those are lined up nicely. Okay. Oh, there's a double pole right there. Look at that. So there are some double poles up here for some reason. Oh, and then you're off. Okay, whatever. I'm done messing with power poles. They can do what they want. Oh, that's... do they reach? They do reach. Okay. I was like, that's why I had it. They didn't reach, but actually they did, so never mind. Alright, like I said, done. I'm done. Let's get the brass station set up and then go move on to one of the other things. I actually have a lot to do today, so I don't want to get too distracted. So let's see. You are lead. So you're going to be brass. Let's go ahead and set you. So you are brass unloading. And then I want to parameterize something around in here. What are you set as? Rubite. Okay. I guess I can just actually copy you and parameterize you to brass plate. There we are. And then just stamp you right back down on top of yourself. That good? Yeah, we're all cool. You don't have this thing, though. I should have thought of that. Okay, so you are brass. Not bronze. Gotta be a little careful there. And then, of course, you do have to be hooked up. There we go. Okay, all cool. That does only leave one more pre-built station here, but I do have a little more room. It's just gonna get a little tighter, a little faster than I thought it would. Oh well, we'll deal with it when we deal with it. I should probably make all of these comparators, because actually my train stops are disabled for right now. So there you go, bots. Go deal with that. Here's more of the sorters. Gotta remember that I was making those. Oh, and let's not do the ones that weren't upgrades. I want to make sure that I am upgrading the ones that I'm making. Never keep brass and bronze straight. They're so close. It's they're just very visually similar. Gonna say it was funny that pollution reducing and efficiency modules increase the pollution value on negative pollution machines. Yeah, it's funny the way it said that. Never thought to try it. I mean, that's what they're for. It's all module slots filled pollution producing 5. Yeah, it's a very funny module. Like, I get it, it's just a multiplier, so if you have a negative pollution producing machine, that's how it works. It's very funny. Okay, so have I made progress down here? I'm just trying to think about where I am, what I'm doing. Okay, I need casting machines, I need all this stuff. Okay, so induction furnaces, casting machines, all that. And then back up here, do I have any of these guys? I don't. So the bots haven't brought any of those in yet. That's fine. Oh, well, I haven't finished upgrading those down there anyway, so I guess that's fine. I have quite a long crafting queue, actually. So I guess I'll just keep building stuff. Until this gets finished, I'm probably not going to be able to make any progress on this area up here, because I don't believe... or, not here. This area up here. All these leaching machines, if you look at the recipe, take brass pipes, and I don't have brass at the main base, it seems, because my entire area up there is more or less dead. The ore area. There you are. Yeah, see, we're missing brass pipes just all over the place. Yeah, not a lot I can do about that until things just get placed. Just gonna move on to something else, I suppose, though I am handcrafting some buildings. Let me make sure I'm actually putting stuff away as I'm making them. What are the bots asking for? Okay, we actually, it looks like, need more arithmetic combinators still. There we are. Anything else that I can easily just whip out right here? Doesn't really look like it. Okay. Then in that case, we're waiting on trains to arrive down here. Let me make sure all of these are named properly. They are not. So let's get these stations named. So first up is 10. Where did I throw 10? Okay, so 10's down here. So 10 unloading, cool. Then next up was zinc. So let's grab a zinc unloading. There we are. And then last is copper. Okay, and so that's just one more stop for our already kind of overworked system to get to. Let me make sure I am making all those ores in sufficient quantities. Oh, all of our ores are broken. I'm glad I looked at that. That's quite a catch-22, because we aren't processing ores because I broke ore sorting. And I'm waiting on ores to fix ore sorting. So, oh, well, this is moving. I guess I do have some of them upgraded, so I am going to get a trickle. Yeah, there we go. Okay. It's only half capacity, but I guess that's going to be enough for now. Yeah, I would send you early, but even if I did, then the other train would only be partially full, so that wouldn't make any sense. So I'll just let you slowly fill up, I guess. I do want to make sure that it does go to this station, so is there any way I can help influence that? Biofarm that produces negative 36,000 pollution. I think, the biters should just move in. They will just make you an ambassador. Okay, unfortunately, a lot of the stations that take copper are completely devoid of copper. So, maybe what I should do while I'm waiting here, I already have the catalyst recipe set up for iron. Never thought I would need it anytime nearly this soon, but maybe I should set up the same for copper now. It's gonna be kind of a tight... that's a tight squeeze, I gotta be honest. Maybe I'll have to throw it over here somewhere. Yeah, that's not very nice, actually. Let me get a smaller footprint. Make sure to swap the recipes out. I think that was correct. Yeah. So, crushed stiratite and Crotinnium. I actually don't have any Crotinnium, but maybe it's finally time to go and get some. So that may mean some of my plans for today I might have to put on hold. I already have the uranium, at least. I'm stockpiling that. And I'm definitely going to try and get science up. But I guess that also means I have to get red chips, so I'm not really sure where I'm going to compromise today. How am I getting this out? Okay, I guess you can come down here. It's just not very nice. Ugh. Yeah, I don't really like this very much, but what are you gonna do, you know? Let's go ahead and get all of this upgraded. Just so I can more easily deal with the influx of new ore that's going to be hitting soon. There we go. And may as well get all of this belt upgraded as well. I don't think this is going to be outputting a red belt, but, you know, might as well make it all match. In you go. And in you go. Biofarm don't accept pollution producing modules, sadly. But 13,000% productivity. Yeah, I think I'd be satisfied enough with 13,000% productivity. I think that'll do just fine. Okay, so crushed stiratite, crushed Crotinnium. It's not going to be fun getting those in here, but I'll manage. Let's go find Crotinnium. So rather than getting a train going, I might just come up here and tap these and belt them down. I'll start with just one. No reason to go overboard. Looking for roboports to extend construction range, and I think you are the lucky winner today. Let's see how far I can get power to go. Only to about there, unfortunately. Yeah, okay. So there's power, and then I'll just have to run you up somewhere this way. And then over here. And does row before reach? It does. Very nice, because the mines are themselves going to need power too, of course. And I'll just place them wherever they fit. Okay, that should do it. I don't really want these in the middle, because I'm not going to be sending acid up here anytime soon. Let's just go ahead and clear those out. And how many miners is that actually? That is 57 miners at a speed of, let me see. I guess oh, mining speed 1, okay. I know the ore sometimes has a, oh, mining time 250%, okay. But you are twice as fast, so maybe that really is 1 per second? Maybe that's already taking it into account? I'm not sure. At any rate, that's 50 ore a second, so let's just go ahead and run a red belt down. I'm not gonna complain about that, but we do have to get them all in together. Found a mod that removes the productivity cap so I can get 130 plus of one thing with materials for one. I mean, that certainly is, you know, at that point, that certainly is modded. What can I say? There's just a certain fun to playing with an absolutely broken combination of things like that. I do enjoy a good silly map here and there. I don't run them very often in the community map, but I do, November and December, I'm usually a little more comfortable running some odd or unusual maps. Anyone else? No, okay. So then we can just merge these all together, and I might as well bring you down one more, whatever. Okay, and then I'll just upgrade these last few, just however many, and then I'll bring a red belt down. How far? How far do I have to go? Okay. Where do I actually want to run this belt? I might run it on the left, just so it doesn't interfere with this stuff. I might need room on the right later, so the left seems like a good idea. So where's that mine? It's up here. Okay, I'll just start, maybe even like all the way over here is not a bad idea. I would like to have red belts on my toolbar. I should just add another toolbar, honestly, but oh well. Maybe I'll get rid of these crafting machines for right now and then just throw that on there. Just for right now. Also removes quality cap. You had to guess. And let's move that down. Yeah, the quality cap I don't really have any problem with. I think at that point you're probably fine. I don't think you really need a quality... Well, unless you mean it allows you to get higher qualities. Like if you're using them in conjunction with higher quality stuff, then I can see why that might be useful. Do not understand how people play with less than 4. Oftentimes if I have too many, it just gets cluttered and I can't find what I'm looking for regardless. And at some point having more becomes less, because once you have too many toolbars, you effectively have none. At the same time, right now, I would kind of like to have at least one more. I don't want to go too low, but I know I have a good amount more than this to go. use all four pretty constantly. Well, I mean, I guess if you're used to them being there, that's one thing. And I actually am, I believe, low enough now. So I can come down here, turn this way. And of course the pipe's right in the way, so I have to do an awkward little turn right at the very end. And in you go. And might as well get this part upgraded. Yeah, that part's upgraded anyway, so that's fine with me. Even though it's the wrong part that's upgraded, because... Hold on, which one are you? Oh, never mind. I was like, does that make more crushed stone than it does Crotinnium? And then I realized they're both just gray pebbles, so I guess we're fine there. Okay, so that's gonna come in, it's gonna get crushed, but the whole reason I was doing that is so that I can pull off this line and use it to make copper. So let's remember to do that. We do have to escape this somewhere and run it all the way down to wherever copper is. That shouldn't be too big of a deal. In fact, I might run it in this gap here. I don't remember what the gap is for. It was probably for something important, but it's going to be for Crotinnium now. I also need crushed stiratite, so where is stiratite? Right below. Okay, so I can actually get the crushed stiratite to join in, also like right over here somewhere. Yeah, so let's just say right in here is where I'm headed. So do this, escape this way. Turn down like immediately so I don't get caught in all this nonsense. And where's that get me? Okay, there's a lot of trees in the way. Go ahead and start clearing some of that out. And I would like this to underground through here. There we are. I do not stray into the other 6 very often, but it is a non-zero amount. I've made the crushed stone Crotinnium mistake more than once on a filtered inserter. Yeah, it's never a 0% chance something to happen, exactly. I'm generally pretty good about my filters, but that would have been very difficult if I was making this by hand. Fortunately, this was parameterized, so once I made the first one, I just stamped all these down and I didn't have to bother with it. I should have this on half a belt, probably. Can I get someone to clear this stuff out? There's like a couple guys coming. Okay. Which side? It would be easier if I could get it onto the top side up here, so actually this works out wonderful. Okay, and then let's just run down this way, and then I have to do the same thing for this guy. That would be stiratite. So let's put a splitter on you, start running you this way. Sure, that works. And just start running you off this way. Alright, so you can come all the way down here and join this little underground group. And then you're just going to feed right into the side. I would like to do a proper merge though. Like, even though I've already made sure, maybe I won't even do that. Maybe I don't like this. Let's do a proper merge here. I have the room, so there's really no reason not to. And there. That's no big deal at all. Now, where is copper? Copper is literally right here. Okay. I just need to get you a little further down, it looks like. Oh, I don't really want that there because apparently I haven't been putting my ore there. Over here works just fine, I guess. Let's make sure you're connected. And straight across. Pretty much straight across. We can go down past the sorters. And then just straight across. I'll even probably bring you with me. Actually, I can just split you right here. That's no big deal. So, like, right here, even fits with the undergrounds. That's perfect. Okay, I'm very happy with that. You go in. You come over. Down you go. And there we go. Okay. Doesn't matter. Okay, it does matter. The inside here is the one with the fast inserters, so I want that one to be the ore belt. Then I'll just loop you around that way, and in you go. And then this outer belt is going to be the catalyst. How do I do that? So I can split there and run you up, I guess. And then in this way. Okay, so that should be copper taken care of. I just want to get this circuit condition wired in. Always non-zero chance to you to combust and die anytime Factorio. I don't know. I have any idea what to say. Yeah, I mean, there's always the chance. You can never be sure. Okay, so that should be all hooked up. Good to go. That's gonna come in. I don't want you upgrading to a belt tier. I don't produce, but I would like you to be red. That would be cool. Might as well upgrade you to be red to complete the ensemble. I need more ore sorting down here, and then that's going to greatly help with the amount of copper that I get. So I guess that means I just need to make more of these guys. Let's keep them flowing. Oh, I'm going to be making all 6 of those from scratch. Okay, whatever. I can't be bothered. It'll just make them from scratch, I guess. And keep in mind, all of this is so that I can finally have lasers, because until I have lasers, I can't expand anymore. Very rarely do you get a chance to make offensive lasers. These are waiting on lead. I never belted lead in, I'm willing to bet. I also never connected the brass, even though I do have brass coming in on a train now. So let's do that for just a minute. I'm looking through here and I'm going to try and find a way to get more belts up in here. Or even does lead join? Where does lead join? Okay, here's the belt lead is supposed to be on. It's actually still mostly gray, funny enough. Okay, these are lead ingots, so don't follow that belt. It's just right here. So I need lead to come in right here. So I can probably fit something in around the lake area and get it in. Maybe it can go alongside steel and that's not too bad. I mean, that's pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie. I might go ahead and start upgrading these belts just while I'm here. Just cause why not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you are. just to get a little more... There. Whatever. A little more, lead throughput, being that I may actually need some now. Or, you know, if nothing else, I really shouldn't be using gray belts at this point. Set productivity limit to 10k. That's a pretty good limit, I'd say. Okay, I saw this gap. I decided instantly this is where lead will go. It's probably not a good idea, but I don't need a lot of these ore belts in here anymore, so I can start getting rid of that. Yeah, all of this can go. None of this needs to be here anymore. I'm just trying to clean up to make it easier to get other things through here as well, and to make it more obvious for me which areas I don't produce in the main base anymore. I'll replace this belt even though I don't think it's necessary. You know, don't rip stuff out if you don't need to rip it out. Here's where I want lead to be. Let's see what I can do here. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Here, wait. Where was lead? Where was I trying to get to? It's evaporated. It's disappeared. Here's lead. Nope, that's glass. There's lead plate. Okay, so it's over there. Oh, I'm lost. I'm lost in my own base. There we go. Okay, so I was just a little to the right. So I'll just follow this up. Turn to the right. And there we go. And I shouldn't ever get any more lead in here, but I won't rip this out just yet, I guess. Or, well, whatever. Your time is done. Let's just get you out of here. Yeah, there we go. These pipes can be ripped up because they're now unnecessary. I don't actually know where they're going. Oh, you were doing something over here. Guess it doesn't matter. I don't need you anymore. You don't have power. Let's make sure you get powers from somewhere. There we go. Okay. I believe that's lead connected. Hopefully I put it on the right belt. Yeah, that looks like the right belt. Yes, okay. I still actually have to carry that down, of course. So let me go get that connected to the train. Where did I start? Okay, I just kind of started randomly in here somewhere. Right above the wood area, which is not the best place to be. Not the best, I've got to say. Happens to me too many times, yeah. Forget what it is, search for it minutes, find it again, forget again. Mostly in space, yeah. Space exploration, I can definitely get doing that as well. Okay. Okay. You know what? I am going to finally rip out the entire sapphirite processing area. It's just gone. All of this goes away. Actually, let me undo that, because I want to reverse this belt, otherwise my wood processing will die. So let me underground here. There we are. And then send... this is all right in the way now. How am I gonna get through here, actually? Okay. A red underground can save the day here and just connect down this way. There we go. and just send you that way. And then I have to reverse this belt so that I can get iron plates back into wood processing. And everything after that point should be fine. Seen people recommend Bob's Angels all the time, never knew it was this complex. I mean, it's, everything makes sense, more or less. Like, if I wasn't constrained for space, I would have played very differently. It's just I knew what I was getting into in terms of the biters, and so I've been playing kind of scared this entire time, and that's impacted my base design in many and varied ways. If not for that, it's not actually that bad. Anyway, I still have not gotten that belt down. I got distracted by iron somehow. Where am I? What's going on? Okay, so it was you. You're down to this point right here. Okay. I think yeah, getting down into here is just real tough. All this stuff is right in the way. So maybe I'll take a break from doing that for a second and run up this way, and then I'll just meet in the middle somewhere. So let's run to the left, and I want to be on the left side of solder, I think. Just because everything can't be on the right side of solder. Just start running, see where it takes you. Life advice with Factorio. Just start running and see where it takes you. Okay. No, please do not do that with the trees. I will kill you. There we go. And bring you up against solder right there. And once again, trees will be the death of me. Okay, so that gets me into here. That's not too bad. I just have to figure out how I'm gonna get in over here somewhere. Hello again. How you doing, man? Do not think most where am I going? I can't believe how many times I keep losing this one belt. Maybe I can come in, like, right here? What I keep thinking is that I have many more metals to get up here. Like, this is not the last metal I need to get up here. So I'm trying to find, like, clean places where all of these can come up, but that's just not doing it for me. Let's get all this ripped out. That'll make a little room at least. Let's see, where's this get me? Okay, that's fine. A lot of this stuff is without power now, so I have to go deal with that. That's a good little chunk of the base right there, actually. That's now without power, but that should restore it. Do not think most Factorio players can run. Accidentally hit. No, you're good. I'm just trying to find where I can get lead plate into all this mess, and I keep coming to the conclusion that the easiest option is to just tear down half the base. Yeah, good enough. Let's not get too picky here. I seem to have cut a belt here. Okay, that's fine. That's actually supposed to be there. That just never wound up going anywhere. So this belt I can now bring up into this area somewhere. That's, I think, fine. I'll turn you this way. And just start going up here. That's not gonna work though, so maybe I'll try a red. Perfect fit. Could not have been better. You still have no power, actually. So let's see what I can do about that. That'll work. Run you this way, and up, and through the gap. I need a big blinking neon sign for where this lead is. Good God. I believe it's this belt right here. Yes, okay, the one that goes nowhere. So I'm getting closer. I have to get through the entire stone patch somehow, but I'm getting closer. Gonna add a speaker to alarm me when the factory is being attacked or something tomorrow, since I'm gonna sleep, go to school tomorrow, have doctors, yeah. And my Discord account and description if you want to add. Anyway, good night. See you later, man. Have a good one. And doing some Space Age for some variety. Gotta shake things up every now and then. Half-term break for me. There we are. And that's getting me closer step by step. Step by step. I really can't believe that it's being this much of a problem to connect some ores together, but here we are. And I think finally I've arrived. Let's underground like through this way. And then you can underground through this way. And then I can just come right in here. Let's go a little higher. Well, okay, I have a lot more, like I've been saying. Let's just take what we can get and get you connected in. Okay, that should be lead connected back to the main base. I have to come down here and see why you're not getting any unloads. I think I don't have a train. I don't have a train. That's kind of what I thought. Okay. Do I have a train down here? I do. So you just need an unloading. There you are. Okay. So that should be lead coming in. Did this area get built? It does. Well, it kind of half got built. It doesn't have power anywhere. I believe that's all connected. It is. Very good. Okay. You definitely don't have a train. You're still getting built. You don't have any deliveries yet, but that's fine. We'll get there. As long as we're getting somewhere, that's good enough with me. How long are red undergrounds? Let's find out. So, in bobs, they are 11. Yellows are 7, and then grays are 3. Now, of course, when I'm giving numbers here, that's including the end underground. So, like, if you take a gray underground that says it's 3 tiles long, that's only a 2-tile gap. So, for example, reds that say they're 11 only have a 10-tile gap. I say only, like that's not a lot. Reds have a monumental 10-tile gap, blues have a 14-tile gap, and there's still 2 more tiers of belt after that. No concrete brick, really? Are they just... Okay, they're just bringing it to me. I was like, I can't possibly be low on that, right? But yeah, we're good. Though actually, now that I'm not producing anything up here, I am going to start going through this this reserve. So I'll have to make concrete sooner or later. And concrete's kind of annoying. It takes weird ingredients, but I'm not ready to tackle that right this instant. With lead made... Is it on the belts yet? Has it made it up this way? Doesn't... Oh, well, the train might not have even come. So, how far has it made it? Okay, only up to there. Well, once the lead makes it into the base, that's going to give me lasers, and once I have lasers, I am going to try and take this monumental biter base again. Hopefully that'll get me somewhere, and once I have that, I can start making more ores, and that's going to allow me to go ahead and start making the next science. That's what I'm currently waiting on. Let's dump those in, get those going. What am I missing down here? One casting machine, okay. Well, I can make one casting machine, what are the odds? Blue undergrounds are really nice, yeah. My experience, they're both longer and shorter than I expect depending on the situation. I somehow tend to have a really good, just immediate grasp on the yellow undergrounds now. I don't know how. I can just look at it and go, yeah, that's going to reach to this belt right here. It's just like, I don't know, a sixth sense I've developed somehow. I guess while I am waiting, I should continue making more stations down this way. I am going to need many more I almost said allies. more alloys. So I should continue building down this way. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you for all the fish. Guess I'll go ahead and copy all of this in as well. Yeah, I'll just... Hold on. Let me keep this. I'm gonna throw it in my inventory. And what does bronze take? I don't remember off the top of my head. Do I have you? I do have you. So bronze is what I just made. Okay. So how about brass? Or is brass what I just made? I actually can't remember. Okay, no, brass is what I just made. So how is bronze made? You look very similar. You look the same. When you spent the last 90 hours or so practicing their full length every time, you've placed one. Yeah, I mean, I have. Definitely have. Okay, I think if you are literally the same, zinc, tin, copper, the ratio is just slightly different, then I might be able to just reuse the same area to make to make brass and bronze. I don't see any reason why I wouldn't do that. So in that case, I will clean up these belts a little bit so that I can get a second station in here a little more easily. So let's run you this way, just so you can be different from every other one of these that I've made. No, actually that would drive me crazy. I couldn't deal with that. You get to be the same. Let's mostly clear all this. And you come down not like that. There we are. You're gonna be this way. And then you go one tile above it. Right there, okay. And then that's going to allow me to get a second station in somehow. All of my second stations are moved in just a little bit, which is a little weird, but I'm not gonna complain about it. I'll just take it, swap out the parameters. Let's not include this stuff that I might screw up. Yeah, that's fine. All cool. Okay, now, don't want to do those. Now, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do that and that alone. I believe the lower one is the spools, so we'll only parameterize the spools. Yeah, I don't remember if I wanted brass or copper. And that should be everything. So, if I come down here, I already have brass, so I want bronze. Bronze is the second one, okay. That doesn't seem to work out at all. Oh, because I remember. Okay, so I won't be able to copy and paste this as nicely as that, because this station doesn't line up with the station above. That makes sense. Alright, I'll stop trying to take the easy road then. Let's just get a loading station in here, and then I'll have to connect it up. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get this to connect, but I'll give it my best. Okay, this one is brass. I want bronze. Oh god. that was a surprise. I got jump scared for a second. Okay. Can I, if I'm very, very careful, get you to connect in here? I think you're going to be just slightly off. But I should be able to connect with the earlier one, actually. Let's go. So, all this, yeah. Do that. Pick those up. And then you should be able to connect in. Yeah, look at that. Okay. That one's no problem. Much nicer. Okay. So brass, this one is bronze. Let's just search for it. Okay. And then, are you correct? You are. And then just copy all of this, basically. I don't want to be in the way of the lower stuff is the problem, so you might have to come, like, over this way. And then I'll have to figure out your inputs and such afterwards. Yeah, I don't see a more sane way of doing that, so we'll just go with that. Because already you're going to be pretty heavily in the way, I suspect. Like, if I copy all of this stuff in here and try and place you on top, well, okay, that works out. That's fine. In fact, let me go ahead and start getting all of that built. I want to copy that, but I don't want the stations. Or at least I don't want the train stop names, I guess. Everything else... Well, okay. I want to be able to parameterize that, so I do actually want to just get rid of all of that stuff. Everything else, I guess, can probably stay. I don't see anything problematic. Yeah, I can just pop the station stuff over top when I need to make it. That should be fine. So you can go there. You can go there. And let's focus on this for now. So change all these over to bronze, otherwise I will absolutely forget. And you are also bronze. They look identical. It's really hard to make sure that's all correct, but I'm pretty sure it is. Please. Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was the correct height. I was pretty sure that I'd made that the correct height, but I certainly wasn't certain. And let's copy these belts, just for simplicity's sake. So first one coming in, can go up that way and connect. You can go up there. And you can come Up this way. You are bronze and brass. Okay, just checking, just making sure. Anyway, I still have to get the connections in here made, and then I have stuff to craft. Why don't you have power? That doesn't look right. You're on a curved section of rail. I don't know why you're on a curved section of rail, but I can just fix that, I guess. Okay, yeah. I was trying to make sure I didn't get anything from the lower station. Let's just bring you over, like, 2 places. And then make sure the new rail doesn't get placed. And I guess I don't want to pick up the old rail either. There we are. And just connect that in. That'll take a minute, but fortunately I won't have to redo any of these settings or anything. It should maintain all of that. It'll just take a minute to come in. This right here is the easiest one. I can just split you and get you to come down this way. It's the others that are going to be a little more of a problem. Where's the third one? Okay. So you're going to be there. That's fine. 2, 1, yeah, all good. I guess I could just continue these. It does mean this one will get priority over this one, but oh well. I'll probably want to upgrade all of these belts then. In fact, I guess I should do that before I get them placed in that case. Let's get you in here. And then I'll go and upgrade all the belts. Let's make sure I don't grab anything I don't intend to, but that all looks fine. There we are. Is that okay? No, that wants to do blues. How about you? That's all reds. Okay, very good. And everything else should be fine. And that's just going to help one particular metal not soak up all of the ingots, hopefully. Okay. Now it's just a matter of how do I want to get you in. I guess I could do that, and that's the easiest way. Yeah. That's not too bad. It doesn't really matter which metals where. The metals do come in at different ratios, but I'm not super concerned about it. I think even at a long reach, I'm not going to be producing 9 copper ingots per second, for example, but even if I was, they are on the inside belt now. And that's as much as I'm willing to worry about it. Yeah, that's a unexpected bonus from making the first one, as it gives me the perfect opportunity to make the second one. I am going to be missing all of those production buildings, of course, so let's make more casting machines, and more induction furnaces, and anything else I might be missing. It does look like I'm still missing a thing here or there, but that's fine. Surprised this hasn't finished building yet. I put that build order in quite a while ago, so the fact they're still working on that is kind of surprising. I mean, it is very far, but even so. Might throw some charging stations around in this area. just for the construction bots. Just be a little kind to them. There's a lot of roboports around, but even still, what are a few random charging ports going to hurt? Just one of those things where, like, you might as well. Yeah. That's more than enough, I think. I suppose while that's going, one of the things I should be doing is looking at red circuits and trying to make a plan for how I'm going to get red circuits. Because that's going to need a lot of random stuff. It needs copper and tin, which is nothing, but phenolic boards are complicated. They need resin and paper. Paper is not too bad, but it is going to be its own ordeal. Liquid resin, however. Liquid resin's really bad. Okay, I don't have that. Certainly don't have that, but I didn't expect to. That is... in the future, I could make this. So formaldehyde and melamine. Titanium and gold. I should technically be making very soon. So that is feasible, and that's just made from urea. Which I do have in abundance. That's ammonia, carbon dioxide's not bad. How's ammonia? That's hydrogen and nitrogen. So basically free with some iron and copper. So that's probably the route that I want to go, but that does mean making sure that I have gold ore on a train ready to go. It shouldn't be too bad. Can get rid of you now. Okay. Anything else that I can make? Still handcrafting lots of stuff, so that's fine. So then you are not that bad. Hydrogen chloride, I already have a train, and that's just iron ore, so that's actually very easy. The paper is cellulose pulp. I could make you with one of these other recipes, but I'm not really sure why I would want to. You seem more complicated. You give byproducts. And I don't really think I want your byproducts. Like, this just seems unnecessary. Yeah, I don't think I even want those recipes. I don't know why you would, unless I'm just missing something. Because paper 1 is just cellulose pulp. And cellulose pulp is pretty easy to make. I don't know why I would be interested in any of this. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick to recipe 1, I think. I guess one of the things I could be handcrafting here also are the upgraded turrets. So let's slowly walk through upgrading some of my gun turrets. I'm sure I'm going to be needing them alongside the lasers. I wanted to come down and look at the recipe I'm using for pulp. Not concrete, though again, concrete now is kind of a looming issue because nothing is supplying it anymore. There we go, there's paper. Okay. I don't actually know how much paper per second this is producing. So I'm probably going to just copy this whole build. Power is kind of struggling, it looks like, but I might just be filling the steam tanks, so I'm going to choose not to look at it right this instant. Here's where the circuits are. I will continue having red circuits kind of come down this way, I think. So maybe having paper like right under this thermal water build wouldn't be a terrible idea. If nothing else, that's going to give me the ability to kind of organize stuff and figure things out. So let's just throw you down there. pick up all these trees. Actually, maybe this is a terrible idea. There's too many trees down there. Let's go somewhere a little cleaner. Like somewhere in here works. Because I didn't have build coverage down here in these trees, and so they would have just been there permanently. So one thing that I want to do is I want to not keep the build, I just want to look at the buildings themselves. Let's get rid of all the power poles, all the belts, all the pipes, steam engines, don't need those, and I just want to look at the machines themselves. If anything, I'd kind of rather this not be in bot coverage at all. Clear all of this. There we go. Okay, I think that's everything. So let's go ahead and move this down. You can come down with them. And I'm just trying to organize a little bit so I can see what I'm dealing with here. Okay, these machines make the phenolic boards. If I want a red circuit per second, the recipe does only make one, so it's 1-to-1, so I need a circuit board per second. So 2 of these would clear that. That's perfectly fine. If anything, they are just slightly overkill. Could I make a phenolic board in this guy? I certainly could. So let's swap to that. Okay, that's actually exactly 1 per second. So I can just say 1 machine here is enough. That means I need 5 resin and 2.5 paper. Now, can the paper be made in anything interesting? No, you are just assemblers. Okay. So 2.5. These make it nearly 3 a second. 2.8 to be specific, so I probably need 9 of these. 9 would be just about perfect. So let's see how many I have here. That's 12. That's actually overbuilt. So 1, 2, 3, right there. Okay, so that's 9. And that's going to pretty much perfectly supply you. That's going to need about 3.4 pulp per second, which 2 of you will do just fine. In fact, how would an upgrade 1 do? That's 3 per second. I need, let's say 2 2s is fine. Yeah, that's fine. For you to run. And I don't need you to be full uptime. That is important. Which does make things a little more complicated. So I need like 1.5 of you to be running. So that means I need about 4 cellulose and a little less than 1 of the, whatever this stuff is. Alginic acid. So you produce 0.15. So there's 3, there's 6, there's 9, there's 1. I'll just cut it off there. This may even already be overbuilt, but we'll say that's fine. Cellulose I was routing in from somewhere else it seems, but I'll have to take that into account here. So let's see how many cellulose assemblers I'm going to need. Probably do you from green algae, that's the easiest source in my opinion. So if you need about 3, then let's just say 3 of them. Even though that's a little overbuilt, I'd rather be a little overbuilt than a little under. And I don't think about 7 algae per second is going to be that big of a deal. These, however, how many of you are there? 7 of you. So, oh boy. 49 and then a little more. So let's say 5.5 a second brown algae. So that's going to be 3 of you will produce 4, and then 1 more is probably enough. So that actually should be about perfect. Yeah, okay. And then this is 7 algae a second. These are actually algae farm 2s. If I upgrade you, what does that get me? 2 per second. Okay. And I needed... I already forgot. I purged this number from my brain already. There's 7 of you. So... Okay. 4 of you would be 3. So a little less than 6. So 3 of you are actually fine. Good to know. And then if I do this, just out of curiosity, yeah, that makes the numbers worse. Let's not do that. Okay, you produce 5 a second. So 2 of you would actually be overbuilt by about time and a half, but that's fine. Gives me a little leeway in case my calculations are wrong. Am I missing any part here? You have your cellulose. You have your algae. I do need the liquid inputs, but I'll get to those later. You only need brown algae. That's everything you need. You're satisfied. You're satisfied. Okay. You, of course, don't have your resin, but as far as items go, that's everything. Yeah, that's actually surprisingly not that bad. Compared to everything that we needed up here for wood. This was a nightmare. This down here, by contrast, it doesn't seem that bad. I could even maybe squeeze that in this area, in here. But I'd rather not, just so I have room to expand this if and when I need to. So all of this will be going down here. Which does mean I should probably continue expanding the rails down that way. If nothing else, it just gives me build coverage. And I might as well have a station input after that point. So let's go ahead and start getting these placed in. All these trees are, like, right in the way, man. That doesn't extend very much. That's not a good idea. Let's find somewhere better I can get power from. Let's say, like, right here. And just kind of start extending power in that way, and then I'll throw a roboport in this general area. Let's skip 1 pole. There we go. And I believe if I do 1 more pole, I will still be able to get coverage up above. That's not what I wanted. I was hoping I could just drag the pole. So does this connect anything above? It really doesn't. That's unfortunate. If I put you there, does a power pole reach at least? No. No, of course it wouldn't. Okay, good enough. At any rate, let's grab this, start building down this way. And I'm gonna come and get real comfortable, like, right up in this area, because this area never needs to expand. So I'll say even, like, right up in here. That's good by me. I'll move you to here, just so this machine can comfortably output onto its belt, and then this can pick it up. There we are. And then half of these inserters should probably output onto a different side of the belt. We only need 2.5 items a second, so it shouldn't matter, but this is mostly just aesthetics. I guess at 2.5 you might want to be a red inserter there. And again, I haven't dealt with the fluid input. That comes afterwards. So then, directly feeding all of these is going to be these pulp machines. So you can go, like, over here. There, something like that, sure. May as well match the inserters on the top, just to make laying power and everything a little nicer. And what do you output? Yeah, you might as well get reds. No reason not to. And again, I don't think I need to alternate them, but I might as well. These guys need the cellulose and the alginic acid. Alginic acid is a little bigger, so I'll put it closer. If anything, I might actually line you up there. And I think that's the appropriate distance, but let's see. Yeah, that looks correct. And I will probably just copy these inserters up here. Perfect. Oh, I didn't leave room. Well, actually, I guess it doesn't matter. I can get a belt right in here. I'm not sure I'm necessarily happy with that. It keeps me from being able to expand, but I guess if I need to rebuild this later, then a rebuild kind of already implies that this is getting rebuilt. So, it's no big deal. Maybe I will just lower it, though. Like, if I literally just do that, and then change all of you to drop one further away, that's going to solve any potential problem I might have had in the future. That just makes sense. That way, if I need to, this belt can extend down. Even if it's only in front of these, you know? It's, might as well plan ahead. You just need brown algae. Let's get the brown algae in next. Not sure where a good place to put that is. Actually, I only need 3 of these to supply 7 of these. I can probably mostly direct insert. Like, if I do this and move you in one closer, I can't get the pipes in like that. But I could if I did this. So you only need 75 a second. I see no reason a yellow inserter shouldn't be able to deal with that. So you can just pick up from 2 below. I might need to revise this. I'm just going to place the inserters and see how it goes. So you're feeding 3, these are only feeding 2. You produce 2, and you need a little more than 2. Okay, so I do probably want... Okay, but I am also overproducing, so that's probably fine? Probably? I guess I'll want 3 outputs on all of the machines. So, just for maximum balancing purposes. So let's try something like that. And I think that should still play nice with all the power poles. Especially if I place them... that one doesn't, though. I could just move you. Yep, That's no big deal at all. Okay, that's good with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unfortunately, that puts you right on top of those. But I guess I could do that, and that'll work. That gets power to everything. I'll just run a pipe along here for now. And you actually only need one fluid input, so I actually don't even need to do this thing where I've spaced them up. I can even just move you in and have your fluid input on the bottom. I was thinking you needed 2 fluid inputs, but that's the other algae. This is just outside of build range, I just realized. So they'll build this. I'll have to give this power from up here, but that's probably better anyway. And then I can just delete all this stuff down this way. And that's fine. This one roboport allows for a little more build down this way anyway. I do still need this stuff. So let's start focusing on it now. I don't want to build you in parallel with any of this, just again, so I can expand it if I need to. So I will just drop below what's there and start building you down here. If I expand, I'll probably be expanding to the right, so I'm not afraid of laying like belts and stuff here, but I don't want to make machines up there. Like, that's fine. I can just underground the fluid in if it needs to come along this line. I'm not concerned about that. And then this can come up like right here. I guess I should get the inserters in. So you pick up from the far, and then yeah, that doesn't need to be there. Kind of thought as much. You do produce 2.5 a second, so I'll probably use red inserters for you. No idea how that lines up with the power grid. Don't think it really matters, because... oh, the power poles do reach down here. Okay. In that case, I would like to keep it consistent if possible. Yeah, sure, you can go over there. And yeah, that should be fine. It looks like, probably, maybe. I was just using that as a spacer, it doesn't have to stay. So that's where they will go. Are you coming into place power? No, you're gonna blow up cliffs, okay. I would like to have the power over there just so the roboport would get powered and I can get these trees destroyed and I can see what I'm doing. Hold on. So that's overlapping, that's no space, that's one space. So inserter, belt, inserter. Put you there, but then move you one space apart. And then I will alternate the gases. That way the gases can come down here, and the fluid can be one line below that. Like that. And then this will connect out somewhere also. And that way that leaves the top free for inserters. So let's start bringing you over this way. You produce 5 a second, so that's probably 2 red inserters, let's just say. Maybe that's a little overkill, but what's a little overkill ever hurt, you know? There we are. Copy you. I don't want to copy the belts with you, because I actually want to horizontally flip you so that I can make you match over here. This comes down here, and then perfectly slots in the middle. Very nice. So all of this is supplied, all of this is supplied, but you don't have, I lie immediately because none of this is supplied. You don't have your carbon dioxide or your mineralized water. But all of this up here, mostly fine. You still need actual fresh water, but that shouldn't be too difficult to get. Actually, how much water do you require? None, basically. So I can just put a ground pump on you. There you are. And hopefully that counts as having power. I don't know if it does or not. Guess we'll find out shortly. Oh, I was waiting for this pole to get placed, thinking that would power this roboport. None of this has power, so that certainly won't matter. There we go. Get that plugged in, and then that'll bring power to this whole area. And I guess I should start handcrafting some of the stuff that it's asking for. So, actually that's just 2 algae things so far. Now I'm gonna need more though, so I might as well make however many I've got. Actually, that means all of this in here should be upgraded, so let me just very quickly come in here and make sure all the ore sorting is not horribly broken. You haven't been placed yet, so that's why I don't have any rubite. That's fine. You have all been upgraded, so I can change your recipes out, so you should now be able to work. I wonder what's backed up on you. Let me go find that out, because that is important. I am waiting on copper for some stuff. The uranium is backed up? Did I misplace something? There's one little chunk on the end of the belt, of course. Well, the bots will get that taken care of before too long. Fortunately, it didn't back up the belt entirely. Why is this... is the blueprint wrong? Because I placed that directly from the blueprint. This is a loading station. The blueprint's just wrong. Okay, let me find somewhere to put this down. There we are. You're going to stay 0. There we are. Okay. And let's get this updated before the bots come in here and actually try and play stuff. So, do content. And yeah, all that's correct. Good. Full. Awesome. I was wondering why I kept having trouble with that stuff. I guess that was just the blueprint. Oh yeah, I made these mines and then never connected them. I got distracted somehow, I guess. I even started laying the belt. And just never connected it. There we are. That should get some Crotinnium coming in. Not that I think we have any of this. Well, we have like 2 of them. I guess we can get a little of the chunks coming in. So I may as well get the recipe changed over. I've got to zoom in so I can actually see what I'm doing, because the icon's pretty similar. Oh, you also don't go anywhere. You make aluminum and titanium. I already make those. I'm not that concerned about you right now. I don't want to get more distracted. Let's come down here and continue this project before I worry about Crotinnium. So, surprisingly, most of the stuff actually was able to get placed. I wasn't expecting that, to tell you the truth. Brass pipe is something that we're still missing, and I just realized I never connected the brass train, I don't think. I'm not even sure I ever set up a brass train. I think I set up the smelting and then just called it a day. Yeah, there is no brass train. Well, not that there's... This area isn't even finished. Okay, so that's connected. These are not connected. But now it is. So that'll get all of this power. This area is horrible and I don't want to look at it. But both of you need trains. I've had no deliveries from the copper train, or the zinc train, or the 10 ingot train, which I find very interesting. Though these, I guess, are probably priority 0. Train stop priority 100, actually. I don't know why. Oh, that does make sense, okay. Because the way this is set up, yeah, okay. You can't read that there's nothing in you because you have no power, so that makes sense, I guess, kind of. Yeah, you have no output, so you output 100, okay. Or rather, you have no input, so you output your max, and yeah, that's fine. Anyway, once these get placed, let me go look at the trains and see if there's some bigger issue here, because actually, you have ingots, but not many. Where are copper ingots? You're empty because there's no ore. Why is there no copper ore coming in? There's a tiny little trickle of that, but you should be producing. Why don't you have your crushed... I never connected the crushed ores. Oh yeah, and I guess I never had the Crotinnium connected anyway, but still, I never finished the belt somehow. Anyway, that'll help with the copper situation quite a bit, I guess. What about the others? I also needed zinc and tin, and I can't imagine I'm using that much zinc right now. Though, I guess I've been sending zinc into solder. Am I actually getting any zinc? That's a good question, because with so much of ore sorting disconnected, I may legitimately... Yeah, I just legitimately don't have very much zinc coming in, because ore sorting is kind of busted. And I certainly don't have a catalyst for zinc, so I guess that makes sense. I wonder if I go to zinc ore... Well, let's look at zinc plate. Do I have anything in here? I have some zinc ingots. Okay, that's not quite enough for full delivery of zinc ingots, unfortunately, because it was only one line and a little bit. I was thinking I might be able to just go ahead and send the train and get it going, but I guess I will have to wait for this slow trickle to just very slowly fill up the train. So I guess I could go ahead and send you now. Go ahead and get the ingots produced. The reason I'm worried about it is because I need brass to make the flotation devices, or leaching plants rather. And until I get the leaching plants, ore is going to stay kind of dead. So I would actually quite like to get zinc up and running, in which case I may actually go ahead and send what limited zinc that I have. And can I... I'm gonna let you start heading down this way. I'm gonna turn you on manual, and I'm going to try and force you into one of these other stations here. So this is the one making brass. Let me force you to go this way. And once you get past these other stations, I should be able to make you go to that one specifically. Yes, okay. So it's not going to be much, but it's going to give me something. And of course, you have no power right now, but once the bots get down here and connect to your power poles, you'll be just fine. Of course, you still have no copper, and you have no tin, but that gives me one of the metals that I need. How is tin? Okay, you're pretty much full. Let's just grab you and also do the same idea down here. Gonna have you go down this way, and once you're past the other stations, I'll have you go to tin loading so that you can get everything unloaded. And I'll probably just go ahead and do the same thing with copper to just force a little bit of production. Because I don't need a great deal right now, I just need some. Unloading. There we go, that's the problem. You're just reversed from what I'm used to. There. Okay, all that's left is copper. Yep, you should be filling up. Let's go find the copper ingots. You have, like, nothing. That's not very cool. Let me find copper ore. Manually send you in. Get you processing. And I'll come back for copper in just a minute. That's not going to be enough for a full train, I don't believe. Still need one more algae farm, it looks like. With all that said and done, this area, this one right here, should soon be able to get the first little bit on the train, so I guess I should go ahead and get a train there as well. So you're going to be the brass train. Wait until you're full, and then brass unloading. Wait until you are empty. And then there's not an unloading stage, or unloading station for this one. You can at least be bronze and go sit there. And let's go ahead and get a couple more trains in here ready to go. There we are. And might as well do one more, why not? Let's go see how copper ingots are doing, wherever they are. There we are. Yeah, that's producing quite a few ingots. So that is good to see at least, but the train was, like, basically completely empty. Only unfortunate because I would have really liked to have been able to just kind of send you immediately. But I do need, I think, more copper than anything else, actually. Any of the other metals. So if I send you prematurely, with only, like, 600 ingots in you, then it's not going to do any good. But even still, like, how much bronze do I really need, you know? Like, already we have almost, what is this? Almost 4,000 here, so let's just say that's good enough. Let's send you down this way. And And you've got a little bit of a journey to make, so I'll just stick with you until I have to manually swap you, and then hopefully that'll be the last time that I have to mess with this for a little while. I will check and make sure the crushed Crotinnium is making it where it's supposed to be. Just make sure those belts are all good. Okay, that's, that should be taken care of. That's going to unload. Come down here, split, all good. And then you should produce, right? There you go. And then you should also be producing, yes? Ah, glad I checked. You were wrong. Okay, and then that's a fluid train. Why? That's not quite gonna work for me, I don't think, guys. Let's get a non-fluid train. How did I do that? How did I manage to pick a fluid train? Oh god, which one even was that? I need bronze. Until full cargo. There we are, okay. Yeah, not the fluid train. Is there and ready to work, and you've left. I mean, I guess if I were going to be moving liquid brass, that would have been useful. Just not today. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Next playthrough I'll do, all liquids. Liquid metals. Excuse me? What? Okay. Sure. Good. I guess this train was coming in, and after it passed the rail signal, the bots placed a new train in the way? That's the only thing I can imagine could have happened in that scenario. That's not something I've encountered before. That was very weird. Well, that's why you keep repair packs on hand, I guess. Let's get that, algae farm tossed in. Okay, let's go check on the copper ore situation, and as long as that's running smoothly... Crushed Crotinnium's just trickling in for some reason. Okay, there's more. I guess that was only the very, very front edge of it, because that's certainly doing better now. Very weird the way that it started coming in like that, but I guess that's fine. That'll help with the copper situation immensely. Unfortunately, that's not going to do much for the zinc or the tin situation, but we'll get there. Does mean I need to come in here and get the belts worked in, though. Now that I have some coming into a train, I need to actually get that train output in somewhere. So let's go below lead right here. Ah, okay. So, one more. Yeah, look at that. And then you can sync up. And I'll deal with the rest in just a second. Let's get that hooked in, all cool. Alright, so this is an interesting one. Brass doesn't come in until way down the line. And honestly, I'm not even sure where. There's aluminum. There's bronze. Yeah, there's bronze up there. Where does brass come in? Wait, what? Where does brass come in? I know I have brass. Okay, so it's this empty belt right here. Oh yeah, there we are. Brass plate right on the end. So I guess I can rip this up now, because I'll never need it again. And let's see how I can get something in here. Shouldn't be too bad. It would be nice if I had more room where these accumulators are, but I certainly don't. So I guess I'll come to the... I can't really come to the left of cobalt, actually. I might just rip out one of these lines of accumulators, and in compensation, just make another one of these big squares. Just as a way of apology. There you go, base. Sorry for what I'm about to do. This goes away. Oh, I don't have to do it from down there. I can do it from up here. Not necessarily all of them either. Maybe just like 2 lines to help get some belts up this way. Just like something in there. Doesn't even matter, really. And... oh boy. It's so hard to tell where things are supposed to go. I remember doing this just like 10 minutes, or it feels like 10 minutes ago. It's probably like 2 hours ago, but... okay, let's say you can come up this way. Yeah, okay, good. So this comes up, and then you can just underground these pipes. Because I am purposely trying to leave room for more belt in the future. I know I will need more. There we go. Sure, beautiful, awesome. That gets me down here at least. That's not that much, but maybe this one I should run to the right instead of to the left. Let's actually just rip all of the stuff that I just built up. There we are. And instead we'll come this way. Which means I might want to go just a little higher first. There we are. And that still doesn't get me anywhere nice, but I'm getting closer at least. And I'll follow along this belt on the right, I guess? Let's get that reworked just a little bit to be a little less terrible, now that we have more belt coming in. Yeah, I don't really know what to do about that, whatever. You can just go here. There we go. So then, if I follow along this way... how far do I have to get? Not very far. We're nearly there. Yeah, just kind of straight up, it looks like. Let's not run straight into that belt. That seems like a poor decision. Oh, and... there we go. So that should be connected. Yeah, that'll get it put back onto the bus, right where it belongs. Does mean I still have to send the train in, of course, but it is now connected. So, whatever you have on you, looks like just over 3,000. That's not a lot, but it'll have to do for right now. Let's see if tin is having trouble. Yeah, there's no tin ore. But we're just about to get a shipment of tin ore in, so that's not too bad. I might go ahead and also set up a catalytic recipe for tin. I believe I do have one. Like if I look for tin here... there we are. So it's stiratite and bobmonium. Yeah, that's no problem whatsoever. So let's go ahead and get that thrown in. I do want to copy one of these just so I can get the comparator and all on it, though I don't really want to copy all the extra garbage in here. There's also one yellow belt, I just noticed. Yeah, I'm only doing 10, so let's not mess with parameterization or anything. Let's just say 10. And there we are, that's 10. Okay. And we can just shove you, like, in here somewhere, I guess. I do want to come down this way, wherever copper was, and upgrade this one random yellow belt. There you are. Okay. So, of course, I'm probably not going to have those. Oh, I do. Seems I do. Never mind then. Okay. I'll just continue this belt in here and upgrade all of these belts. There we are. And let's get this snaked in there somehow. Doesn't seem too bad to me. You're expecting stiratite and bobmonium. I should already have crushed stiratite somewhere. That's crushed, yes. Okay. I might steal the crushed earlier, because this is stealing the crushed before it or after it goes into flotation, and I might actually want to steal you before you go into flotation. I might leave myself the ability to turn that on and off, actually. So let's put a splitter here. Drag this down this way, and I'll have to underground all these poles, but I do want to keep the same basic height. I can't perfect underground there, so I think I will actually just move you back a few. Aw, the game hates me. Oh well, whatever. Right under there. Upgrade you. And that way I can prioritize whichever direction I want, if I want to prioritize them at some point in the future. So if this backs up... yeah, that actually makes no sense. I can split right here. There's no reason to have a split down here. Let's just have you go this way. So anyway, that gives me crushed somewhere. I don't actually remember where. And you join into this belt of Crotinnium. Unfortunately, I need you to go up as well. So let's do this, and then you can underground the opposite direction of everyone else. You don't have to go far, you only have to go to tin, which is right here. I keep forgetting where tin is. There's nickel, there's tin. So tin is next. We just have to get through this ore patch. I don't think I'm gonna underground the imaginary obstacle. do need to get through all of this, and I'm not entirely sure I care enough to put much work into it. If I do that, how far can I go? Okay, let me do it with a red. That's acceptable. Perfectly fine. Keeps the important miners. Nothing else really needs to stick. So this is the one I want the ore coming in on. It's going to be a little difficult to get you in there, I think, but I should manage. As long as I'm smart about it. There we go. Now, of course, I do need to get the catalyst in there as well, but I'll worry about that in just a second. What I'm more worried about is where am I going to get the ores? So, stiratite's fine. I need crushed bobmonium. Bobmonium's actually right here. I don't have the crushed stuff on a belt, I don't think. So, let's add that. I don't think I want to run you down this way. I'll just drop below the chunks, or whatever these are. I always forget the name here. Yeah, your chunks, okay. So, let's just drop straight down this way. And not do that. I don't think I'll run into anything. Okay, yeah. I'll have to turn up here, but otherwise, fine. I may actually turn a little earlier in that case. I want to be careful and make sure this is completely unambiguous so I don't get these belts confused. But that's an awkward spot for that splitter. It does leave me just enough room, but only just. Okay. This should work just fine, though. You can come down this way. I underground you here. And where's the other stuff? Right here. Okay. So you also, let's say, underground the same spot. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's try that. That doesn't help a lot. Doesn't help a lot. That's not what I wanted to do, I don't think. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do that instead. And then I can get a splitter right there. And then that works much better, but more importantly, it allows me to underground here. And then that should be all the stuff that I needed. Even allows me room to get the catalyst out. Unfortunately, I would like the catalyst to be on the other side of this. But I can also just immediately underground here. And then there's no problem. And in we go. Okay. You will need power. And you will need a wire connection. You're a little ways away somehow from this guy. But I can make it work. Yep, making sure the conditions are all correct, and everything should be fine. Okay, I've got the crushed stiratite coming up. That's good. Do I have the crushed bobmonium anywhere? That's the wrong direction. Okay, there's the crushed bob coming in, and it should be all cool. Yeah, looks like it should be fine. I do notice the other catalyst is gone for some reason. You have no input because your spent ceramic filters are full somehow. Yeah, you only need 35, so you are maxed out. It is, as the highlight would say, the ceramic filters. I don't know, man. Get rid of the ceramic filters in there. There's 4 in here, 3 in here. That's 7. That should be more than enough to keep the system going. It's fine. I don't know how I wound up with extras in there, but that's just how it is. Go, little bot, go! I want to watch you and make sure that this comes back to life, because I'm not very happy that this died on me. And running. And running. Okay, very good, very good. Yeah, you're producing 1.5. And so you're really only just about enough for one of these guys. So let me see if I can upgrade you. Looks like I can. That'll be nice. Okay. Anyway, that should be going again. You're going again. Very cool. This area has been a problem, so I guess I'll just poke down here, make sure nothing's going on in here, but it all looks fine. Which is, I guess, reasonable, being that ore sorting has been dead for so long. Speaking of which, I still need 67 of those, but I just saw it tick down from 68, so we are producing some. That's good to see. Let's look at tin, make sure that's coming in now. Does look like it is. Okay. All cool. So I realize this is consuming 4. This is consuming 4, that's consuming 4. I'm consuming almost a yellow belt of these catalysts at this point. So while I was up at the catalyst area, are you guys still cool? You are yellow inserters. That's probably not enough. Guess I'll give you the same treatment then. Yeah, you make 8 a second. If I ever actually need 8 a second, 2 yellow inserters is certainly not going to do it. Okay. Well, enough messing around in there. That should help tin and copper. All that's really left to its own devices is zinc. Which, being that zinc was such a garbage product, I've been trying to sink it into things, but funny enough, I'm starting to run low on zinc. Like, I'm almost wondering, at this point, do I even want the recipes that use zinc? If I look at bronze, I could use one that's nickel instead. And nickel is also a garbage product, but then I'd have to get another train station in here, and that's just kind of a headache. So I do like that I can use the same recipe, more or less, for both of these. It just means I actually might want to increase production of zinc, funny enough. Like, theoretically, if I wanted to do that. That's givelite chunks and bobmonium chunks. I don't know. Once ore production has been brought back to life, I'll see how that's going. It does mean I need to change the recipe on bobmonium. Let's find the new one. There we are. And cool. And I guess I'll go down the line and do the same, because all of these have been updated. So I didn't change the recipes out first because I wanted them to run through the line of chunks as much as they could, but I think that ship has sailed. I think the belts are empty. That's as much as I'm gonna get. And yeah, that's all good. Okay. I noticed that the Crotinnium is empty, even though I'm making Crotinnium. I just don't have hydrochloric acid. Oh, hydrochloric acid isn't even connected. Yeah, here's the pipe for hydrochloric acid. Let's get you connected. Didn't realize that was a problem. So, let's go like here. I realize I have no brass pipe, so I won't have brass undergrounds, but oh well. I'll do what I can, and if it is a major problem, I'll fix it. There we are. So that should get the acid coming in. And what's that going to give me anyway? More copper, iron, lead, aluminum. Okay, not really much that I really care about regardless. Yeah, funny enough, the zinc may wind up being something that I have to make specifically, which would be really funny. I'm gonna look at the copper station, just see how that's doing. So it does seem like... what are you limited on? You guys can't run because you have no crushed stiratite. Okay, let me look at the stiratite then. Because I believe this is the same deal. I run you through flotation and then I split you. No, actually. You come straight from up here. So I just don't have stiratite? That is a full belt of stiratite. Okay. Well, let's just upgrade you then. Not that I'll be able to handle that much. The crushed stone belt will fill up again, but I'd rather be limited on the crushed stone throughput than on the ore throughput, I guess. Yeah, there's just not enough coming in. Fortunately, you do give a little tin, though. I needed a little more tin. Okay, that's been a long time looking at ore. Do you have anything in here? Is there anything else I can do? I am down to only 55 leaching plants. Let's once again purposely send a few trains down into here, and then I'm going to go back to working on red circuits again. I believe there is zinc and tin down in this area. There is zinc and tin, yes there is, and a decent amount. Making sure the train stop priorities all make sense, because I kind of copy and pasted all of this, and sometimes copy and pasting gives little errors that accumulate. But it does look like it's all fine. All I need is copper. But there is no copper. Okay. Well, the copper train just departed, so it's on its way to go stock up. Does anyone else need copper? Yeah, there's actually quite a few places that could use some copper. The actual copper station itself is fine, however. Not sure why you're sleeping. Ah, your station is disabled? Your station shouldn't be disabled? You're outputting negative 99. That strikes me as incorrect. Why do you say 153,000? 768. You stack to 200. Have all of these been wrong by any chance? 300k. Maybe I don't care. You know what? Maybe I don't care. 150,000 copper is probably just fine for a backlog in one location. Maybe I don't mind. You can be asleep if you want to be. Let's not worry about it. If anything, that means I can backlog on copper in other places. Maybe, potentially. Who knows? Let's go to the copper ingot train. There you are. And yeah, you don't have very much in you. Okay, never mind. I was gonna force you down into the brass area again. And maybe I still will. Ugh. That's just over 3,000 copper. I don't know how much brass I could possibly need, but it's probably not much in excess of 3,000, and that's only copper. It does get bulked out by the other metals quite a bit. So once again, let's do one more of these little manual things, and then I'll consider the triage over. That should be enough to revive, or enough that I don't have to worry about it, and then I can get back to working on red circuits. So, unloading. There you are. Get rid of the temp stop. And that'll give us a little more brass, and that should hopefully be enough. I'll come back and look at that later. Yeah, just look at all the random missing pipes all over the place. Anyway, this needs gas. Let's get back to that. Carbon dioxide can come from just coal. That's kind of a lame way to get it, in my opinion. I could make it from limestone. Don't think that's a particularly good idea, but I could. I could maybe just load it onto a train. That's really the only recipes that you come from, huh? Am I voiding carbon dioxide in the area where I'm making iron hydroxide? I don't remember what makes iron hydroxide. I think it was manganese. Yes, iron hydroxide, you make carbon dioxide. You do just get vented, okay. How much do you produce? You only produce like 7.5 a second, and that's only if you're running... Oh, okay. That would be 15, yeah, whatever. So, you make like 20 a second. That's not a lot. I would need, for just green algae alone, 160 a second. So, I don't think iron hydroxide is the answer that I'm looking for. That only makes 20 a second from 100 acid gas, that's not great. Wood pellets make carbon dioxide, that's probably what I'm going to go for, because I can make wood pellets from algae, so I can spend some of the algae to make some of the carbon dioxide, and that's what I do at the main base, so I know it is a carbon positive cycle. I will look at the main base, see if we have a full tank of carbon dioxide I can steal from, and if not, I'll just make it on site. I might even just make it on site, even if we do have the spare gas. Okay, I do have spare carbon dioxide. This is mostly going to be determined by what are you used in. So you are used in aluminum. And I am going to be making aluminum very soon, actually. So this may actually be a great time to get a a carbon dioxide tank set up. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do it. Trying to find where I want to do it, and I'm kind of thinking maybe I'll just scrap this stacker right here. But this is for oil, and I'm just not sure how much I like that idea. Meanwhile, my base, coal-free, coal-easy, use coal. I mean, yes, but at the same time, that is just one more resource to cart around, load in trains, and move everywhere. So if I'm already producing the carbon dioxide, then... and I'm going to need carbon dioxide in multiple places, then I might as well find some good way of getting carbon dioxide. I do not need a stacker on wastewater unloading, I don't think. I think I'm perfectly capable of just single draining that. So, let's rip out the stacker here and get a little multi-train set up. I can just throw that, like, right here. And then I don't have to worry about any of that. And that should all get taken care of. Made the mistake earlier and think I found the dioxide isn't all that useful. That's interesting because I kind of had the opposite impression. I was thinking that carbon monoxide was not very useful, whereas carbon dioxide seems to get used fairly often. Let me go look though. Oh, it's right in here somewhere. I can feel it. There you are. So, other than the random chemical uses for it, it gets used in green algae, blue algae, tree seeds. I don't know what that is. Don't know why I'd use it. I don't know. I guess that makes sodium carbonate, but I don't know what that's used for. But mostly I was looking at the aluminum recipe and the green algae recipe. Won't be the first time today. Yeah, if you got them swapped up, but I don't know. It could also just be the other way around. If I look at monoxide, you're used in nickel and a couple other like acids and stuff. Yeah, I don't really see much that carbon monoxide is made in, and carbon monoxide can be made out of carbon and purified water. And being that I can make carbon, well, I guess it's still coal. Like, my source of carbon now is coal. Before I was making it out of fibers and stuff, but I guess it doesn't make much difference now. At any rate, let's get up here. Let's get a station built. I will just copy this. That's an unloading station. Where's a loading station? This'll work. So let's throw you, like, somewhere up here. Get that broke down. And then, let's see. Let's get your name first. So, carbon dioxide. Let's get the symbol swapped out. And then, as for what color you are, thinking mostly red, I guess? Something in this neighborhood? Yeah, something like that's fine. Oh, you know what? That does mean the one mistreated oil tanker can come up here finally. I'm sorry for sending you away so rudely before. Come and join us. I do have to figure out how I'm going to get this up here, of course. So those tanks are down here. Can I run you? No, you immediately hit trouble. So let's try this direction then. And that actually works out a-okay. Let me make sure that's not a problem. Doesn't really look like it. I don't necessarily like it, though, is the deal. So maybe I will come just a little further this way, though you hit the train tracks there. So maybe right here, I'll raise you 2. And then wherever that is, I'll just run that up. Oh, and you're going to block things. So let's actually get you in here. I kind of expected you to already have the train stop there by the time you arrived, but I guess I was mistaken. Well, at any rate, that'll get placed soon. Let's go back to where the pipes were. Hell, I guess I'll go back to brass pipes. Just assume the brass situation will kind of take care of itself. And yeah, I think that's fine. How far do I have to go? I'm already too high. Okay. There we go. This is a little silly. Let's just do that. And that should get everything connected in just fine. So you... carbon monoxide loading. Wait until you are full. And then we'll get your unloading station in just a little while. Not that you have any petro tanks, of course. So let's make those. And actually, I'm going to need 3 for the other side anyway, so might as well get those placed in. And I'm not really sure where I want to build this. Like, the input for red circuits I was thinking should all come from here, but I'm all the way over here, and it makes more sense to have input, like, at this area. I'm not really sure, and I guess I don't need to do anything to decide right this instant. You also need mineral water. You need saline water. I don't think saline water is that big of a deal now that I have the salination plant. I can just make saline water. So let me find out in just a second exactly how much saline water I need to make. You take 5 per second, so literally none. Okay. In here, salination plant, and I'll just put you in somewhere. Unfortunately, you do take a great deal of water, and there's no water source anywhere nearby. So I'll just have to put you, like, way over here, and get a huge line of water borers going. On the other hand, maybe that's not that bad, because the recipe takes 1,000, and 1,000's what I was thinking, but 200 isn't bad, and I also don't need you to run uptime constant. If anything, I only need 15 a second, and you make 80 a second. So probably a single water bore is going to be enough. I'll give you 2, but even then you probably don't need it. Also, I can't help but notice it's light blue, so I guess somehow I just have one ready to go. And there we are. I don't remember if these take power, but I don't think they do. You don't show a power consumption, so I'm gonna just guess that you're fine. I don't have you, I can't place you, of course, but I'm gonna just assume that's fine. Lastly, I do need mineralized water, and mineralized water is actually a little difficult to get. And mineralized water I probably will also send in from the main base. If anything, I'm avoiding a lot of mineralized water in the main base, so having a sink for it is kind of nice. Let's move these signals up to, like, here. And then I'm going to see what I can do to get another station down this way. That's not bad. That should work just fine, in fact. And then, same deal. You go here and here. And then we don't want these. That's gonna mess things up in the super short term, but hopefully that's fine. So, copy you, but not the power pole. Yeah, that's fine. You go down here. There's just enough room to not interfere with this. And you're going to be mineral water. And let's see if I can't find that. Easy peasy. You're gonna be just kind of gray-blue. A little too blue, I think. And a little lighter, so... I'm actually not really sure what I want to do there. I'm not going to spend too long on this. I'm just, not entirely sure what I want to do with it. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Why? Oh, there's a pipe in here. That's inconvenient. That's real inconvenient. Where do you even go? Hold on. Through this, please. Oh yeah, I broke something. I broke a base mineral pipe. Yep. Can I fix you? I can fix you, okay. Let's drag this down then. In fact, I can just do that. There we are. Not the best solution, but it is a solution, I guess. These are off by 1, and that's going to absolutely kill me. I may even just replace that. Yeah. I believe that is exactly what I'm gonna do. Making sure there's no extra pipes in here that I'm gonna extra break. In fact, I believe there is. Nope. Okay, that was just copied along. Never mind, I can get rid of that in peace, but I don't know what you connect to. You actually don't seem to connect to anything at all, so maybe that was also a copy and paste from an earlier time. I'm probably just breaking my fluid area, but I'm gonna say it's fine. Anyway, this here, come down here. Good. Alright, carbon dioxide still set, good. I was afraid I may have broken that and was going to have to redo that. Fortunately, it does not seem to be the case. I will make a couple more train stops because it seems I've run out. And where am I? I need tanks. I need the ground bores. Anything else? Well, I just said tanks, so I can do that. Put those in. And the ground bores. Okay. Where are those? There we go. Okay, so I do still need to get this connected, of course, but mineralized water should actually be right up here. Yeah, look at that. It's literally right here. A single underground pipe will get me there. Couldn't do much better than that. That's a little excessive on the power pole front, I've got to say. Alright, anything else that I need? There's carbon dioxide. There's there's wastewater, don't need that. You're both carbon dioxide. Oh, well that's because this one's supposed to be mineral water, so I did actually lose the mineral water. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, guess I just have to remake you. There you are. Fortunately, I more or less remember what this was in here. I kind of remember what this was in here. Not 2000. Okay, good enough. Let's say that's fine. So, there's mineralized water. This is still not connected, but that's because I have no brass pipes. How'd you farm for pollution numbers? That's a lot of negative, pollution. I guess that makes them, pretty good, pollution sponges to just scatter around. Still not making enough charcoal to feed steam, unfortunately. I am waiting on more solar panels. I was kind of hoping to transition to nuclear very soon, but looking at the rate of uranium coming in, I don't know if that's going to be enough uranium to power a base off of, but if nothing else, I may look into using it as supplemental power soon. But once again, trying to do uranium processing means using more space. More space means expanding, and expanding means I have to get other stuff going first. I do have 4 lasers. Not 0. Why are lasers not producing now that I think about it? Because you should be. Batteries are full. No green circuits. Because there's no wood. I guess that makes sense. The boilers are eating all of the charcoal, so I have no charcoal to make into carbon. No, there's just no wood. Never mind. Maybe I cut the wood line on accident somewhere. Trying to remember where wood even is. It's in this area somewhere. Here's the arboretums. There's the trees. You have no iron. I tried to fix that earlier. Why is that? I don't have the iron train coming in. That's the problem. How can I get more sapphirite processing going? Yeah, these silos are entirely full. Yeah, I have like... how much in here? Not much. Not many more trains. But I do need to get iron in here. Like, immediately now. And I was really hoping to be able to get it into this spot, but I guess that's just not gonna happen. Could I maybe get it right here? Let me parameterize you to iron. Everything else should be cool. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right here. I don't believe there's anything important in the way there, but I will break the trees because I did see that it was trying to deconstruct some stuff, and I want to make sure there's not like a sneaky pipe in behind the trees or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Does mean I have to move the Ruboport, but the Ruboport's nothing, that's fine. If anything, it gets immediately replaced by the one up top. Yeah, the power pole moves, and that's kind of it. I actually might lose power to all of this stuff down here. No, because it's already gone. Okay, so that is getting power from somewhere, so that's fine. And make sure there's no issues. Yeah, wanted to make sure I didn't like accidentally cut power off to like the entire base doing that somehow. Okay, let's get this hooked in. There we are. You are iron, very good. Let's copy the iron station. Wherever that may be. Don't even have an iron train, I don't think, so I'll have to go make one of those. This is all iron, very good. You are iron. Unloading. Why are you upset? This one's not upset. Why are you upset? Oh, maybe you're not... Okay, that's not powered. That makes sense. You have no rail. That's... You're upset because you have no rail. Okay, yeah. Oh, cool. Let's zoom back, find a train, get an iron train going, and then I'll have to get iron belted into the base. Let's say you can be the iron train. So, iron loading. Wait until you are full. And then iron unloading. Wait until you're empty. Okay. That's the easy part. Now I have to actually get the iron in here. You have no power. Glad I noticed that. Let's just connect you up that way. Anything else randomly no power? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. So let's rip this up. I'll keep everything after here because there's still iron ore on the belt, and I do rely on iron ore for the catalyst recipes, and I don't have a good means of getting iron or copper ore in here yet. Guess that does mean I should rip up this stuff as well, though. Yeah, let's get all this gone. Just start cleaning up a little bit. Good enough. Let's not go any further than that. There's no points in doing that. I'm missing power over there, so I'll have to deal with that in just a second. But first, let's rip all of this up. And where can I get power for you? Just like right there is fine. And now, iron can come in on this side, but you're all the way over here. I did connect the belt. I noticed there was a break in the belt, so I will get a little bit of iron plate back down into here to supplement the wood production, but it, of course, won't last forever. This entire area has no power now. That'll do. Let's get rid of this nonsense. That's not doing anything for anyone. Is this connected to anything? Okay, that's kind of connected to something. Whatever, that can stay for now. But, let's stay focused. Iron. Iron belt. I can bring iron in up this way. And underground this stuff right here. Should be cool. So that gets me down to this area at least. And I can probably follow most of this up. One higher, okay. Nope, let's not do that. I wonder if that'll... Perfect length. You'll love to see it. Now all I need is to come in somewhere around in here. Where does this reach? Right there? So if I move you up 2, then you can reach up to here. And then I can just underground to here. And how much more do I have to do with this? Okay, I'm right here. Let's just start heading that way. Perfect reach. I'll come up above steel, just because that allows me to dodge all this stuff with copper as well. And I can probably just turn up right this way. And there we are. That should be iron connected and ready to flow in. Yep, I've even got the first plates on the belt already, so as they start bringing it in, I don't need this. I have an entire buffering area for iron up above. So as that gets placed in, that should allow a fresh batch of iron plates into the base. Let me make sure wood is started again. Okay. It's definitely flowing. It's not flowing well, but it is flowing. So, green circuits. Have they made it that far yet? Doesn't look like it. It looks like it only just made it. Where's the wood come in? Right here. Okay. So, they'll make it up, and that should restart green circuits again. Don't, am I actually making... I have a green circuit area. Am I actually producing green circuits yet? I have no wood. Or basic components, because they have no tinned wire, they have no carbon. But that's just because these train stations have never received a stop, it looks like. Well, those are the loading stations. Okay, so the solder is good. The solder is the only thing that's in there, yes, okay. There is no wood. There's no pipe, for one thing. I never connected the compost, oddly enough. How about the mud from this area? That never got connected to anything either. So let's finish that up. On your case you had... Okay, it's just a split belt. It doesn't matter which one's which. It just wants to be split. So all this can come up. That's not important. But what is important is this. Okay, so that'll get all of that connected. You have no water, because you have no water. Is there supposed to be water anywhere? Hard to tell. I don't think there was ever actually a water connection made. Doesn't look like it. Wonder how much water that's going to be. If like one offshore is going to be enough for that. There is water up here. Okay, so these guys have water, but these do not. So I can just connect you in there, and that should, in theory, give almost everything up here water. I say almost everything because we are still missing some of these brass pipes. But that's connected. This is a nonsense pipe, but that should be mud. So let's go ahead and find the mud and get that connected in. Actually, don't you only do enough for a couple of these? You produce 300 a second. And you each consume 90, so that's 180. And that's over 300 right there. So that's 360, and then that's going to be 720. I will go ahead and connect the mud together, because 720 is actually going to be around 3. I can't go that close. But I can go that close. So I am going to need a third of these seafloor pumps, so I'll go to where the other one is placed and just connect it into the same line. Just makes everything a little easier. There we are. Oh, and almost forgot to connect him in. Okay, so these have started, and there's compost now. Very good. Yeah, okay, let's just get you connected. And then the mud comes from right here. I'll just make you a red so that you can underground all of this stuff. And then bring you up to like right here. There we go. Anything else I need to do? That should be everything connected. You're connected, you're connected, you're connected, and you're connected. Okay. These guys are kind of producing, but these guys don't have... Oh, you do have water now. Okay, so there's tree seeds, but you don't have water. Why not? You have viscous mud. That's the reason. How'd that wind up happening? Were you just... That is the viscous mud line. I don't know. Can't say I understand that one. Let's just come down here and do this. Doesn't mean I'll have to purge that line. And then that should... Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. That was the whole problem to begin with. So we'll just move you up there. And then that'll connect, and that should provide all of you water. I did copy and paste this, so I wonder if I made the same error elsewhere. Actually, that's not going to work. You have water. You have water. You seem to have water, yes. You don't have water. Actually, why don't you have water? Because... Okay, you don't have water, but you do. You're missing a pipe. That's all the problem is? Okay. You are missing a pipe there, so let's get that connected. Oh, I guess I copy and pasted that several times. Oh, good. Well, let's play a nice game of Find the Missing Underground. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. Did I do this one? I did not do this one. I didn't think so. Pick that up. And that up. And that up. Okay, so that should be everything all sorted out. These guys do have water. These guys don't yet. Because you're not connected to anything. That's a good reason. For you guys, I'll just underground you here. And do like that. And honestly, just connect. I don't want to bother with you right now. Are these guys? These guys are connected. That's good. But you aren't yet, but that's fine. You guys have nothing. Okay. I think you get the same treatment. You'll just go up and around. A little underground action here. And an underground pipe right there. Okay. So the algae farms are producing. So they all have water except this guy, but he's just missing a pipe. You guys are missing pipes, but you'll start afterwards. Good. My words are so good. No mud, but that's because you're not connected to mud. That would make sense. I'll just continue the mud connection down this way. And that way you can connect right there with no problem. Okay, that should be everything taken care of, I believe. You know, you're actually voiding saline water up here, and I need saline water down here. Like, literally right here. So let me actually rework this a little bit so that I'm not preemptively voiding my saline water. I'll bring all the saline water together into one central area and I'll void it all together, but that will allow me the opportunity to pull off of it if I want to. So, yeah. These are long pipes, they're not that long. At any rate though, I can pull you over, and that gives me just enough room to run along the side of the rail tracks. Did I start with the topmost? Yes, I did. Okay. Wanted to make sure I wasn't doing anything odd. Pull this in. And then let's get these guys together as well. So this will avoid the water connection. So just connect into there. And I think I like using undergrounds down this way. And maybe I'll bring them away from the rails now that they're not in the way of anything. And I just need them like right down here. So just literally hop past the next rail section right here, and that's close enough. And you only need 5 per second, so that means I don't need this entire thing with the saline plant and all. That's all completely superfluous. Don't need any of that. Where do I need it though? Okay, there's the connection. Let's just run that all the way over to the rails. Just somewhere in here. And see how far that gets me. Okay. There we go. So I do need to set up a tank, and I need to set up a little bit of voiding. These are all connected, yes. Okay. I'll do the voiding up in this area, and set up just probably a 2 tanks buffer, probably. Just like right here. And there's 4 groups of 2, so that's 8. That's almost 900. So 8 to 10 per second. Something like that's probably just about right. I can look up how fast you void, actually. I remember now. You could void... Oh, you actually void 400. Crafting speed of 2. Yeah, you void, 400 in 2.5 seconds. So that's going to be a little less than, let's say, 150. Around 150 a second. So if I need to void just over 800. Okay, hold on. So then 2 is 300, 4 is 600. 5's not enough, so we need 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can get rid of those 2. And that's for full voiding in the scenario that I need to fully void it. And I shouldn't. I'm just going to connect these up to the tank. The tank has a storage of 150, so I'll just say saline water. If you're more than like 130k, because I'm only reading from one tank, so I only need to be concerned with that one. If you're more than 130, then switch on. Did I not connect downwards? There we are, okay. Oh cool, okay. So that's gonna be that taken care of. So there's the voiding in place for all of those guys if they need it, but the excess can come down here and be used by the brown algae. That means I don't have to set up anything to make that, even though it was just a single saline plant and that was more than enough. That way, you know, it's not voided and reproduced. Mineralized water. Okay, let's see what other things that I need for red circuits. Because so far, all this produces is the phenolic boards, and even then that doesn't concern itself with the liquid resin. So I'm probably going to need more than 4 inputs for red circuits, because one of them's already resin, and then I have 2 other fluids to bring in, so that's not nearly enough. I think what that means then is, I won't do anything down here. This can be for ores and stuff, this station, because I will need more ores eventually. I'll just put another station right here where I have this straight, and that can be more inputs for red circuits. Wherever my station split is, there you are. So let's zoom in, because I have to take some stuff out. So that has to go. That's already going, but that lamp needs to go. This shouldn't stay. That's already marked for deconstruction, but the power pole is not. And again, the lamp needs to go. Everything else should be good. And then I'll just copy the big crazy spaghetti noodle thing. Where does that line up? There we go. So that gives me another 4 input stations. And hopefully that's enough. Let's go ahead and get... I'm gonna click on you just so you stop flashing at me. And I guess I'll see if there's anything I can research. Refined flammables? Sure, why not? Guess I'll do some explosive damage, makes grenades better, if nothing else. Follower bot count? Sure. Steam turbines, actually. I kind of forgot you had to research those, and they didn't just exist. Advanced research, what are you? You look like a lab that's just better. Research speed 2 plus 2.8. Yeah, I believe that is just a straight upgraded lab, which is also pretty cool, so maybe I'll bump that up as well. This tractor artillery is kind of fun. And laser shooting speed is actually relevant now that I'm making lasers, so I'll move that up as well. Alright, let's get 2 fluid unloading stations. I actually don't have blueprints for fluid stations, which I probably should by this point, but I just simply don't. So unloading is going to be like this. Let's not copy filters, and let's not copy train stop names. Good. This is actually backwards anyway. Do I have a better load station? Let me take... Yeah, not really. I don't have a better one to copy. I'll just have to make do with this. Because you may even just work. Yeah, I'll just keep you, because that should be enough room for the next set of rails. Not that big of a deal. Like, if I were to come down and continue this, that's enough room for each of them, sure. What are you going to be? You can be carbon monoxide first, or dioxide rather. So let's go grab the carbon dioxide. I do also need a mineral water train, so I'm going to copy this station down, and then I'm going to grab a train and send it into mineral water. And I believe that's actually my last fluid train, so let's get another couple fluid trains queued up. There we are. How's fuel oil doing down here? The tanks are starting to fill up again, finally. It took so long to get to that point, but we might actually need to start relying on this again, so let me make sure he is in working order. Mostly. I might move this one on the end. Yeah, I think I will do that. You still have power, you're all cool, yeah. And then you can actually fit right here. Steam engine 3, right there. Okay. Ooh, actually, that's no good, because then I have no room for a power pole. Oh well, just go back. I guess one extra steam engine's better than none. Anyway, let's copy the mineralized water station as well. Bring you down this way. I love the animations on these things. They don't move very often, but when they do, and it's simple, it's simplistic, yes, but I just enjoy it somehow. And the sound, I think it might mostly be the sound. It's just very clunky. Random power pole out in the middle of nowhere. So let's copy this. Get you down to like, let's say here, and I'll trim off that one rail hanging off the edge. Ha, beat the bot. And your mineralized water unloading. I think I actually forgot to change the station up here, so let me make sure. Yes, you are carbon dioxide unloading. Very nice. Now that your station is built, I can actually go to the train and tell you to go over there. Yeah, there you are. And wait until you are empty. You can't actually path there because not all the rails are placed yet, but, you know, good enough. Actually, you should be able to path here. Why can't you? Are the rails broken, perhaps? Did I copy and paste this wrong or something? No. It all looks fine. I don't see why there would be a problem here. The station faces the correct direction. Let me go fix the train screaming at me. There you go. Okay, you just can't go, huh? You're convinced of this stop is inaccessible. Ah, something in here seems to be wrong. Because I can't get you out anywhere. Okay. Well, you are fine. Ah, there we go. There's just one misplaced rail signal. Oh, it was from you. Okay. Well, no. No, because you connect up to the top. I don't know. Whatever. It's from when I was changing the rails out, so no big deal. Where's the place I've been building? There we go. Okay. Let me send in a... whatever you are? Brass. Let me send in a brass train to the main base so I can get some of these brass pipes made. I'm also missing other things. The pumps are a little concerning. I don't know I'm missing those. I'll have to look at that in just a second. But first, seafloor pump and tanks. So, pumps. Why are there no pumps? I don't remember where pumps are. Can I search for pumps? There's 11 pumps in here. What do you want about? Nope. Thank you. Okay. So, why does it say we're missing pumps? Okay, just out of curiosity. Where are we missing pumps? Pump 2, that's the problem. Let's just downgrade those. I can't downgrade them. Okay, that's fine. Let's just grab normal pumps then. And that should be better. Yes. Okay, so they can place those. Anything else? Still only 4 lasers. That is a little concerning. What are the problems with the lasers now? Green circuits, but that's mostly because the accumulators are eating all the green circuits. I can hardly blame it for that. I am building a lot of accumulators. Just this whole brick down here. I do need the lasers though, so I may force some green circuits into there. I was just about to just leave it alone, but let's just see what I can do. Help things along a little bit. These should be getting placed now. It still shows the tanks is missing, but maybe the bots just haven't put them in the correct places yet. Is this running yet? No. Because there's no mud, because there's no pipes. Okay, I guess once I have pipes, I'll have to come back and investigate this a little more. This is not connected to power just at all. So let's grab big old power pole and just get them connected. Somewhere in here is probably fine. If I do that, I can actually connect to that pole. But that one might move, so I like having the rail connection. Even though I have the stations, I don't actually have any of these fluids hooked up yet. So even though it's only literally just for these 2 algae farms, let's make sure I get them hooked up properly. So the first one is mineralized water. I actually don't want to run you too wild, because I don't know what is going to go in this space, so I do want to run this somewhat carefully. I do want to connect them all together though. So yes, mineralized water. I thought I saw something that had no power, but then I noticed that, so I figured I would fix that. Okay. Well, let's just run it, and if it needs to move, then it needs to move. Like, what else can you do at that point, you know? So that's not a bad place to turn down. Somewhere right around in here works. Yep, there we go. Okay. And then, of course, we need to do the same for the carbon dioxide. Oddly, that is exactly this tile, even though that's not a full length. Funny that it worked out that way. Also a little annoying. Are you full length? You are full length, okay. Alright, well, I guess I just get to be down here then. Yeah, that's fine. Connect you in, and that is a connection, yes, okay. So, all I need to do is get carbon dioxide hooked up to that line. And let's see where this gets me. So these will start running. That's all that those need. I can pick that up. These need their inputs. You're 2.5 a second. That's actually quite a lot. Yeah, you produce 5 a second. I may actually need more inserters for you. Let's do that. And just, let's say that's fine. but I'll have to take a look at it once it actually starts producing. Anyway, literally all of this to run this one little box. That's not even the end goal. I just love that all of this right here goes into running this one machine. And that's not even it. That's the simple part. That just gives us paper. We still need the liquid resin. That's its own horrible rabbit hole. Yeah, I can't make that recipe. I could make this one. You're made from formaldehyde. Yeah, I'm probably just shipping resin in as well, and that allows me to keep the chemical processes all located in the main base. I'm not going to try and make formaldehyde on site, you know? Which does mean I need one more fluid train. Make sure this doesn't have a name so it doesn't get confused. That does mean, however, I need a liquid resin loading train. And I'm a bit out of room down here. And there's not really room down here anywhere. I don't want to get rid of the stacker on the actual oil train. I could probably fit something in down here. Yeah, there's maybe room in this area, so let's try and get something set up in here. I'm gonna think, and I'm gonna have a sip of water while I think. Okay. So, I think I am going to try and bring something down this way. The thinker. I have to clear some of this out, but that's fine. It's not like this is necessarily doing anything important. This large power pole is not even connected to anything anymore. Who knows what it was even connected to in the past. It just, it doesn't need to be there. Actually, it may be connected there, because I don't see anywhere else that this stuff is connected to. So I may just drop a quick power pole down there. Because otherwise... Yes, that immediately all loses power, okay. Anyway, let's get more rail spaghetti. That's what everyone wants, right? Let's just get more rail spaghetti. Is this a loading? This is a loading station. So if I copy this and get rid of the extraneous pipes so I don't make any accidental connections, I would actually love if I could move these tanks down too so that I would take up a little less room. But what can you do, you know? Don't copy train stop names. That does put me right in the way of a couple pipes. That's in the way of a large power pole. Let's see if I could get this to work. Not great. It's not great, but let's see if I can get that to work. Barely. Just barely, okay. I have to add signals, so I can't forget that. Let's get signals on this guy. There we are. And then this is going to be for resin, so let's go ahead and get you named up. So you are resin. Resin. There's resin. So this is resin loading. And honestly, that color is not too far off from what I want. Yeah, like right in there honestly is pretty good. May have even pushed it too far there. Yeah, let's say right there. That's yellow. Why is that yellow now? There we go. So there's resin loading. I'll need to make the tanks, of course. None of this has power. I guess I did just break that power pole, so that makes sense. Let's get new power in. And this is all terrible, but I'll probably never look at this again. So let's not worry about it. This is oil processing anyway. We're in design hell in oil processing, so let's not worry about it. I don't even think I buffer resin, actually. This is ferric chloride. I'll actually need to get that on a train before too long. Oh, I do buffer resin. Look at that. So let's just run this way. Looks like there is a line right here that's not too bad. So where do I need to go? Right down this way. Let's get that power in to just connect everything. And does this work? I don't hit anything, so it should just work. It's going to be a little tricky to get you in there, but let me connect the corner before I forget about it. Actually, that's not bad at all. I can just do that. I was afraid the train stop was going to be in the way, but it actually it's just perfect. Okay, let's get another fluid train on the go. So refueling down here. Resin loading. Wait until you are full, and then I don't even have resin unloading yet, so let me copy the station wherever that was. And then you got power, everyone's cool, nothing's blocked or broken. Pipes aren't placed yet, but that's just going to be because I don't have the metal. Okay, all cool. Come down here. This is going to be the resin unloading station. At least I hope so. I hopefully hadn't already put something in there and I'm just forgetting. I believe I put this here so that it could be resin. And of course that's just not gonna work. Okay, that'll do it. Guess I'll go back to using copper pipes for that section. And where can I go with this? Okay, I need a single building right here. And I already have these pipes here, so I might as well try to follow a similar pattern. That's a lot of space taken up by pipes, actually. Let me try and condense this somewhat. Like right here. Connect that in, and I may even still wind up coming back and condensing this a little more. But there we are. Yeah, okay, so that is best I can do. There we go. And that's going to be the final stage in phenolic boards. Okay. You guys are pump 2s once again, so let's grab this. And just place over those. Still missing brass pipe. Let me go find the brass train. Okay, it is loading. It is loading. That's good. So that's a good amount of brass coming in, so once it fills up, it'll send out the train, and we should be able to get all these brass pipes placed. In the meantime, I'll just have to make do with assuming my builds all work, because I can't actually see any of them. That is mineral water and carbon dioxide taken care of, though, assuming I have the train set up properly, which I doubt. Oh, okay. Of course, you're not going to fill up because there's no pipes. And, you just aren't full yet because you only arrived a minute ago, but that's fine. I am still missing tanks, so I should get on that. This is missing a brass pipe, of course. Okay. Naturally. I don't even remember how long ago I would have placed something over there. I don't even remember placing something over there. I did notice I'm down to 18 leaching plants though, so those are almost done. I needed like 80 to start with, so those are just about finished. I might go ahead and send this train just while I'm looking at it. It'll go unload, bounce back, and load up whatever it can. 240 pipes is not a lot. Like, I've got a lot more than 240 brass, you know? Yeah, let's just send it. And I might throw some charge pads up in this area, since the bots are having to fly down this way. Those are tier 2s, I don't make those. And maybe just a couple scattered along this way down here. And that's, that should be plenty. Anything else? Nope, just, oh, the number of plants is going down, the leaching plants. Guess I did call the train in, so... it's not even... The metals haven't even made it in there, so I don't know why the number was going down. Maybe I'm just insane. Okay. This has power now, so this area is getting some coverage. We still need more robot coverage, though, so let's find a place and just pop a roboport down. We don't need great or full coverage in this area, we just need enough build coverage to get everything built. Okay, so that is phenolic boards. That should be phenolic boards finished, and if not, then we have problems. Let's get to circuit boards. So circuit boards is just copper and tin and ferric chloride. Ferric chloride is used in all the circuits from here on. It's used here, used in modules. Okay. I'm trying to decide if I want to make this on site or just put it on a train and send it in. And I mean, it's very simple. I don't see any reason not to just put it on a train and send it in. It's just iron ore and hydrogen chloride. Why would I send them in individually when I can just put the results on a train and send it in? So, one more fluid unloading station, it looks like. Yeah, that looks good. Please don't break that. Thank you. So you are ferric chloride. And you're going to be kind of dark blue. Actually, you're pretty light, all things considered. That's not bad. Yeah, let's just stop while we're ahead. There's ferric chloride. So, copy that. I'm up here. And unfortunately, I have to find yet another place for yet another fluid loading train. Which I'm thinking is probably going to be right here. Maybe not. There's a bit too much stuff in here. See, there's all this area right in here, but there's no good way to make use of it. Which is a real shame. I might try and do something like right here. Even though that's probably not a good idea. I'm gonna see what I can do. Okay, yeah. Even if I continue you, there's nothing you can do in there. You're gonna break more stuff than you're going to not break, you know? Certainly can't put anything in there. Yeah, and the problem is then we have this stretch of rail right here, so I'd be having to send it all the way up there. I'd be almost as well off just sending a pipe down that way. And I'm sure there's going to be more fluids in the future that I need to get out of here as well. I just didn't leave the room. This seems not good. Why are you stuck? Because there's no signals in here. That's a good reason. Also, that should be a chain signal. So, do that. And do that. Actually, that should be a chain signal. That is correct. It's this that should be a chain signal. And then you can be a regular signal. And then we pick these up, because that's not really where we need those signals to be. Yeah, let's assume that's probably fine, but I will want to come and look at that in just a second. So, yeah, there's just too many pipes everywhere. There's not much I can do down there, so I might come up in this area and start making more rails. So let's see. That does go through that chain signal. Can't say I'm all that concerned about it. Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to force me to break that chain signal, which is kind of cool. So, I can get that in there. Is that enough height, or do I need more height? Let's just, okay, I do definitely want to be a little higher. 2 rails higher, it looks like. So, like there. But that works just fine. Okay, that was pretty painless. We have this thing in the way, and I think I do care. I do want to move this. But I can do it like that, and then it's no big deal. Yeah, let's let's grab that. Come in here. Blank you out. Well, actually, I just don't want train stop names. That's all that's important. None of this other stuff really matters. Of course, that's going to be in the way of that roboport. I could just come forward a couple tiles, but I would like them to line up, and I can always just move the roboport, so it's not a big deal. In fact, you can literally just go, like, right here and get power from the power pole there. Does that break anything in here? You're unhappy. This whole section's unhappy now. Okay, well, I'll just put this like there, and then everything should be a-okay. Anyway, this is going to be ferric chloride. I believe I had you copied. Are you still there? You are. Okay. So ferric chloride loading. And I just have to get ferric chloride in here somehow. I do make ferric chloride, but once again, I'm not sure if I buffer it anywhere. So I'm not sure if looking through the tanks is going to help. In fact, let me do this. Okay, I actually do buffer you. I didn't mean to exit map view, I was just trying to close the search. At any rate, it was one of these. There you are. So, ferric chloride. Not a lot of good opportunities to escape you. So let's just start running this way. Yeah, there's really not a lot of opportunities to get you out. This is one of the tighter chemical escapes I've had to run. Okay, I believe that's fine. We're not in the way of anything. Everything's cool. I can run you up this way, but you'll be in the way of whatever this is. So let's make sure we stay at least one tile to the side of that. And just very carefully run you up this way. You're gonna be in the way here. So let's just find out where else we can go from that point. My ferric chloride station's right there though, so I don't have to go very far. I'll probably come and join this pipe right here. And then just run up with it. And there we go. So that's going to get ferric chloride into the carbon dioxide station. Let's not do that. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. That will get ferric chloride into the ferric chloride station. We do need more of these tanks. I really should have these automated by now, but they take clay bricks, and I don't really have any way to automate buildings that take clay bricks. Let's go deal with this. It's the ferric chloride line. Okay. So you just need a pump somewhere. You're already overextended only over to this way. Wow, that's like... This was the perfect length, I guess. So I'll just throw a pump, like, right here. And that's good enough for me. Just saw this power pole down here and was wondering what was there, but it actually has, two things that it's doing. How are the pipes? Where are the pipes made? Okay, it's chugging along. This guy's waiting on concrete bricks. Let me look at concrete, because we're not making new concrete, and I want to see just how far that's gone. Okay, we still have a lot of concrete left to go. If anything, we actually still have this silicon on the belts. It's lime that we're out of somehow. So let me follow that back and see why on earth we're out of lime. Because carbon dioxide is full. Okay, well, funny enough, I only just set up something that needs to use carbon dioxide, so I guess I will start a little voiding area for it, but I think that's good timing. Wait, why aren't you running? The tank isn't, like, completely full. Yeah, you don't have a condition. You're not going through, like, you're not going through, like, an overflow valve or anything. So what's the deal? The pipes are full, funny enough. This got cut. I guess when I did the iron plates? Or maybe the copper, it looks like. Oh, there's an easy fix. And in that case, I can do that as well. Just take up a little less room in here. And I guess if I'm doing that, then I can go ahead and connect over here and get rid of that little joiner. Still probably need to worry about voiding, but maybe I already void it. If it's... That was a very, very clean 180, so I probably already void that. Okay. That being the case, I do need a train for ferric chloride. Yeah, your pipes haven't been built yet. You are full, so let's get you your stop. Wait until you're empty. There you are. And let's get a train for the ferric chloride. Actually, this is my last fluid train, so let's queue a couple more of those. Ferric chloride loading. Wait until you're not full of fuel. Full cargo. And then you're gonna unload. So that is going to be a strain on something that I haven't decided to deal with yet, which is ferric chloride is made from iron ore. And the problem is I don't actually have a source of iron ore in the main base anymore. And I'm getting a little low on room to supply them. I guess I could continue making stations to the left here. That's not a terrible idea. These belts are kind of in the way, but they're also all together, so they wouldn't be hard to move. Let me just toy around with this real quick. So if I put you here... Okay. The bottom's not so nice, but the top is fine. I can do that. Yeah, those belts are right in the way, and they kind of need to stay there. So I think I'll allow this one area to remain blank. So let's get rid of that. And then I'll use that as just kind of a spacer. So this purposefully stays blank. And that's just room for running belts. That's all that area is for. This should be a rail signal, or a chain signal rather. Does mean I should put you in here somewhere. Let's go ahead and put this down. And then I'll put... I can put an actual signal right here, I think. Just to break it up so that it's not all chain signals coming down this way. And then I'll have a chain signal there. I think that's okay. Maybe not. Maybe that's dumb. Maybe I'll just get rid of that. And then that's kind of hilarious right there, but that can stay for now. I don't really care. And let's get a unloading station in. I think I will copy one of these because these are slightly different than the unloading stations that I use elsewhere. And they're, I think, a little more compact. This is going to be for iron ore. All that looks good. I shouldn't have copied the train name, but it's on there. Oh well. Oh. Iron ore unloading. I guess that's fine. And I do have, of course, an iron ore train, so let me copy that. I'll deal with the fuel warnings in just a second. Okay. There's that. You are just one train. Yep, that's all cool. All good. This should be fine. That's part of this rail, so it's fine that it's blinking. It's whatever. And then this is going to allow me a source of iron ore into the base, which I do definitely need. I'm going to go ahead and pick all this up. Just, it hasn't been relevant for a month or more, so it can finally just go. I do want to get some of this coal in here, but in order to do so, I will have to make sure I only get quartz. There's actually ore on this belt right here. Look at that. So let's get all of that replaced. And make sure in the future only coal is able to go on here. Might as well get these put in. This one is literally not even connected to power. He can just go, oh, these don't have inserters. Whatever, you can go. And then you will be filtered to coal. Welcome back. The other way. And then anything that isn't coal will be sent into this little area over here. There we go. And just, yeah, rip all that up. That doesn't need to be there. And that's going to allow me to put these miners down. These are spent, but I can put miners down over here and access this bit of coal as well. There. Maybe not. Do something like that. Whatever. Cool. Good. And then we'll make sure only the coal is able to go down this way. And anything that isn't coal will come back over here, get loaded into these. Even though these chests are almost full. In fact, I can just unload these, at least for the most part. I won't go too crazy. But I should have yellow chests set up to take these raw ores, so the logistics bots should be able to go and put them where they belong. At that point, I guess I am just unloading the whole thing. I'll only do one at a time because these are brass chests and they're bigger than the yellow chests, and I don't want to accidentally overflow the yellow chests. Anyway, that's been a diversion. Why are you blinking? So, liquid resin is too long. That's a shame. I wish I knew by how much. I think I'll just put a pump right here and hope that's good enough. Does seem to be. The red line went away, at least. Let's go deal with the trains. Is that both of them? Yes, does seem to be. Okay. Up here, at the chloride station, did you... That's wastewater. There's ferric chloride. Okay, so you are not connected yet. That's too bad. Guess we're still waiting on pipes. No, the pipes should be done. I did notice that I need a tank, so let's get just a lot more tanks. Tanks for days. I'm up to 16 lasers now. 16's probably enough to go deal with that lighter base. So I will keep that in mind. But I did start setting up this area down here, and I do want to finish that before I get too distracted. So let's make sure I have a source of iron ore. So up in here is where iron ore needed to be. You have no power. Even just upgrading that works. Okay, that's funny. Anyway, iron ore right here. I don't need the coal, so I'll tear out the coal. Okay, the coal's actually being used over here. So maybe I won't do that. But I will tear out the splitter. All buildings feeding one resin from forever ago. It seems to happen a lot in this mob. That is the biggest discrepancy I found. Yeah. The resin thing, that was pretty crazy. I've got to admit, that was a wild one. There's oftentimes big builds or little builds, but that was one of the crazier ones. Titanium build I planned wanted 5 or 6 of every building except a flotation, and newer flotation wanted 100 plus. Yeah, when I got to the end of this ferric setup up here, it's like I was dealing with 4 machines, 2 machines, 4 machines, 4 machines, stuff like that. And then it's like, okay, and an entire screen full of flotation devices. Have fun. And that's why I didn't want to move all the chests at once. Just look at the conga line going. Oh man, look at him go. Anyway, let's see. I'm getting distracted. Where am I? Ferric chloride. You have a train. You do have a train, but it doesn't have anything in it. Are you connected? You are not. That was for red circuits. The circuit board itself. I also need copper and tin. So I have everything but copper and tin in here. Awesome. Okay, well, I guess I'll just come down here. Let's start picking up this junk. And, where's my unloading station? That's loading. There's unloading. Did I leave enough room? It does look like I did. And that's the right direction, yes. Okay. So, let's go here. You're going to be 10, I suppose. And lowered plan 15 down to 5 to have something reasonable in size the same as the other builds, but then every other step in the process wants 1 or 2 buildings. Yeah, it really is funny that way, but I kind of enjoy it. It forces you to make more interesting and varied builds, in my opinion, because it really does feel dynamic. Dynamic is in, like, this is a real giant processing area kind of a feeling. I love the tiny, infinite only coal patch that's like 530,000%. Just, you know, you do you, man. You have fun. Okay, that's gonna get in here and get built, kind of. It's going to need power. I can't see anything, but I am going to try and get a roboport in there. You are going to need power, of course. That can go. Let's get you in here. And then you can provide power up this way. That's the one I covered with rails, I think. It's just so, it's so tiny, it's so cute. I want to get those, let me go in here. Oh, this is only going to give me things that I have access to. I want the later tier, very large electric mining drills that are like a 15 by 15 area, so I don't even have to put them on the patch. I can just line them up around it, and they just churn out coal. Let's make sure these rails still fit. Okay. As long as they fit, that's all good. That's all I need. Might as well go ahead and get the next one queued in. You're going to be copper, I think it was. Not copper. Copper plates, there we are. Let's go and just copy that. So, tin plate. There's tin plate. And there's the tin. And where's copper? That's ingots. There's plate. Okay, and then in here somewhere. That's a tree. There's the train stop. I'm looking on the right. And copper loading. Okay. So let's rename you. Beacons allow you to manage the total number of buildings a lot. It does, yeah. Seems like the way I'm making my base, I should just have gigantic chunk processing plants and put chunks on trains. I was almost there, man. I came close. Okay, that's all cool. Beacons are... I don't know, I've never been much of one for beacons. They have their place, but generally if I can get away with not using beacons, then I will. I don't know, I just never found them to be a fun solution to a problem, so if I'm breaking out beacons, it's because I just want something to work. Okay, I did notice that the steam tank is getting dangerously low. So, how much... Okay, this is pretty much empty, it looks like. Oh no, I'm accessing the ghost. Okay, I'm not allowed to know how much ore is left in here, but this conga line of construction bots is doing real bad things for my power consumption. So I might black out tonight. Oh well. Is what it is, I guess. I need a roboport in construction range, otherwise it won't get built. It won't work off of magic. So let's get you in there. And then I might get rid of this one. Main base 3, and my game's heavily beaconed. Yeah. 7 min. Man, 7 minimum beacons. That's a lot of beacons. Beacons are not really a solution tool in vanilla or a mod like this. They come so late that it's effective to just launch a rocket, then restructure or rebuild. Yeah, like, that is also true. I've just, generally, it's something I like about space exploration to make it worth it. Space exploration beacons are definitely different. I like that buildings can only have one beacon. I think that is, an interesting change. I do respect it. Okay, so this is full. You have that, but not carbon dioxide, but that's because I don't have brass pipes, I guess. I am missing combinators again, so once again, dump those in. There we are. And where does that leave me? Okay, so all this is in. Let's try and get... What are you for? Why is there a random pipe that isn't connected to anything? Good. I guess I don't need it. Let's get buildings in here. So, circuit guy. You're gonna be built probably right along the bottom of these pipes here, just because building in the pipes is not productive. In fact, let me look at something. You take phenolic circuit board. Yeah. You make 1 per second. So, something I want to point out is, all of this up here was to make a yellow belt of green circuits. This down here is to make 1 per second. That is the difference in scope of red circuits. That's kind of crazy. Over 2K speed module 3s on Vulcanus for beacons, my space age game. Yeah, Vulcanus does make modules a lot more worthwhile. Even with the tiny coal patches for plastic, it's just... I don't know, in my opinion, it's no competition. Vulcanus just makes everything easier. I'm debating if I want to double this. I kind of feel like I do. Because then that's... Even doubled, that's still only 2 per second. And at double, I probably won't have the resin necessary anyway. So more than double would require a lot of stuff to be rebuilt. That's the only reason I'm considering just not even bothering. So actually, I think I'll just leave it as is. I've left room to double this regardless, so I'll just leave it there. Let's say you output. That's going on a belt, just because I do intend on having more, at least. So that can go that way. And then... maybe I'll bring you in just a little bit. So then you can go up here. Let's grab a blueprint of just the power poles. And see if I've spaced them evenly. I did, because I'm smart and awesome. So... I don't necessarily need these down here, but, you know, it's nice to have. You can go up here-ish. Feed in, and let's get the red boards on the go. So you take 3 items and a fluid input. Awesome. Space Age kind of fixes that issue as well, even if it's still easy to ignore. Yeah, you can easily build around for newer bases. Personally, I'm off novice at Blue Science, so I don't have them until after Vulcanus. I mean, you know my opinions about Vulcanus at this point. If you aren't making full use of Vulcanus, just what are you even doing? This train is stuck for reasons beyond me. Okay, you are able to leave. And you're able to get into here. Oh, the rail's just not built yet. That's gonna do it. You good now? You're good now. Oh, we're at the point where we need train stops again, so let's just make a couple of those and have them on the go. Okay. So there's 10. Still waiting on copper. Guess I can go ahead and run the belts, though. I bet you don't need to be a red belt. If I can't, if I'm measuring this in like 1 per second, I bet red belts are probably unnecessary, and they're still a little expensive for me right now, so let's just not. So there's the 2 metals, let's say. I might even run a mixed belt, since I need so few. Run you up. Run you not like that. And then mixed belt up. I have a construction gap to take care of, it looks like, so let's find where I can get another roboport. I guess right in here is good. And that's connected and everything. All cool. Might go ahead and kind of fill in this gap over here. Just that way, if I move some roboport up in this area, I don't disconnect this one. And for the same reasoning, I might get a roboport in the center here, but that's a little it does look like I need another one right in here. I'll just put you there, since likely nothing will ever go there. And that should get all the construction stuff settled, at least covered. The bots were just doing a little prank, yeah. Base design around green belts with belt stacking. The idea of even trying to fill a yellow belt of red circuits right now is daunting. I'm going for 1 per second, and 2 per second would mean doubling all of this. So you made me contemplate a stacked green belt, and I just can't even imagine. You probably can be yellow inserters. Yeah, you need 0.2 of the plates a second. Let's get ferric chloride in here. So where is ferric chloride? There you are. And yeah, you're a little in the way, but oh well. You can just run right there. Then you still need an output. And what else do red circuits need? Okay, this is just the tip of the iceberg for red circuits. So I'll just have you output this way. And we'll get the rest of red circuits down in here somewhere, I guess. If anything, there's a lot of wasted space in here that I wish I could make better use of. Maybe this would be better in this area. All your inputs come from up here, and that would save me having to span this entire gap. That does make sense, yeah. Like, nothing needs to be over here. If anything, I was trying to be over here to be out of the way. And one of the great things about bots is it does enable you to just pick your toys up and go home for the day. So I think I will do exactly that. I'll pick all of this up and just move it into this gap over here. Yeah, somewhere around in here. There's nothing important in here, so I can just pop you wherever. I might even flip you so that your outputs are a little more aligned with where I would like them to be. And let's say right there. That's good with me. That means all these pipes in the middle can go, which is a positive for me. I didn't like them being out there. This belt can not be out in the middle of nowhere. And we can pick all of this up. I do need to clean trees out so I can see what I'm doing and what connections need to go to what. Though it does make the ferric chloride connection quite a lot easier, being that I can just do that. One thing I like about this mod is how easy it is to make metals. I have 120 tin plates a second from just 30 of 2 ores. Pretty much all metals are like that. Steel is obviously slower, yeah. Then the mod slaps you in the face with wood and resin. It is really funny how the more advanced materials oftentimes aren't even that bad. They're not that slow. It's the basic materials a lot of the times that you really gotta watch out for. This is mineralized oil. Or mineralized oil, what? This is mineralized water. Coming up this way. Let's clear this. Let's just not do that. And I'll have fluid inputs come in from the right-hand side. There we are. So you come this way. And let's just see where this lines up. So okay, that's not good, but it's not awful. Like, it could have been better. There we go. It is connected all the same, however, and that's all that really matters. Now, of course, it would help if I actually connected the correct things. Yeah, okay, that's just carbon dioxide, not mineral water. So let's grab all that, move it out of the way. You come up here, and you still run up that way, but you're going to be this guy now. There we are. That's resin, so that's still not correct. Where on earth is the one I'm trying to connect to? There you are, you're on the very top, okay. Well, that's not too bad. You can just connect in right there. Alright, now, mineral water, take 2. Where does mineral water go? Connect you right here. And... it's still not great. I might actually connect mineral water down this way. And then run you across. Yeah, that's so much nicer. Let's just do that. Red circuits are so funny to me because of every component taking already used materials, just with one little thing you gotta make extra, and this is the phenolic boards. The phenolic boards are awful, but you are forgetting one other component that I still haven't gotten to. If I look at red circuits, they also take transistors, which is silver, which I don't make yet, and silicon wafers. Silicon wafers aren't bad, but they are the monosilicon bowls, which I also don't make yet. This is all connected correctly, yes. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and get power down here so they stop blinking at me. Let's just drag in a power pole from the side. And there we go. So that'll get all that powered again. I am probably going to need... Oh no, that's all in build range. Okay. Build range. There we are. What is the station again? You make resin, so that's going to be this connection. What are the odds? Perfect length. Okay, so that gets me all connected again. I just need this belt here to come into right here. And then that doesn't really need to be that far along. In fact, you can stop right there. I got through that and went, surely this will be easy now, yeah. Why are you like this? Why are you... Why? Fine, sure. This doesn't have power yet anyway. This should be connected. I don't know why the algae farms are pretending they don't exist. They were literally placed and I picked them up. I don't understand, but sure. I'll give it a little time, and if they still can't be placed, then I'll figure something out. I guess I'll just make more of them. Well, fortunately I'm not missing pipe anymore, so that's good. All this is built, it should be trustworthy. I've got the tin and copper coming in. That's going to make the circuit board. I should have the ferrochloride coming in. But I don't, because I guess the connection isn't made somewhere? That would be the case. Somehow I'm off by one tile. Ah, there's a random copper pipe in the way? I don't know why. But there sure is. Yeah, okay, and then that'll just work. Okay. Hopefully I didn't break anything, but that did seem to be a disconnected single underground copper pipe, so that should go in, and then this train will be supplied. How about the other trains? Carbon dioxide has nothing. Why not? Oh, I never connected you, of course. That one is my fault. And then the mineral water seems like it's already there and unloading. Nope, you're just stuck. Can't get back into your station. I don't know why. You're literally green. You are a green signal. What do you mean? I guess I'll do this. I shouldn't need to do that. I don't think I need to do that, but I will. And just see if that helps. Yeah, that's for that direction. That's for that direction. You also seem to be stuck for some reason. There's no signals on the top track. That's important. Let's get signals up on the sky. Hold on. Why can't I place signals over here? Good. Why would I want to put signals over there? Okay, that's probably the reason then. I don't need that. It was just this rail up here that was the problem. Yeah, that's, the rail right here is at a really awkward angle, and even though I copy and pasted it with something that should have had rail signals on it, it looks like it just didn't. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. The bots seem to be in no particular hurry to get up here and place it, but I'm just going to trust that that's fine. Oh, there they go. Come on, guys, you got this. You got this. There we go. And now you. There you go. I love the trains in Factorio. They're a little odd sometimes, but they are a lot of fun. Anyway, that's all working. Let's pop back into red circuits for just a second and see if there's... How are these algae farms still not placed? Ah. I've answered my question. I guess I picked up the RoboPort a little too soon. Okay, let's just get a big power pole down to them. There you go. Enjoy, guys. That'll settle itself eventually. So, I'm still not producing. I can't help but notice. Oh, well, that's because I don't have the algae farms. That makes sense. You guys are not producing because you have no saline water because I was getting saline water from over here. That makes sense. Okay, I do need to route the saline water over, I guess. That is the one problem with moving this. Let's move it across this area right here. So, like, this way. And then I'll work out the rest in just a second. I just want to make sure I picked up everything down here. Yep, okay. And connect the corner. There you are. Actually, go ahead and keep that. Could I somehow get you over here? I think that does work, actually. And then, along with all these pipes, I believe that fits, yes. So I can just turn you down and run you this way. You want to be right here. There we go. don't know why that made me laugh out loud. Yeah, it's just... Games just like that. Ugh. Okay. Everything's hooked up again. Should all be good. Everything... You are kinda good? Well, they put the roboport down first. Well, that's gonna be enough to get them to come and pick this up, I guess. Maybe I don't even need the power pole. As long as they actually come and pick this up. Yeah, look at that. Never even needed the power pole. Good enough. Alright. So that's going to get me back to where I was. That's circuit boards. So that does still mean I need transistors, more basic electronic components, and solder. Fortunately, I already have solder in here. Basic electronic component are easy. I can just make more of those also. Transistors... Transistors are going to be a little work. They take plastic and silver and silicon, which all three are things I currently don't make. So if I want to be making those, I need more room. To make more room, I need to be able to kill biters. So steam has run out. Can I do anything about that? Okay, before I go off biter fighting, I'm going to go upgrade these algae farms. I'm running over there in person so that I can pick them up and upgrade them by hand, because of course I don't have algae farms automated. Would be nice, but not quite yet. What do the algae farms need? They need brass pipes, of course they do. Well, fortunately I should have those by this point. So, upgrade those, and all of these. Okay, just, let's not get too carried away there. There's the first one. But of course, the first ones are slower because I have to make them from scratch. I can't just upgrade the ones down on the floor. I am going to wait for... Well, no point in doing that. I was going to say I'm going to wait for this one to craft before I make the second one, but why would I do that? And there's one. Make another. Nope. Too fast. Okay, hopefully these guys have brass pipes coming into me, because that's a lot of pipes to have to craft for every one of these. Maybe I'll turn down the amount of brass that I'm requesting now. And request more brass pipe. That's a whole slew of resources coming in. Okay. Do I have any threes? I do have another 3. Okay, one more it looks like. Correct? It says 7. Oh, I've got a whole line. Okay. That's a lot more. Hopefully doing this is going to allow me to become power positive again for a short time at least. So it does say they're bringing them all in. It just sure doesn't feel like it. Let's try and keep it slow so the bots can stay on top of the pipe resupply, I guess. How many do you take? 54, so I guess as long as I've got more than 54, I'm alright. Little more pipes. I'm watching them. 38, 44. Good enough. Okay, and that's all of them down there. I'm now just going to upgrade these for in case I ever need more in the future. No sense throwing the 3s away. Might as well put the 4s away. And done. Okay. So they're going to resupply me for a while. I am going to go ahead and start heading up this way. Come on, guys. You got this. Okay. So my plan now, I have 16 laser turrets. I am going to see if that allows me to take the biter base to the north, and if it doesn't, I'm going to be a little lost. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I'm not entirely sure what my plan is if this doesn't allow me to take more room. I'm just entirely banking on the idea that they only have 10% laser damage reduction. Wow, there's still a lot of items coming in. I just noticed that I don't have bricks. Did bricks ever come back? Oh, you are disconnected. You have no power. Why not? Okay, well let's just get this down here, I guess. There you are. Yeah, that's outside of robot range now, so that would be the reason, I guess. Guess I don't need this turret up here anymore. If biters make it up to this point, I've already lost. Oh, good night, man. See you in the next one. Did that actually do anything? So once you finish, okay, we are limited by mineralized water. That's not a great one. Oh, that makes sense. All our mineralized water used to come from crushed stone. We don't have crushed stone anymore. Where am I going to get mineralized water from? Wastewater refining. I may actually have to look into this, electrode recipe. Yeah, because this is not gonna get it. I could do the thing where I come up here, stone processing, wherever stone processing is. Can't find it, even though it's huge. There we are. I could do the thing where I come up here, I'm making mineralized water to void excess crushed stone. And I could put that mineralized water on a train up here. Like, I could do that, but then I'd have to bring it into the main base somehow, and even if I wind up adding a train station up here, I'm not adding a train station in here for mineralized water. If anything, I'm shipping mineralized water out of the main base. So let me see how I can produce mineralized water. Train would fit pretty easily in there, but in here is a little tougher. Though I guess I could just stop shipping mineralized water out of the main base. Maybe that's not a bad idea. Yeah, let me just contemplate that for a sec. So if I grabbed all of this. Okay. So I doubt I'm going to need a stacker for stone. But even if I did, I'm not going to need a stacker for thermal water unloading. So that would be an easy place to split a train off right there. There's no way I could make another train station up here and justify routing stuff up there, so I am looking like down in this area, what can I cannibalize to get stuff in here? Let me look at stone. So I am going to need stone for science, and I'm going to need stone for concrete and a few things, so I may actually have multiple trains coming in to get stone, but this station right here, I can fairly safely say, doesn't need a stacker. So let's start with that assumption. It's gonna take a minute for the construction bots to get up here, but we're actually fairly close to the base, so maybe it won't be that bad. I will go ahead and start ripping out these rails carefully so that I don't affect any of these pipes. It's a little hard to tell, so I'm just watching the deconstruction planner and making sure I'm only getting rails and wood. You got this, guys. Come on. Okay, so now that I can see a little better, I can start ripping out some of the signals as well. And I do already have basically a standard height for these, so I guess I will copy that. Something like that. There we are. And just make sure they line up by about that point. Yeah, that's no big deal at all. I'll move these signals down to this point, since they're not needed all the way back here anymore. And then let's get a fluid loading train up here. So wastewater loading works. Got a little bit of extras on it, but nothing I can't sort out. There we are. Okay, that does go in the way of this tank down here, but I guess I don't need to keep all the undergrounds and such anyway. Let's make you match if I can. Well, don't need the extra roboport, don't need the large power pole. Honestly, don't need all of these underground pipes. They're just going to make things more complicated and probably connect to things I don't want them to. I don't want these to be pump 2s, and I don't want the filters, so honestly, easier to just replace them entirely. And all of that can go. Don't want any of that. I already have a station for mineralized water loading, so let's just copy that. Oh, where'd it go? There we are. Good, okay. And where's my loading station stuff? I have a loading station thing for sulfuric acid. That's unload. That's also unload. Here's load. And I'll just copy that and put you on both of the mineralized water things so that the trains can pick which station they want to go to. Just make sure I swap you out. There we are. And I'll even do the thing where I disable the station if the priority is less than 10. Wait, this is enabled. I want you enabled if you're more than 10. And then I'll even just copy that. Makes it a little easier. There we are. And all good. Okay. This is correct. Yeah, just making sure. And let's actually connect this up. So this needs, let's say, an overflow valve. That's fine by me. Actually, let's go with a pump. Because I do want to be able to turn you on and off when I want. That's going to be a little... Maybe I won't do that. So, overflow. The reason is, it would be really difficult to get a signal down from these tanks down to this pump to turn it on, and instead what I can do is I can have a pump leading into these tanks. And that way it will prioritize filling the tanks completely, and then when it overflows, it will get voided. Speaking of which, I'm going to just run this way, and then I can underground you up. And then right here is where that extra pump will go. And that way I don't even need a condition on you or anything. You'll just pump until you can't pump anymore. I do, of course, need to actually make the valve. Let's just make a couple of these random valves. Just so that when I need them in the future, they are available. There we go, 2 more. Okay. Surprisingly, nothing else. Somehow we had everything else that we needed. Still waiting on the pump to get placed, but then everything else should be good. Well, okay, we don't have the overflow, but that's fine. We don't really need it right this instant. There we go. Looks like they're able to start filling the tanks now. And yeah, that's filling up pretty fast. So once this goes over 10% full, we turn the stop on, and trains can start coming here to get loaded up. That should prevent me from having to make more over here, because we do have the mineralized water coming in from wastewater processing. So we still have enough mineralized water in the base to run stuff. Hopefully. Like, we are just barely making enough. So, even still, I may look into doing this just to top us up, because this is power. If we lose mineralized water just for whatever reason, we lose power, and that's pretty severe. So, I'll probably set something up. Let's get a chemical plant. I'll set something up, even if it's just a little extra, just to keep us from being able to totally black out. let me just start putting stuff down and see how it would fit in, and I think I can pick up this gun turret as well. Not a big reason to keep that around. Where do I actually get my line in? Okay, so the line comes in here. So maybe in this area, I would throw down a chemical plant and just check recipes. Just see what it would entail. I could have sworn it was in a chemical plant. Wait, what? I do have the science. Okay. You are in a chemical plant. Clean used electrode. Okay, okay. Hold on. What is a used electrode? Okay. We would have to use the electrode to make something and then wash it to get mineral water. That's pretty funny actually, but I'm not entirely sure that's what I want to be doing. I may need to do this to get sodium, though. I think sodium might be used in something. Maybe I don't care, though. I kind of thought I needed sodium for something in the near future, but, maybe I don't. Okay, I'll just, really, really hope that this is enough mineralized water to keep me going, and continue my efforts to place down more solar panels so that I am less and less dependent on the boilers. Even still, it looks like I'm getting a good amount of coal in here. Not even coke. That looks like coal. This seems backward. Okay, that seems backwards, but either way, this is only a gray belt. If I can't even supply a gray belt of coal, then perhaps I just need more coal. So let's just get a little more of this coal patch tapped and sent in. And there we go. Electrodes for slag for crushed stone for more mineral water. Not a bad idea. Like, that's pretty funny, but that's actually not a bad idea. Do something like that, make sure all the miners are powered, and then probably do that and rip out that middle pole. I'm sure that's probably fine. I do want to stand here and make sure it is fine. It should definitely be fine. But, at the same time, the base kind of depends on it being fine. Guys? Someone, please? No? Okay, they're coming from all the way over there, okay. Whatever, it's fine. You mine a little coal. I'll filter coal out. You can go here, and then the rest can go this way. And get sent into here. There we are. C-block knowledge. I mean, C-block definitely prepares you for situations where you need to just pull some material out of thin air. Okay, is that better? It's like marginally better. What if I do this? Okay, that should have the crushed coal restarted, which should get me coal coke coming back in. Coal coke is much more energy dense, so that should be a big help to the miners, in addition to just having more coal on the belt. Oh yeah, that's much better. Okay. Oh, and look at that. We're refilling the steam very, very quickly. Okay, so that's great to see. I guess we've refilled the accumulators. Yes, okay. So the upgrade on the algae did definitely seem to be worth it. Yeah, because the belts up here are now always staying full of cellulose, so that's keeping the wood pellets going. So that's nice to see. And now that this is filling up, we should be able to send charcoal up into green circuits again. Okay, like literally an hour ago, I was ready to go and start combat with that base up north. I got distracted. Now let's go do it. Taxi train. I'm coming down here to this middle to make sure there's nothing I'm going to be in the way of. Hop in. Let's throw fuel and use somewhere. I'm sure I got something. There's some wood. And take 3. As always on a long train ride, I think it's time for a drink. Okay, so if I am successful in taking this spider base, I'm just trying to think of what I need to do. I need monosilicon bowls from silicon. I need to get silver going. I think I needed aluminum. So that's 3 more products. So that is a good bit of expansion. But that would get me pretty much everything I need, I'm pretty sure. Let's build and then save. So I'm going to start kind of over this way. I should just build a 4th artillery turret. I don't have the supplies on me, unfortunately, or I would just do it. But what would I need for that? All I need is concrete. I should just keep a little concrete on myself. It only needs 60, so yeah. Even just a stack of concrete would have helped there, but I'm going to turn personals off so that the bots don't fly literally this distance to try and do stuff. Speaking of doing stuff, let's upgrade some of these turrets. I'm not going to wait for them to finish, but it is nice to have a few more. So I am still putting down gun turrets and sniper turrets. Sniper should probably be first. And then I'm going to swap my toolbar out. So gun 3 and sniper 2. And I guess that's going to give me 4 more snipers. I think I'm perfectly happy with the number that I have, though. So we'll get gun turrets in front of that and on the side. And then we will have lasers. They're going to need power, of course. That's a-okay. I have like 2 more, so I guess I'll keep the sides going. That gives a fair amount of coverage anyway. Let's go into here, and I do have the ingredients to make a substation, so I might as well. I will skip those gun turret upgrades. Or at least move them to the end. Maybe along with one of these sniper turrets, because that's going to be an eternity otherwise. And once I have the substation, I will save and we'll start this whole wacky journey. Okay, that was the substation made somewhere. There we are. And that will perfectly cover all of these turrets. Very nice. So let me get the walls down and then I'll save. If I could avoid walking into things, that would be cool. And I am purposely leaving a 1-tile gap between any turrets in the walls because I don't want them to be taking bitter goo damage. Just thought about setting up preferred targets for turrets in this mod, and my next thought was absolutely not. Yeah, I tried to do the same thing, and that was my outcome as well. Making tons of landfill for lake reactors in space age due to power problems. I mean, lake reactors are always good. I always kind of thought it was an odd option until the fluid mechanic remake, and then suddenly trying to get the steam into all of them is a little more of a puzzle now. So I definitely get lake reactors more than I used to. Like I said, let's save. I'm even going to do the backup save. There we are. And let's get the shells loaded. So this is the only base we're going to hit. Let's try to hit them hard. And then I'm going to try and kite the first attack party in. I forgot to swap into my combat suit. That will help a lot. So let's do that. Combat suit. Swap all this out, and let's see what I can get in. There's lasers, there's the shield, and then I can keep a single RoboPort. And then save again. Okay. That seems to be working well. I am going to allow personal bots to repair stuff. There's the real challenge. Now bots off. Okay, I was too slow with the fish. I was distracted. Let's grab the fish immediately this time. Okay. Okay, okay. We're not dead yet. We have the big wave still to come. Okay, that's a little too much damage to tank to the face. But we did almost make it. We were nearly there. Okay, do that, and then I am going to just chuck a random poison up here. And then run for my life. Okay. We can get this. This is definitely totally possible. I might come into the combat armor. The personal lasers aren't doing a lot. So I'll keep one. I'll keep one and then throw in an exo. I think that just works out better. Hillary the waves might need to go through making more though. Yeah, that is something I could try also. That is definitely an option. I could turn auto-targeting off. and then just manually target them. There we are. Easier than routing pipes with tired brain. I mean, yeah, that is definitely true. So... let's see where they start trying to group up. Okay, they group over here. So let's see if I can't hit this area a couple times, and then try and predict where they're going to be. Okay, I'd say that was relatively successful. I do need to actually kill the nests also, though. Let me see if I can't help with this. Okay. The spawners are still alive, of course, so I did manage to trim that down pretty good. Auto-targeting back on. Okay, that should be the last of them. It's hard to say if just having more firepower, or if lasers specifically is what made the difference, but that did work. That did do it. Let's make a couple more repair packs and start heading home. I'll probably also take this one little base right up here, though. I am terrified of this base over here, if that one gave me as much trouble as it did, but the little one I should be able to manage. Should only have to move maybe about this far forward, and let's make sure auto-targeting is off on these guys, just so I can load them with ammo. And of course, you always want to pick up the gun turrets and anything with lots of ammo personally, that way the construction bots don't have to fly around for forever trying to pick up all the ammo out of it. But things like walls and all, it's definitely easier to just let them deal with it. I'm curious if I lost construction bots during all that. I'm willing to bet I did, I'm just wondering how many. Okay. I'm down to 12 construction bots. That was a lot more expensive than I thought it was going to be. I figured I was going to lose like maybe 8. I lost almost all of them. Want to get nuclear powered, massive amount of water bores for exchangers. I mean, that would be fun. That would be a good way of going about it. Let's go ahead and get the next little bit of rails blueprinted in. The one on the left as well. Control-click the ammo out of the assemblers. Yeah, that's, I'm not sure what you mean. Control-click the ammo out of the assemblers. I'll do it right next to a lake, too. I think this... yeah, okay. Yeah, need that. How have I wound up doing this? Why is there... oh, you're connected to the power pole, you just don't have power. That does make sense. And then just connect this up here. Oh, I am going to be short on ammo. Okay, maybe I will make a... I'll finish constructing the box, and then I'll make a quick return trip, and then I'll come back out to take on this one little tiny nest up north. So... sure, you guys just come back, actually. Threw the wood in there. Oh, actually, it would have been helpful if you guys finished, because tracks are incomplete. But there we are. Now, let's get you home. I decided to give him a little kickstart just because I knew the rail signals weren't going to be the best through that area, so I figured I'd go ahead and push through the area with the iffy signals manually. Oh, turrets, yeah. I mean, you certainly can, but I guess I just never did it that way. Yeah, like that. I was trying to think of a reason not to do it that way, but that just works. That's just good. I just always went and picked up the turrets manually. Okay, personal's back on. Let's resupply. And I do have turbines research now. And reactors. Might be worth it to make a centrifuge now that the bots are going to be bringing me concrete anyway. Might as well get on some handcrafting there. Am I actually missing signals? Or no, okay, the bot network is just disconnected up there. That's a-okay. Ooh, I'm glad I checked this. I actually did not move the turret nest far enough north. If I tried to fight that, I would have been only fighting the front half of it. I also, I guess I could have checked out some of these attack drones as a distraction. They would probably last all of 10 seconds, but it would have been funny. Okay, anything else that I need in here, or am I all supplied up? I am still waiting on the concrete. It says on the way 24, which does remind me, I did want to make... What are you? Bullet projectile? Okay, so these are the Bob's bullets. That's fine. I did want to make an extra artillery turret. That way I have an even amount. Makes the little turret nest a little nicer, and it allows me to shoot a little faster. Okay, I think that's everything. They're going to resupply me on like red circuits, and I don't really care about that right at this moment. So let's just head out. That's all the ammo and everything at any rate. Fully resupplied on bots. Should be good. Now, it's anywhere from 0 seconds to all of them surviving the fight somehow. Very unpredictable. The best way to play the game. What's gonna happen? Who knows? Alright. Trusty wood back in. Let's get up to here. Turn personals off. Okay. I guess while I'm waiting... Okay, no. Now that there's actual bot range, I was going to say, while I'm waiting, I can just go ahead and cut and paste this, and then when I move up, I'll do stuff, but that would actually be quite bad. So, let's grab all of that and just move you up a little bit. I'll worry about doing it. I do want to pick this up so that the base bots don't get to any of it. Like, you. Go away. You can be released. No, those are my walls. Bring them back. Okay. Anyway, let's just move the wall a little more up this way. My inventory is full. That's fine. So maybe like here. And then I'll start running this back. There we go. Everything should be powered up here. And my inventory's full. Yes, I know. Bronze. Why do I have so much bronze? Let's not have that much bronze in the future. I can also greatly cut down on the number of artillery shells I keep. I think that's perfectly reasonable. Alright, they stack to 20, so I shouldn't do an odd number. I'll do 140, I guess. Yeah. Go ahead, and since I have power up here anyway, I might as well put down a radar so I can see everything a little better. And that's not a very big nest, but I will definitely save before trying to take it on. And... okay. I'll do 2 auto-targeting. Actually, I forgot to put the 4th one down anyway. There. Okay, this may not be the run, but I will go ahead and try to advance fire where they're going to be. That kind of worked. That wasn't too bad. Yeah, that wasn't too bad at all. Hi there. Come this way. Focus on me. There we go. Any others? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So that was everything. There we go. Go and go have fun, guys. Oh, there. See, I can learn. I'm capable. I can adapt. And one more. Okay, there we go. So now I can finally continue expanding. It's been a while. I've been blocked off, and I finally have room again. Let's go ahead and get all these random alien artifacts and stuff picked up. It's really hard to see where they are. Inventory full. Why are they picking up coal? Okay, is that everything? Nope, there's a little more over this way, and I noticed a little more up here. Okay, that's everyone. Let's start picking up the power poles on the way back. Oh, I forgot the personal train. I can't pick up the train. Okay. Well, that's interesting. How do I have so much more stuff after going out on an adventure? No idea. Okay, well, anyway. Pick up the train. Let's continue the train station build. I will even go ahead and add another station to just get it started. Let's throw stackers here and there. I thought those were biters for just a second and just about had a heart attack. Oh, I have a lot of stuff in trash, so the logistics bots are going to be very displeased with me. So I guess just to be kind, I will do my building from map view and personally return to base. Wanted to make sure I was actually in the train. I wasn't entirely sure I got in. Okay, so while all that's going, I will grab the stuff that I always do. Just to get roboports and power and all that good stuff. Same over here. A little hard to see on this one. Oh, this one's different. Okay. That one just gets to be different. Well, let me think. I've been trying to work towards this expansion for so long, I have to actually figure out what I want to do first. I can't pick up the locomotive. There we go. Hi guys. Thank you. So I am going to just come and stand in the middle of the base. Maybe down around in here where there's 2 roboports, just in case I wind up crafting more stuff, which I almost certainly will. And then I'll get back to map view building. So once the roboports are placed, I'll be able to see in here a lot easier, but it would be nice if I could have just a radar up in here. So let's just add a radar. So it looks like I had plans. I have this station split, like it's forked like these are down here, and that's probably a good idea. I probably should have done the same up here, but it also makes me think maybe I had something specific I wanted to make here, and I don't know what that could have been. Could have been anymore? Yeah, that's proper. My brain's starting to melt. 6 hours of angels and bobs will do that to you. Let's figure out how I make the monosilicon bowl. So this is molten silicon and nitrogen. Then I need molten silicon and that. So that's a pretty simple process. I do have this recipe that takes silicon ore. You did have something specific, but I don't remember either. Yeah, that's kind of where I am. With 120 stone a second for science later, but we can dedicate for landfill production at the moment. Yeah, 120 stone per second for, like, typical purple science or something, I'm guessing. This is definitely better on the silicon. I'm wondering how much I really care about that, but if I have a better recipe, I should use it. All it requires is me bringing silicon ore into the place. It is molten silicon and nitrogen gas. I don't remember if I have nitrogen gas on a train or not, but it's very easy to make locally if I don't. Since I'm thinking about silicon, let me go ahead and do silicon. This area down here is where all of the actual melting stuff happens, so let's do that. Yeah, let's just pop down in here and pick one. This doesn't seem quite right. And so let's just move you. You don't want the station at the bottom. Let's just do that. Just move you up one curved rail. Oh no, I wanted to not delete you. And then I'll have to figure out how to deal with this in a second. Actually, if this is for silicon, maybe I don't even want a top station there. Though it is the same issue down here, so I guess it doesn't matter all that much. In which case I should also go ahead and fix this one while I'm at it, since these were all copy and pasted from the same area. That's one of the problems with trying to build without being able to see your build. You don't know when stuff is broken. But at any rate, if this is silicon, I actually don't need all of this, and I can just pick it up. Let's make sure that train track stays. Yeah, I thought there might have been one good train track in there that was broken. In which case I'm going to move these rail signals way back here. And then pick these up. So this one, the Old Crow Express. Not quite what I was thinking. You're gonna be silicon ingots. I do need the third station. Because I need silicon ore. At any rate, you're gonna be silicon ingots, so let's get that going. Silicon ingot, there you are. I already have silicon ingot stations. I should just copy one of those. There you are. Actually, that's even going to come with the little combinators that I should have on all of these guys. But I don't have on these guys somehow. Designed for a lot of reactors one after another. Guessing you mean you made like a big tiling nuclear reactor build? You're silicon, yes, good. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Let's, this will have power once the rest of this has power, I guess. So, I could also just do something like that. And then I don't need that up there. Okay, so you can be, let me think. You're gonna be silicon ore, so let's come up here. Grab the silicon ore station, which does mean I want to do not that, but this. Hopefully that, I'm trying to make sure that front combinator is within power. That's a little more difficult to do than you might think. There we are. Let you in. And set priority. Yeah. And then you can go here. And I should have kept those combinators. Oh well, you're pretty easy to swap out. There we are. And then just same deal, connect them in, and then green wire in, and make sure set priority is checked. Last one is going to be nitrogen, but maybe I don't need to bring nitrogen in. If I look at the bool recipe one more time, which was in here, let's see. That does need, like, no nitrogen. That's, like, pretty much nothing. I can just make that on site, that's no big deal. Because it's designed a repeatable 2x4 reactor with exchanger and turbines with fuel on belts. Ah, yeah, okay, so just a big tileable reactor, yeah. Speaking of which, that may not be a terrible idea for me myself. I don't have fuel processing at the moment, but I can't have fuel processing without centrifuges. And I have these Lab 2s, so maybe I'll start crafting some of those as well. Let me turn personals back on, and I'm going to request labs so that I can upgrade my labs up to Lab 2s. They seem to be just straight up better. that doesn't seem to do anything. So I guess I'll have to actually go and grab Lab 2s. Oh, come on. And well, let me just replace these. Does look like it will. Okay. So let's have at least 3 or 4 centrifuges. I don't know how many I'll need, but I only have a trickle of uranium coming in. But one of these train stops that I'm making can be for uranium processing. Anyway, down here, let's... I've changed my mind once again, and I actually really don't want this station. For realsies this time. And so I will move these rail signals down once again. You want to keep that. There we go. Okay. I guess I can use this land up here for my air filters. Let's just, let's grab a few. And I believe it's 2 to 1 into a chemical plant, I think. Yeah, there we are. And that'll do just fine right there. So the oxygen will probably just void unless anything up and down this area needs oxygen, but I don't see anything, so the oxygen can just get voided. That's no big deal. Let's just put you, like, over here in case I do need to double this or something. Though it does take so little nitrogen, it shouldn't be an issue. I always want to keep my options open. Which does mean you will want power, which can go, like, right there. That's all coming, but the chemical plant itself is not, but that's fine. There we are. Okay, let's actually get this going. First thing I need to do is melt silicon to begin with, so that's going to be induction furnaces. So let's see if I can't get some of that going, like right here. I'll start with 3. I think 3 is pretty normal. The monosilicon bowl requires you, and then you. Both are casting machines, so let's get casting machines. And I'll figure out how many I need in just a second. I do need the quartz crucible, which I'm assuming is just a standard assembler. It is. So I guess I will also grab an assembler. So, quartz. There we are. So let's see. You take 0.5 of each of these, and you produce 3 a second. 3 a second's not terrible. This isn't something I want like a red belt of. This is hardly ever used in anything. So, even just 5. Let's say I was going to do 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's going to be 2.5 seeds, which is exactly 1 machine. You make 0.18. Okay, this is really slow, apparently. Yeah, you make 1 every 4 seconds. You need a half of 1 every 4 seconds. So that's actually quite a lot of crucibles. Though fortunately, I do typically get my crucible back. So I'm really only consuming on average about 1 crucibles per second per machine. So I need to produce about 0.5 per second, which is a little more than 2 of these. What if I upgrade you? 2 of these. Let's just say that's fine. Okay. That's cool with me. Let's build the loading stations. That's unloading. Here's loading. And you're gonna be silicon bowls. There we are. Actually, there's another... I might load silicon bowls onto a train, but one of the only things you make with silicon bowls is silicon wafers. Would it make more sense? No, it wouldn't make more sense to load wafers onto a train. Anything else I make with silicon? There's silicon carbide, there's silicon nitride. I might go ahead and make silicon nitride here. It's just silicon ingots powdered and then mixed with nitrogen, and I'm already making nitrogen here. There's also an argument that maybe I should have silicon powder itself be put onto a train, because we need it in glass and cement. But you could also say I could also just make glass and cement here, though I don't think I necessarily like that idea. So I think I'll have 3 products. I'll have the silicon bowls, I'll have silicon nitride. Maybe I won't even make silicon nitride. What are you used as? I'm only considering it because I know you're used in ceramic pipes and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe I will make silicon nitride. That seems like... it seems like an important material. Yeah, I'll make, Or maybe this would be better to make where I make the ingots? Oh no, that's tough. Yeah, I think I'll make, silicon nitride here. It's made in a chemical furnace. So let's just go ahead and grab one. And silicon nitride. Yeah, there's also silicon carbide, but I don't know, that one didn't seem like it's used much. It's kind of just the grinding wheel. So, if I make you, that's 2 per second, but it takes 26 nitrogen. You're making that, so that leaves about 40 headroom, which is more than enough. Okay. So I could even do 2 of you, and that's still plenty fine. Maybe even a 3rd, but let's not push it. Don't think I'm going to need much of this anytime soon anyway, so I'm not all that worried about it. Move you over there. Or actually, I would much rather have a large power pole connection if possible. So let's do that. Okay, so that's ingots. That one's ore. Let's... these are kind of swapped. These are kind of backwards. Oh well. Because I only need the ore for the crucibles. Let's move you... not even sure where. You can be somewhere else. Once I figured out where the train stations are going to be, I'm going to just copy these stations up here. Or at least the kind of general layout that I've got going. And then let's get 2 loading stations. So this first one is going to be the monosilicon bowls. And then the second one is going to be silicon nitride. Not silicon powder. Silicon nitride, there we are. I knew you were going to do it. I knew it. Okay. All good there. So let's actually figure out where I want this stuff to go. I kind of hate that the bot's already built all this. I don't really want this all here necessarily. In fact, I will probably move this more over this way. Like here-ish. There we are. And then I'll move the bowls to take advantage of that. So you can go just like right there. The whatever these things are called, I can't remember, can go in here. Let's just say leave a room and put you like right there. And then last is these guys. So these have to come after you. We need room for a belt. And I'll probably put you like right here. And that should be fine. There we are. Okay. So this is the ingot. That's going to come in here to get melted. Oh, that's backwards. You take in 6 a second, actually, so that's a good bit. Let's do something like that. Inconvenient the power pole doesn't reach that far, but oh well. Is what it is. I guess that's fine, because then I can still connect power, even with a full pipe like that. Because you're also going to need a pipe. And I might as well just do something like that. Actually, let's not, because I'm going to need inserters. So, connect you like that. Then all of you are going to have to be long inserters. Yeah, sure. Just break the pattern, why not? Actually, if the power pole wants to go there, then I can do that, and then that's fine. Yeah, especially if there's no good room for this power pole anyway. Then, you know, what's the harm? You connect there, that's fine. That works. Let's make sure you are connected to something. Yeah, that's fine. You still need that nitrogen. So nitrogen's made up here. Let's get pipes laid in. But not there. That's not very helpful. So somewhere in here we'll connect up. And there we are. Oh, actually have to connect you. Okay, so that's all cool, that's all good. I need those chemical furnaces now. So, chemical furnace. You're going to make the second product, which I believe is only the ingots, so... oh, I forgot to bring these in. Well, fortunately you output on only the top of the belt regardless, so I can do that. And then You only consume... Okay, you have to do the whole recycle thing. That's right. What are your output? Not very many. So I can do an unfiltered output here. Send you this way. And then filter the... What are these things called? Crucibles. I can filter the crucibles off and then send them back up. Like that. Because I want them only on the left side of the belt anyway. Which I guess actually means I want another inserter here so that you can input priority on the right. Hard to tell, but the ghosts do look right. Okay. So I want crucibles only on the bottom side of this belt. Which would be the same thing as the left side of this belt. So I think I'll have output here that feeds directly into a belt like that. Just to force them to only ever be on that side of the belt. Oh well. That's fine, I guess. Not in love with it, but it's fine. This will have power once all the poles are placed. We should be cool there. And then it's just the bowls going this way. They get loaded in the drain. I don't think I need to split belts for this one. You can just come in straight. Just right across that way. And in you go. So that's all that taken care of. Let's get the carbide, or nitride? Nitride taken care of. You can be over in this way. We'll run the nitrogen down just straight. That underground should be more than enough. Get you in. We'll have to get... What is this? Silicon powder, which is made in a powderizer. Wonder if I have a powderizer 3. Nope. 2? I do have a 2. How quickly do you work? So you make 4 a second. You take 2 a second. Okay, that's perfect. So let me actually make it so that you can share. So drop long and drop long. And then you just need input from somewhere. I can split here, I suppose. And probably go ahead and upgrade all of this. Just so everything gets a fighting chance to get the ingots that it's after. And just run that way. And in you go. I believe that's everything. You do need power, of course, but that's nitrogen connected. Your input, you're all cool. Yeah, that's everything. Yeah, that's fine. And then, once again, I don't think I need all these extra bits of belt and such. I can probably just run you in that way. You're not dealing with a super high throughput product. So that should be enough. I do need a roboport in here to cover build ranges for a lot of these things. So let's say right there is fine. And yeah, that should close the build gap right there. So this first one is going to be monosilicon boule. Boulle. Not even in here. Are you in here? It just calls it monosilicon. Okay. I guess that works. So, mono silicon loading. And you can just be white. Yeah, that's fine. And then this one is going to be... I always forget this one. It's so simple. Why? Silicon nitride. And then just maybe a little grayer. But I think that's probably fine. Like in here, I guess. Everything looks good. I certainly have a lot of buildings to handcraft, but all the stuff looks fine. In fact, let's go ahead and get on that, and I'll click on you so you stop flashing. So we need, oh yeah, the labs. Forgot I was doing that, but first, let's make these guys. One of you. And is that casting or... Yeah, that's casting machines. We need a chemical plant. And honestly, that looks like everything. I had everything else, which is kind of a surprise. Just start throwing stuff in the system and let it get placed. I should stop requesting quite so many of these turrets, I guess. Let's say like 10 and 10. Because I've been upgrading them, which was gonna leave me with like a billion turrets, and I really don't need that many. So did they place the new lab yet? Because if so, I would like them to bring me the old one so I can upgrade it, but it doesn't really look like they are feeling it, so I'll just craft another. I have 2 centrifuges, I'll make a third. There's some casting machines. I'm sure I'm going to need at least 4 centrifuges, so I'm not afraid of, you know... If anything, I may be underproducing with only 4. Okay, anyway, let's focus for just a second. That's going to get this area constructed. That's going to be one of the final ingredients for red circuits, but I do still need silver. So let's come up here and start on silver. So let's get this lined up. This is going to be silver ore. That's a loading station. That's why you weren't fitting. I want a unloading station. There we are. That's loading. There we are. Okay. In you go, and once again, this will be silver ore. Let's go and copy the silver ore station, not silicon. Oh, I have silver. There's silver. And make sure you're silver unloading. And let's see what kinds of crazy things silver has in store for us. Silver seems to only have one ingot recipe. Is that correct? No, there's more. I guess I just don't have the research for them. So, silver nitride. Okay, so that's something else. So I just make silver nitride, which is silver and nitric acid. I already have nitric acid, so that's not a big deal. So actually, funny enough, I don't think I have nitric acid by itself on a train, because that's that's one of my leaching acids. That's a little annoying. Nitrogen dioxide. Yeah, there's no good way to make this on site or anything. That's a little... yeah, that's kind of an annoying one. And I can't even use the pellet recipe, because that's purple science. Okay. So I'll probably have to rework this in the future anyway. So I'm a little tempted to just use the basic one, but... okay, let's get ore processors in here. I may even look and see if there is anything good I can copy. That's good for... it's good to keep in mind that I do want the pellets, but not necessarily. It looks like I can probably just come straight out of the station and start working on them. So let's see how long it takes to process silver. You do 3 a second, so I need 5 of you. Just like everyone else, but you never know when one of them's gonna just be different. In which case... I kind of thought that was going to save me more effort than it actually did. Didn't really do anything for me. Other than show me that maybe I could actually still move this just a little to the left. That way this power pole can power this inserter. So once these come out, what do I do with you? Now you go into a liquefier with nitric acid. That's an unusual one, but sure. So just out of curiosity, you do 3 a second. So that's 2 of these. So let's move this inserter into here. And then these 2 together as well. And then this one just gets to be off by itself. Something like that. Connect those in. No idea where I'm gonna get nitric acid from, but I will have to figure that out. So I do have nitric acid. How did this train get flipped around? How are you backward? I have no idea. I wonder how long that's been going for. That's a good reason to put filters on mixed fluid trains, I guess, because that would have definitely been a problem. Okay. Go ahead and go to your station. And let me see which head is forward. So nitric acid is forward, which is what I want for coming to here. So now let me force you to come back, and that's going to, even though you have to do a giant loop, that is at least going to get you back facing the correct direction. No idea how you wound up facing the wrong way. That's, concerning. Okay, anyway, nitric acid. Let's come down here, let's look for nitric acid and just make sure we are making a lot of it. Wow, we have a lot of empty tanks in here. But not of nitric acid. Okay, I do have enough that I could easily supply another thing of nitric acid to someone. I may as well put it up here. Don't see any reason not to. So let's copy this. Course signals can't be flipped. Let's flip you here. Like so. And I'm just kind of rebuilding this structure here until I have this much distance between the tracks. That's the goal. That way I can come in and get another fluid loading station. Like this. Let's grab you so I can come in here and take the unnecessary bits out, like the train stop name, the extra power pole, the underground there, and then let's get you in up here somewhere. I'll just line these up. Barely fits, but it does fit. And then I think I will bring this down a little bit so that there's not quite so much wasted room. Whatever. All the other stations have that much room, I guess you can have that much room. They're going to be strictly just nitric acid. Nitric acid. Well, that's cool. You're mostly blue. Mostly blue. Something like that, probably. I think that's good. Does mean I need a train for this, of course, so let's go grab a fluid train. And since I am grabbing one of the last fluid trains, I guess I should put down a new fluid train. And I am going to send you up here before your rails are built. It shouldn't take too long for all of that to get constructed. Multi-fluid wagon probably went to refuel, and that's how I considered that momentarily. I thought about that, but my refuel station's actually the only station in the whole base that is not double-headed. They come in this angle, and then they leave out that way. So it shouldn't have... Okay, that does actually flip it around, come to think of it. That would make sense. Though, even then... Yeah, I don't know. That's just something I'll have to keep an eye on, I guess. That's a little annoying. Anyway, this has not been built yet. You're just in the way. Can I please get you to continue? Thank you. I don't know how that would happen, but that's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, that does make sense, because if it's going from, you know, up here, then let's say the... Okay, let's use actual examples. So right here, if nitric acid is the head as it leaves the unload station, then it comes in to here, then nitric acid should still be the head when it comes out. So I don't think it should make a difference, but that's the only thing I can think of too, so I don't really know. Load, refuel, load. Yeah, that... I don't really know how that would work. That's odd. Am I missing a train station? I'm not, they just don't want to. Okay. Fair enough. Anything else in here? Doesn't really look like it. They never got the pulverizer. Whatever the little breaker machine thing is. Powderizer. Let me see if I have it in my inventory and just never gave it to him. Doesn't seem like it. Well, whatever, I'll just make another. Yeah. If I wind up noticing that they don't need it, I'll cancel it, but if I need it, then I guess I need it. Yeah, that one's still there, and it noticed the other two, so I guess I just never made this one. Okay, that's gonna take an eternity. Let's go back up here. There's so many station names, it's hard to see where I want to be. Okay, you're gonna need power naturally. But I can just bring that down. And then you still need to be connected, so let's grab this. How do I want to get you in there? Something like that works, I guess. That's fine. And then that'll be nitric acid. So now that the station's finally placed, I can do nitric acid loading. And then now I can go build the unloading station. Oh, which does mean I should probably just copy it from somewhere. Such as right here. Let's do that. No train stop names. Not this stuff up top. And not the filters, but oh well, whatever. I'll change those. That's kind of what I thought. You guys are a little in the way. So I was better off where I put you the first time. There we are. Oh, well, that's not connected to anything, so I guess I should... Of course, we're one off. Of course we are. Well, I can do that and then just rework these inserters up here to match the ones below them anyway. That's probably for the better. This should be nitric acid. So... nitric. Pop you in. And pop you in. There we are. And that's good enough. You're gonna need to output into something. What are you... Okay, there. So you go into a blast furnace now, and that's the final step. Okay, so blast furnace. Is there not any way better I could do that? Whatever. Who cares? You're gonna be silver. And it's 1 to 1. Okay, so you output 9 a second. 9 a second. You take 12 a second. So altogether, that's 18 and then a half of one, so like 21 or something. So 24 should be plenty. Shouldn't need the last one. In which case I will just put these on a belt, and that way it's a little less jank, and it's a little easier to expand in the future when I need to. I'll just throw you like over there somewhere. I don't even have the loading station, so I guess I should go do that. This is silver. There we are. So, silver ingot. And I think that's all cool, yeah. Good. At least up until this point, I will want you to be a red belt. And I'm gonna have input on top so the output comes out the bottom. And I noticed that little construction gap, but that'll be covered by this roboport once this all gets built. Speaking of which, this is going to have a little construction gap of its own that I don't know if that roboport covers. It doesn't. So I do need just like a little bit more in here. Okay, right here actually does get built, but it has no connection to anything. Okay. How about like right there? No? Right in here somewhere is good. Let's just say like right there. That doesn't get power from anything. Okay. Let's not mess around with that for too long. Roboport. Cool. Alright, that's gonna get placed. We need outputs down here. This is 9 per second, so I'm going to just assume you probably want 2 inserters. Which does make me think that I should probably offset half of them. Yeah, there we go. These guys will want power. Yeah, these poles are just a mess. Oh well. You can't want them all. This comes up that way. In you go. And maybe I might as well give you 2. Why not? You're gonna output 12 a second, so maybe I'll give you 2 also. And then can you connect this way? No, of course not. But you can do that. These guys will all get slowly built up. I don't know what this pipe is for. Doesn't seem to be anything. Looks like I just copied over something, maybe? Yeah, I don't see anything. There's no other pipes anywhere, so I'm gonna just assume it was nothing. I never set this, so before I forget, I should go copy the station over here and set you as unloading. That was a little more text erased than I needed to, but that's fine. We got there in the end. And then this is silver ingot loading. Okay, so that's all cool. Let's continue down here and make a silver drop-off point then. which means I should really probably come up here and copy the silver input. So this one here can be silver unloading. Oh, and you need a train for both the ore and the ingots. So silver ore, wait until you are full, and then silver ore unloading, wait until you are empty. And then same deal here. Ingots, load, full, ingots, unload, empty. And might as well go ahead and get one more train placed down. I guess I can place a fluid. That's not really what I was going for, but that'll do. Oh yeah, I never gave you the little powder guy. Let's make the next one of the labs. I'm missing a tank, a couple combinators. There we are. Let's see what else. We want ore processors and some of these guys. Oh, guess I'll need to wait for the resupply. In which case, I think it's a perfect time for a drink. Okay. Oh, I still can't make the ore processor. I was kind of expecting to just go, but it's not there yet. You know, I still notice that these are all Logistics Bot 1s. Why have I not upgraded to Logistics Bot 2s? No robot frame. Why not? Well, they're running. Just not very quickly, okay. Maybe all the robot frames are getting used up by construction bots, I guess. Or maybe I just need more. If I rerouted military science, I could definitely fit that. So let's just go ahead and do that. Oh well, I have no research going at the moment anyway, so what the little military science, you know? And then just copy this. Oh, that's real messy. I didn't like that at all. Let's go piecemeal. There we are. That's much better. And then that's still connected, still good. Yes. Okay. This could be better. Let's do that. Okay, and then that should make more robot frames, hopefully. At least, hopefully get me some tier 2 logistics bots. One of those trains is going to yell at me until I come over and turn it off. And you too, okay. Well, there you guys go. Anyway, the nitric acid train, did I ever set you up correctly? You don't have an unload, so let's go ahead and get you going. Wait until you are empty. There we go. The pumps are flipped the wrong way. That probably would help things along a little bit. And just in case this should ever become a problem, I am going to disable all of these pumps if nitric acid is running low. Because nitric acid is important. So if... and I might as well set the filter. So if nitric acid is less than... Right now, it says 170... Let's say if nitric acid is less than 40k, then... Oh, this is enabled. I always think disabled. No, no, no. If we are greater than 40k. There we go. That way I won't accidentally use all of my nitric acid just making silver. Because that's not really something I want to do. This needs to be brought down to where I make nitric acid also. That's probably a good idea. Or I could just make another. What are your inputs? You just take air? Let's just come up here and make more. That seems reasonable. So, nitric acid. And you take a lot of air. So let's just put this like here-ish. How far can I get this? Oh, perfect. Awesome. And I've left a gap here purposefully, not only because this doesn't fit, but because I might want to have multiple of these. So this might get reworked a little bit. I should make a chemical plant. This is still yelling at me for... What is this? What is this that you want? Powderizer. It is in the resource refining. Okay. I've probably just been making the wrong thing. That would be why it stays so unhappy with me. I keep giving it the wrong thing. I guess anyone would be unhappy if I was consistently giving them the wrong thing. You produce 75. You want more than that. So let's get another one of these guys on the go. In which case, let's just bring that down and extend a pipe out this way. You can eat through like 7 of these a second, which is kind of wild, so I'll even just upgrade you. And then you're going to produce nitrogen monoxide and nitrogen dioxide. This one is pretty easy. I'll just get you over. This, whatever it is, doesn't have a corner. Don't know what that's supposed to be. But it's never worked. That was the nitric waste. Okay. That was just to connect the 2 nitric waste systems. I guess that's really not a big deal. Anyway, before I get too sidetracked here, this thing is nitrogen monoxide. And then you're nitrogen dioxide. Okay, so they could both link up over here without any problems whatsoever. Okay, you do have to kind of come around and follow this little area, though. In fact, I'll just lay pipes for both of them, since I know they both have to come through here. I really can't see anything, so the trees need to go. In fact, all these trees could really use to go. I can't see anything in my chemical area, and that strikes me as a bad thing. Okay, so here's nitrogen monoxide. So we can connect you here. Where's the gas thing? There you are. Would be cool if someone would come in and place you. Did I make it and just not give it to the bots or something? Hard to say. You know what, let's just make a couple. I need them every now and again. Might as well have a few on tap. I really need to know which is which. Okay. 2 lines is dioxide, 1 line is monoxide. That makes sense. So let's do it like this. So this one is monoxide, which is this one here. Okay, so this is monoxide. There we are. Okay. Monoxide connected. Now I need dioxide, which should be able to run up to mostly the same area in here. There we are. Always connect the corners. And, now I just have to figure out where you can connect in. Okay, you produce dioxide down here. So let me just pull a line up this way. And then that actually worked out pretty nice. Actually need to move something here down. Because otherwise the 2 pipes can't be next to each other like that. So, since you're already in max length, let me just grab all of this and actually move you down. Like that. And connect like that. And then this is goofy, but whatever. In you go. I connected that correctly, didn't I? Dioxide and monoxide, yes. Okay. All cool. All cool. And then you process 45 nitrogen monoxide a second. Recipe here produces 45 a second, so I do need another one of these guys. So let me just copy you. I'm gonna copy you and upgrade you actually, because I just realized this is a chemical plant 2. And then make sure you connect 2 lines with 2 lines. Oh, you only have 1 output. It doesn't matter. Okay. That's fine. Upgrade you. Might as well upgrade you. And then dump the chemical plant 3s in the system, and the bots will get that all sorted out for me. Whew, okay. That's silver taken care of, I believe, and that should be better nitric acid processing just all around. This needs to be here. Is that actually going to reach? That's not going to reach, so you actually need a power pole down there anyway. Then I can just put that there. And I think that's maybe better. This can go, but then connect there, and you go away. Maybe connect up there. Okay. That's fine. This needs fuel. Fuel is down here. Let's figure out where I want you to be. So fuel line can be like right here. And then just split. There we are. Just continue it up for the next station, because the next guy's gonna need it too. Does mean you actually need it though, so let's make sure we have pickup 2, and there you are. So that'll give you fuel. That's your silver nitrate. You only output silver ingot. All good. Silver ingot comes in. Cool. I need 2 ore processors. Might as well make a couple more. And while we're chewing on that, do I have the silver area coming together? Kind of, but only a little bit. So if I look up silver ingots, you're made into molten solder or molten silver. Don't care about the solder. There is silver wire, which does mean I need molten copper as well. And then there's just simple silver plate. So let's leave a station for... hold on, I'm looking for something specific. This. We need this station, specifically this station. Because at some point in the future, that will become a coolant station. Yeah, good enough. There we go. Why did you not get the tanks? I don't know, but you have them now. Let's get rid of the inserters. Don't want those. In fact, let's just... one more pass, and then one more paste. There we go. Yeah, that should be fine. And then this is going to be a coolant station in the future. And then this is going to be our copper station. So let's go copy in a copper ingot. Because evidently everything wants copper ingots. Come up here and copy the load balancer logic guy. In you go. And in you go. And you should already be all set up. Yes, all cool. This one is for silver. And, you have no power. Let's fix that. Okay, let's get more of these guys, but you have no power. Let's also fix that. Oh, no, these guys have no power. Okay, you power the inserter, but not the machine, so I can just stick something like over there and that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So this down here, maybe I'll just copy kind of the same deal that I do for tin, wherever tin is. Yeah, up in here. So, let's see if I can't just copy most everything in here. In 2 stages, I guess. we'll pop this here. Can't build the offshore pumps. I remember this now. I remember this. Okay. Copy here. We'll remove offshore pumps. There's one there, and one there. Cool. Change the recipes. So we don't want any of this to be copied over because that's going to carry in stuff that we don't want necessarily. And that's where that is. This is fine, this is fine. Molten tin should become molten silver. Those are fine. This becomes silver wire. Molten copper stays, and then you are silver plate. That should be everything pretty much all in one go. If I can get that position correctly. All this can be ripped out. Okay, so this is the silver station. Silver comes in. We melt the silver. Good. Silver plate. Awesome. We make you. Very cool. And this is here for upgrades later. Awesome. There's the copper. We just need to get the copper in. Probably easier to bring the copper in the other direction. So let's go ahead and do that. There we are. And in we go. So that'll give me molten copper. That can come in here, make the wires and all. We do need water. So, of course, if you remember this whole song and dance, there's an underground, there's a normal pipe. We need to put you, like, right here. Nope, that's steam. We need the normal to go here. So, replace that, and then underground there. The second one goes here, and then the third one goes... come on. Why is it doing this? You know what? Let's do that. Grab you again. Okay. And then put you there. Nice. Alright, that's silver wire. That's silver plates. Let's get the loading station all set up. The exact same way we did over here. In fact, I'll just copy this, and I can even just parameterize the blueprint. So plates are silver plates, and tinned wire becomes silver wire. Station names, unfortunately, I forgot to swap off. I'll handle that in just a second. Most of this even just lines right up. There we go. Oh, and then that. So you are... you actually even have the icon for silver wire. You're going to be silver wire. Coil, I guess. Oh, and let's change the color. Not exactly what to do for silver. Something in here is probably good, but maybe a little less red. A little more silvery than that. something like that's fine. Don't need to mess with it too much more than that. And then this is silver, just straight up. There we are. Wonder how hard it would be for them to make that an actual eyedropper tool. It would save me so much time if I could just click here and then, whoop. It would be much appreciated. Alright, I'm sure I'm going to be missing all kinds of stuff coming up in just a second, but let me make sure all my stops are correct first. I even have the train ready to go. Okay, so that's all good. What am I missing? I need the 3 things. I need to make 2 more U. Oh, I just didn't throw them in, so never mind. Lots of casting machines. I need a couple of these guys. We need filtration. Not that that's super important to get like right now, but might as well go ahead and knock it out. I am waiting on some supplies, it seems. There we go. What else? 3 of these guys. Might as well make a couple more. Need them from time to time, so they're nice to be able to just check away. Those are gonna handcraft for a while. Let me go ahead and get these 2 labs upgrading as well. Oh, that's only gonna let me do 1. Okay. Well, I'll just sit there and handcraft for a little while. This needs more bot coverage, it looks like, so let's find somewhere for a roboport. Right there's cool. Oh, and then 1 will be placed right there once we have the landfill come in. Let's see how that's gone. So I have a couple of those. I'll go ahead and shove them in. The lab. Can't do the lab yet. Bots still haven't resupplied me, I guess. Okay. That's fine. Those are still crafting away. Do I need anything else? The strand casting machines only just came in, so I guess I'll get started on those. Okay, let's assume that's silver done. So what else did I need for red circuits? Because that's been the goal this whole time, unless you've forgotten. I certainly didn't. I've been hyper-focused, hyper-vigilant. That is a lie. So down here, I've got this going. Needs transistors. So I still need to do plastic. Still need to do plastic, okay. Wonder if it's better to send in liquid plastic or plastic bars. Okay. So it's 10 to 1. If I look at the capacity of a cargo wagon. So you have 40 slots as opposed to 50k volume. So that's only 5,000 bars. Whereas your 40 slots and plastic... Plastic stacks to 100. Okay. I kind of wanted to go back here, actually. The plastic stacks to 100, so that is 4,000 plastic. Whereas you would make 5,000. So it is a little better to send it in as a liquid, actually. So I guess plastic is a fluid. I should have made this station higher. That's fine. I can rip out these early rails here. That's no big deal. And then just copy this very carefully so that it doesn't scream at me about the signals. I do have to disconnect power for a second. Oh well, that's just the way that it is. Do kind of wish they'd disconnect the power real quick so that I could figure out where else this power pole could go. There we are. So let's see. We go like here, and then here, and that's fine. Okay. Now to get you to connect into that. That's perfectly fine. I didn't want the curved rail, so let's try that one more time. And there we are. Now you, kind of as steep as I can. Unfortunately, that's really hard when holding shift. You've got to... Give me something, game. Come on. Okay, how does that do? Not awesome. Oh, work with me, come on. There we go. Okay, fine. Good. Could I just do this? Who cares? Okay, they get to be a little different. They're a little unique. That's, you know, it gives them personality. There we are. That should be all good. Crazy circles or gross wiggly curves. The real planner allows nothing else. That's just the way it wants to build the factory. You know, that's personal preference. Okay, copy this, but not stop name. And then the filter is going to be plastic. You right there. Oh god, what? I just like... I got flashbanged for a second. What? Okay. Liquid plastic. There's just plain old liquid plastic. I think I will specify this is liquid plastic. Not that, the icon should make it pretty obvious, but you know. Just in case. That's fine. I still have to figure out a way to get plastic up here. There you are, plastic. Alright, let's move... Oh man, everything is built up in front of plastic. That is going to be a challenge. Okay, maybe I'll grab plastic from somewhere else. Maybe even just like right here. Let's put you here. And then start running this way. Okay, where is this leading me? Okay, right into a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see if I can't cut left and kind of follow nitric acid along the side here. Make sure to connect your corners. Okay, here's nitric acid. So let's just try and follow nitric acid up. Okay. We followed nitric acid a little too closely. Guess we'll stop here and just fully move over this way, and then right back to it. Okay, I think we're fine. A little hard to tell, but I think we are. Let's get this out of the way. We have a pipeline that needs a pump. Guess that's gonna be plastic. Good. Alright, that should be connected. Let's go find out where we need a pump. Oh, inventory full. That's an unusual one to get out of nowhere. How many walls do I request? Impossible to know. Walls. There you are, 300. Okay, that is how many I request. Let's drop that to like 200. Now where can a pump for plastic go? Right here is not terrible for plastic. That'll work. And hopefully that'll be good enough. Like, I assume there won't be any issues there. Let's go ahead and make a couple more of those upgraded labs. And I'm still making strand casting machines, actually, so guess I'll keep tossing those in there. How about now? Anything? Need a couple tanks? Make a couple tanks. Okay. I definitely made those offshores. Don't know what it's on about. I will throw some decider combinators in. Yeah, the bots just haven't noticed or something. Maybe there's a disconnected Roboport network down here? No, this all seems to be connected. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're on about. Whatever, they'll notice at some point. Yeah, like it still says I need decider combinators and tanks, even though I threw in like a bunch of tanks and a bunch of decider combinators. So I don't know what it's on about. I'll just go do something else. Okay, so this is mostly connected. We're waiting on a single pipe and one of the tanks. Okay, whatever. Maybe I'll give it more tanks. Oh, I have to actually craft the tanks first, I guess. You know what? I'll give it more decider combinators when I get to that point too, because I guess they just want more. Looks like we need a couple more casting machines. Let's make some of those. And more strand casters. Strand casters are kind of expensive. And this lab is taking absolutely forever to craft. Oh well, we won't have to handcraft stuff for very much longer. I don't think I care if I give all my plastic away. That condition can go away. That was for nitric acid. Okay, I guess while that's going, I will come down and make a plastic unloading station. So let's grab one of these unloading stations in here. Maybe just like this guy. And just pop him right down here. Ah, you don't fit. Oh, well, I can force you to fit. And there we go. Run away, catch you later. Yeah, see you later, Claire. Have a good one. You've been here a long time, man. You must be about as tired as I am. Let's see. Those are still coming in. Casting machine. We need more strand casters, so might as well... You know what? I'm just gonna craft a bunch of those. We're gonna need them. This is going to be plastic, so I guess I will copy the plastic station from up top and bring it down. Make sure you're plastic. Unloading. And there we go. That'll keep a nice little buffer of plastic down here too, so kind of a win-win. One more time. Let's review what we have and what we don't have. So we don't have liquid resin. Actually, why not? We don't have a liquid resin train, okay? Let's figure out a liquid resin train then. Here's resin loading. So resin unloading, and stay until you are empty. Once we have resin, that's going to be phenolic boards. That's going to produce circuit boards. Everything else is already here. Let's start laying out the other components, I guess. So I'm going to, even though there's a bunch of empty room in the middle, I am going to start heading downwards because we're actually kind of running out of train stations and I may need more inputs. Or I could kind of snake around to the left, potentially, I guess. I guess first I should see what we still actually need. So, for red circuits, we have the circuit board, we have the solder. We should have everything for basic electronic parts, though I may need to import more. Let's look at transistors. Transistors need silver wire, they need silicon wafer, and they need plastic. Plastic is made in a regular assembler. So let's grab a regular assembler. And that's going to be plastic. You also need silver wire, which I believe can be made in one of these guys. Yeah, there we are. And you need silicon wafers, which is made once again in a regular crafting machine. Right there. Which does mean we don't have the silicon bowls coming in. So I should figure out where that's going to happen, and I guess that's going to be right here. Just have one last input station. So grab the rails. I need an unload. Specifically this unload. And you're gonna be silicon bowls wherever those may be. There you are. Oh, didn't mean to exit map view, I was just trying to put the blueprint away. Being that I already have a silicon bowl station, I should copy that. And in you go. That's all correct, all good. Silicon bowls, yes, okay. You're going to be unloading, of course. And now that I have the ability, I should probably get a station for silicon bowl. And wait until you have full cargo. Probably don't need a red belt of silicon bowl, so let's turn that into a yellow belt, and I can just upgrade you if need be. So we have the liquid for plastic. We have the silicon bowls for silicon wafers. We don't have the silver wire spools. Yep, just don't have those. Okay. Well, down here they go then. Let's copy one of these little funky Hydra head things. Only there was one on the other side already. But this will do. There we are. And just break that. And I like having it on top, so you can come this way. Alright, we need another unloading station, so let's go ahead and get it marked. And let's get all that stuff marked for pickup. So, unloading. Let's say this one, probably. This is going to be silver wire spools. And once again, we already have a station for that, so we should copy it. And make sure you are marked as unloading. Okay, all cool. Make sure these are good. All good. I will probably preemptively just go ahead and copy the little logic circuit as well. Might as well just get it in there. So, red wire in, and then green wire out. And then priority is already set, so I do want to make sure you are silver wire. There we are, just because we may need silver wire elsewhere. I don't know where exactly, but I'm sure we will. You're actually only used in transistors, so maybe that's not the case. Where are transistors used? Okay, and all of these guys. Maybe it would have been a good idea to have a dedicated area that produces just a lot of transistors, but oh well, too late now. We'll just roll with this. We should also get a roboport somewhere, because our build range is looking a little sad. So let's just come up in here, wherever it will connect. Well, if it won't connect better than that, we can just throw it in there. This is going to be, what again? Silver wire, okay. So where's the little place? There we are. I knew I'd thrown some of these down somewhere. So we need silicon wafers, we need silver wire, which you can do, and there's plastic. You need electronic components, which we already have a build for up here somewhere. It's just carbon and tinned wire, it's not like it's super complicated. Granted, it doesn't work, because it's not hooked up to anything. So let's fix that. There we are. Is that all you need? You also need... You just don't have tinned wire. Okay. Good to know. My wood belt is not filtered, so it's also been outputting saws. So let's grab that. And there we go. And then I can just copy this because they do have sidedness, so I wanted to preserve that. But that does mean I have to come down and pick up all of these little belts that have the saws on them, and then replace the belt. There we go. There is some in the underground, so that also has to go. I think that's all fine. And let's drag this up this way. Okay. So, should be fine now. But there's another wood build somewhere that's going to experience the same problem. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh yeah, look at that. At least your belt's a little simpler to clean up, but it is definitely the same issue. And I'm glad I noticed it. On the other hand, we are now producing basic circuits. We have a belt of basic circuits flowing, so that's a first, honestly. We've got, like, what, 48,000 basic circuits in here? That's pretty cool. And we would have green circuits if I'd remembered the tinned wire, but I somehow did not. Yeah, I have the input on the bottom for it. I just don't actually have tinned... Oh no, there's tinned wire. Never mind. I'm completely blind. I just don't have the tinned wire spools. Why are you not leaving? This one's marked as loading. You're supposed to be unloading. Did I make that mistake here? Unloading. 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 Okay, that's the only one. Alright. Go actually load up, please. That would explain why I wasn't getting any, I guess. You have no fuel because there's no coal coke. That is a good point. Why is there... Because there's no coal coke train. Is that true? Coke unload definitely exists. In fact, let me just copy the station. So, where was this one? Ah, it was Coke. Gotcha. Okay. Unloading. And then this one up here. Where was it? Oh, I don't remember where it was. Let's just go find the train. And then this one is also supposed to be unloading. There we are. Just leave this one. This one's fine. What's missing down here? Induction furnaces and strand casting. Okay. I believe I probably have those. Let's go ahead and get another one of those labs in there. And another one upgraded. This will need power. That's a good point. There you are. Up here, we had that one station that was misnamed. Let's come up here. Are you filling up? Okay. So there are multiple tinned wire unloading stations. I want to make sure that you come into this one, but you should, because this one should be the highest priority because it should be empty. The other one's at the main base and it should not be empty. I would be very surprised if you were empty. This one. Yes, you have a lot of tinned wire. Your priority is 100. That's not correct. Because I used the wrong thing. There we go. Now you are priority 72. Okay. Let me make sure nothing else in there is broken, actually. If I broke that. No, all this is fine. Okay, I just messed that one bit up somehow. Not really sure how I managed that, but whatever. In that case, When this departs, I should be able to tell when it leaves by its little line that it is going to the red circuit station. Or rather, just the circuit station in general. Yes, okay, so you're coming in here now. Let's do the same with the coke station. So you're going to load up, and let's go ahead and pick some of these empty miners. They aren't doing anyone any good just sitting there. There we go. Do you have power? You have power from that guy. Good enough. Okay. Now you, how are you doing? So you're almost full. Yeah, you're almost full. I don't really care to watch you fill up. Let's just send you out. And where did you happen to go? You did happen to come to the circuit one. Okay, very nice. Very good to see. I probably want a second train for a lot of these guys, because, for example, the iron train this is the same iron plate train that supplies the main base, and he is just stuck here until we completely run out of iron to supply this area with. So, let me make another coke train and another iron plate train. In fact, the easiest way to do that would be to come in here. You are iron plate. You are coal coke. Let's just say coke. And I might as well do it with you while I'm working on this. This is end wire. And you are copper coil. Copper plate's already actually a train group. Okay. The reason I'm doing that is that way I can come in here, just pick a train, and assign you to coke. And just tell you to get out of here. And then you, I can assign to iron plate. And tell you to get out of here. There we are. There's a few extra trains, and that'll help keep things from getting stuck. Oh, and there goes green circuits. Okay, we must have had that cable come in, and there's the very first green circuits of this new factory coming in. So I'm just gonna sit here and watch it. It's just nice to watch a new build come to life. I'm also watching to make sure the carbon is able to make it all the way down to the other side. I don't actually know how much carbon I'm consuming. 4.5, 9, so it is less than 15. Wanted to make sure a yellow belt would be capable of holding it all. This is 24 of these assemblers. And you need half, so that's 12. Okay. So I may be not supplying enough steam. Look at that. You should be consuming 90, 135 steam. What do you produce? You only produce 60. So yeah, that's just not enough. Guess I'll also put this up here. And then, yeah, how do I want to do this? I can do that, but that's real ugly. But oh well, you're gonna pick up from below and drop like diagonal that way. Yep, that works. You can also just drop 2 backwards. Oh cool. Okay, so the water will be shared, but I gotta get the steam in somehow. Once again, it's not exactly beautiful, but it works. So there we go. That'll do it, I guess. And then once those guys have enough steam, that should enable all of these to kick on, and then the entire row of green circuit assemblers should be on. But even still, that is a very nice stream of green circuits there. That makes me happy. Okay. These guys, let's start figuring out what we can do with them. So we're producing one of these a second, what actually means we need 5 of these per second. Not one. I don't know why I only put one, so let's pick some of this up. Well, see, the thing is I actually don't want to pick this up because then these words just go in the logistics system, never to be seen again. But like, it's just one too low. It's just one too low. Okay. It was a trial run. They'll go away, never be seen again. That's just, how it has to be. This continues that way. Pick up that power pole. This. 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Okay. Do that. Continue the pipe down this way. Put that here. Okay, so power's actually going to probably want to come from below. And we'll just do something like that. Okay. That works. Yeah, that works. How are you going to output, though? That is the question. All these guys are relatively easy. I can just put them like that, and they output, and that's no big deal. But you want to be there. Okay. Everything can just move. Nothing wants to play nice. You can be there, that's fine. Okay. I'm not gonna bother with power poles more than that. Let's just get these inserters to alternate a little bit. Not that it should matter, that should only be 1 a second, but you know, it's the principle of the matter. In fact, maybe I don't even want them to alternate, because I might want this to be a shared belt of something. All this goes in, that makes you, yes, okay, so we're all cool. That just continues that way. You need solder, that's nothing, transistors. Okay, I do need a lot of input. And 2 of them are, like, nearly 1 per second. Which isn't a lot, so that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Let's start getting these picked up. These guys. So, assuming I do double this at some point, I don't want to build anything in the way here. But even then, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's only up to here. So I'll probably start actual red circuits like here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are the same ratio as these. They take 0.2, these are 0.2. You take transistors, though. So it's fine for this to be up here. Don't really care about that. I'm gonna have to belt red circuits way down here in order to get them where they need to be, which is a little unfortunate, but oh well, it is what it is. let's do this, just so I don't forget. And then we can have normal inserters there. But I do want to have something else on this belt. So this can probably be solder. That would be a good idea. Let's get solder down here, and then I'll put solder on the other half of the belt. So all the circuit boards will be on the top half of the belt, so solder can take the bottom half of the belt. And I'll just put solder, like, I don't know, here. I think that's fine. I need way less solder than even one machine will produce. Yeah, you produce 16. Even with 5 of these, that's only 2. So this could maintain 8 times this setup here. So there you are. Let's go ahead and get that belt down this way. I can even split you right there. There we are. Any big power? Big power. That'll do. Just drag that down, I suppose. And then get you right there. Okay, that works, because there's room on the inside for another belt down there. So that is a-okay. Transistors I still need, and transistors need the plastic and the silicon wafers. But that is the last 2 ingredients sorted, so all I need now are the transistors in the basic electronic components. So let's figure out how I'm going to get those. The electronic components are the ones that need carbon and 10 to wire. And how many of those per second do I need? So 0.8 per machine, there's 5 here, so that's 4. I need 4 per second. You make 2.5, so literally just 2 of these machines is enough. Once again, I'll just bring the spools down from right about here, I guess. Let's say I split you there, and then just run this down. Like, something like that. I'm not actually happy with that, because that isn't great. If I were to put you here, right? And then I put the inserter here, and I put you down about while you're outputting here, and now this inserter won't be able to access you, and this one will rarely ever be able to access you. So maybe I'll actually leave this a little bit higher. Something like here. Yeah, this is for basic electronic components anyway. I don't need that to be an input to you. So that actually didn't make any sense from the beginning. So basic electronic components will come in on a belt this way. Something like that. Let's move these guys. I will need them, just not in those positions, not right now. So just 2. And let's actually move that over 1. Reason being, I would then like to have a belt here that's for your 10 wire, but maybe I can actually just have the 10 wire direct insert, and that would make a lot more sense. since I only need one, you know? The only problem is I will need to change this up if I go to expand this, but, you know, let's just get it working first. In you go. That just works, actually. Okay. And then let's say I wanted transistors on this belt. How many transistors am I going to need? So the same number, I need 4. You craft 142 per second. Of course you do. So 3 of you would actually be enough. You need silver wire, silicon wafer, and plastic. Let's go one at a time. So we need less plastic. We need the most of the silver wire. So let's say silver wire is this one. We're kind of crowding ourselves. If I do need to expand electronic components, I wouldn't like this. So let's move this. You can actually go above. Yeah, you can go up here. I think that's fine. So just like I did down there, I will have a silver wire machine. You're going to just take in the spools and spit out the wire. You produce 16, which is more than enough. We need like less than 3 here. And that's our, like, the one we need the most of. So that kind of says something. You know, kind of says everything. There's our far pickups, and then the close pickups, and then the output. And that one little gap should allow a power pole. Perfect. Okay. So we still need... let's get the bulls in here first. The silver... Oh boy. Silver wire is all the way over here. Okay. Okay, in that case, I might actually move this. Just because the monosilicon bowls can come over here. Liquids are easy to move. Maybe I'll just put it in this this blank spot down here. I also need more roboports. Let's continue power down. Why does this not want to connect? Okay, you don't have to connect if you don't want to. And where do you connect? There you are. Pop you in, and roboport coverage. Right there, okay. Works for me. And all these trees need to go. Just all of them. So that's going to be the area where I stick this, just somewhere in here. That allows for maximum expandability if I need be. Yeah, just like right in here. Maybe I'll move you up a little closer. I also don't want to be in the way of this, so I am eyeing my, like, vertical height. So maybe, like, right here. So, silver spools, just bring them over. And I am purposely, like, coming under and then up. I think that should be the way to stay out of trouble the most. We still need plastic. We need silicon wafers. Plastic, however, is easy. The silicon wafers, also easy. So 4.5 a second, 1.5 a second. Plastic, we only need like 0.9 a second. So literally one assembler is more than enough. Let's just grab you and figure out where you can go. I can just put you like right here, I think. Looks good to me. We'll need power, of course, and the actual plastic connection, but we'll get there. Then this guy. You're 4.5 a second. That's gotta be enough, I would assume. Yeah, I only need like 1.7 or something like that. So you, likewise, are more than enough. In that case, I can do this and this and make sure they just output to different sides. So what are you? You're the monosilicon bowl station. So let's get you up in here somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. I can just do that, sure. Good. That does kind of drive me crazy. That's gonna... Yeah. There's no way I'm gonna think that's intentional. Let me do this, and then you can be a long pickup. Just really make sure those belts are separate. And then we need the plastic, which is this one right here. If I flip you around, actually, it might be easier. I can just run this down. And then this over. And where does that get me? Very good. Okay. And always remember to connect your corners. So that should be everything. That should be... Yeah, that should be everything. I want red circuits to be made right here. There's those inputs. I just have to join this belt right here. Let's bring that up just a little bit. And I'm gonna do this to leave room for other stuff. Just kind of, you know, leave room has been my constant motto this whole time, so let's not jam anything together if we don't have to. And then all of this just outputs below. Yeah, good. That's fine. And there we are. Alternate. And cool. This belt should be an underground. And then we have red circuit. And I mean, it's only 1 per second, but we can just double it if we want. I don't know if I want to double it right now, but we certainly could. So let's go for an item loading station. I believe that's correct. Yeah, there we are. And this is going to be red circuits. Which does feel pretty good to be able to say. I do like being able to just have red circuits. And like I've done a couple other times, I'm certainly not going to have like multiple belts of red circuits. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So I'm just going to have this one belt come in, and that is red circuits. This doesn't have power because the power pole's just a tiny bit outside of range. So I will have this little ugly temporary connection, and once that's placed, this is powered, that gets built, then I can remove the ugly connection pole. How am I going to get more Roboport coverage into this center, though? Because I do think I need just a little bit more. So maybe I'll do the same thing over here. Here's a long pole. Here's another long pole, but not outside of build range this time. And then just shove a Roboport on the end. Oh, actually, that's too much. I may as well just move the pole in then. There we are. Which is really what I should have done up here, let's be honest. And then you're actually within build range anyway, so that is just kind of unequivocally the better option. And let me take care of this one random train so it stops yelling at me. Stop. Manual. Good. Okay. These are still waiting for upgrades because I haven't provided them yet. Fair enough. I need a tank just for me. Anything in here? We're missing warehouses again. That feels familiar. But why are we missing warehouses this time? Stone brick shortage. Yep, that's the belt that used to have stone bricks on it, and that is empty. But that does make sense because we aren't really making stone at the main base anymore. So, you know what? Fair enough. Maybe I should have stone bricks being made up at the stone area. Like up here. Maybe that would be nice. How many things use stone bricks? Well, the warehouses, just for one. Walls, of course. There's actually quite a few things that use bricks. So maybe I will make a station, like, on the other side of thermal water now for stone bricks. Oh god. Yeah, good. Awesome. Let's just copy this. Vertical flip. In you go. And then just kind of keep doing the same thing. Making sure that lines up, and in you go. Okay. And then clear out these trees so I can actually see what's going on, and then I'll have another place for another station. Meanwhile, that's not a lot of room for brick smelting, but I'll figure something out. And should I move to electric furnaces yet? Like, there are options. What is electric furnace 2s? You are purple science. But I can't make you. You're not bad. So you take 186 kilowatts. How is power? We are doing not good on power, but also not terrible. We are, for the most part, like at maximum power draw. Yeah, the accumulators aren't bottoming out, but we also don't seem to be generating enough power. That said, we do have this entire solar field still to build. So once that goes down, we should have a lot more excess power. For whatever reason, we don't have solder. I wonder if the solder train is stuck in circuits. It doesn't seem to be the case, but it is a possibility, I think. Let me check on solder. It's not running. Because... why? Because why? Because there's no zinc. Hilarious. Hilarious that the problem is zinc. Is there zinc ore coming in? Very, very slowly. What is it that produces zinc? So, gibbelite, bobmonium. Just those. Okay, gibbelite and bobmonium are the only raw ores that, when sorted, provide zinc. I might literally need to make a catalyst recipe for zinc. That's just really funny. I, at this rate, would have been better off using the lead recipe. Oh, well, maybe not. Looks like, for whatever reason, bobmonium isn't running. Or, rather, rubite. You have no nitric acid. And we have... things backing up. Because there's no sulfuric acid. Why not? There's gotta be sulfuric acid in trains. Like if I come over here. Sulfuric acid, unload, sulfuric acid, unload. Where's sulfuric acid load? There we are. You're stuck. Maybe these don't make very much, and the sulfuric acid train has gotten stuck. That would make sense. Yeah, because this is full, and there are... yes, they're both waiting at load stations. Okay. I think the answer to that is to just have a third sulfuric acid train. I think I'm fine with that. I don't think that allows anything to get stuck. I think that's just fine. In fact, do I not have... let me come here. I do have sulfuric acid as a train tag, so let's just come in here and sulfuric acid. I think just one more should be enough. Keep everything going. That'll take some time to work through though, so I'm not going to worry about it for right now. I am going to come back to stone though and probably sketch out that little electric smelting area. Once again, if the game gives me the ability to make a filtered furnace, maybe it's a good idea to use the filtered furnace, you know? Did I not... I thought I just made a station for this. Did I get distracted before I could even do that? Oh, I made something up there. Okay. That's fine. I will do the smelting down in this area. And I'll have to figure out how to get through all of this. I don't really know at the moment, but I'll make the smelting stack and figure it out from there. So, probably going to do a horizontal one, just because there is vertical room. And maybe vertical would be better. I don't want to interfere with this area over here if this needs to expand. So maybe I will do a vertical stack then and just stick it like right in here. Let's not forget to set the recipe. And setting the recipe actually lets me see crafting times anyway. So you produce 0.6 a second, but you take in twice that. So it is a 2 to 1. And I'm not sure how much stone I should be thinking about, but I do want to account for at least one red belt. And if I need a second red belt, I can just duplicate this, I guess. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. So if I do 2, then that's 2.5. So then 4 gives me 5 per second. This is stone consumption, because that's mostly what I'm worried about. So that's actually still only 4. There's 5. Let me put 1 more down this way, and 4 more up that way. So at 10, that's going to be 12.5. Can't quite do that. I don't think. Yeah, not quite. Okay, let's move the whole thing down. Use our space efficiently. So once more, that's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's say that's 15. Okay. So 4 of you makes 5. So then 8 is 10. 12 is 15. And then 16 is 20. And I can't go above this level. 20 per second isn't terrible. I think it's what I'm stuck with. Yeah, I think we're just gonna live with that, and we'll just have 2 of them. So let's get the inputs and outputs figured out. Trying to make sure I don't accidentally skip any, and it's a little tricky. Okay. And then the outputs will be on the other side, and once again, I will just alternate the inserters. It doesn't really need it, but it makes me feel better. So let's do that, and then I'll just do another one afterward. Just in exactly the same spot, just over here. A red belt of input produces a yellow belt of output. So we'll run yellow belts out. And let's get that loading station built. I kind of thought I already had, to tell you the truth. So somewhere over here. Let's see if I can't just get you on the same level there. Hard to tell where you are though, so let's run the rails first and then get the station in. There we are. And my blueprint now includes pipe, I just noticed. Awesome. I would not like the pipe. Good. Okay. No. I keep forgetting to parameterize. This is going to be bricks. All this is completely the wrong direction. So let's just rip all of that out. You're going to be coming in this way. So let's go ahead, and there's more pipes. Hopefully those weren't real pipes. As in pipes that something in this area actually needed, and I just ripped out, but I believe those were ghosts, so I'm not that worried about it. Let's copy the whole little inlet thing that I've got going on the loading stations. Wherever that might be. There we are. So I do actually want you. I just didn't want you where you were. I think I'm down here. There we are. It's easy if you just look for the big blinking furnace stack. So I can just do that, and then bring that down. In we go. And then let's find these guys. I think I'll actually join these and make these, rather than 2 yellow belts, it makes way more sense to run this as a single red belt. I don't know why I wasn't doing that from the beginning. That just makes a lot more sense. In which case, all of this needs to be upgraded. And then run you in there. This station will be stone brick loading. So let's get brick. There we are. So, brick loading. And a little darker than that. A little less red, and yeah, I think that's probably fine. Of course, we don't have any of these furnaces, and they're also not hooked up to anything, but I think it's a more pressing matter to produce the furnaces first, because I'm going to have to handcraft all those. How many am I missing? I'm missing 32. What do you know, I can make 30. That's almost perfect. That's the last lab that we're missing. Okay. And I will have to see if there's anything I can do about the brick situation, actually. Because there may just be no bricks. Okay, there are still bricks in storage, fortunately, so I can come up and force bricks, but those are the very last of our bricks. So once we get this going, I will definitely want to get stone into the main base. And I don't think I don't know if I want to bring in bricks and then smelt them here, even though I have brick smelting going. Just because that's a whole nother station for just stone bricks. And that is a little excessive, I think. Oh no, though. I should get a station in here for copper ore, because I just realized I don't have that, and I have catalyst recipes that will want that. Oh, and I never connected the iron ore anyway, so probably a good idea to do that too. How far are these? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Guess I could have just extended the rail up and seen where it connected, but that a little counting never hurt anyone. So this is going to be copper ore. You know what? I literally have like 8 copper ore. I guess not copper ore, but I do have a copper ore unloading station already, so I should make use of it. These are already set correctly, all good. I should put this on the existing copper ore station, because I doubt it has one. Oh, it does! Look at that. Never mind then. Okay, well that's good to know. Does iron ore, actually? Iron ore does. Okay. Well, that's good. I had the foresight to set that up, I guess. Okay, let's actually get the ores connected into the catalyst line, though. I'm going to just merge these belts. I don't think there's really much of anywhere where I need one of them, but not the other. Which does mean I'm going to just break all of that. And I'm just going to run this belt. This is the one that should have ore on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm just going to run this in reverse until, I don't know, it gets annoying, I guess. Let's run you on this side, since there's this little kink down here. Let's see. It's not that bad. Not yet, at least. I'm just cleaning some of this stuff out. I don't believe really any of this is getting used anymore. But I don't want to be too hasty and start deleting stuff that is actually used by, like, one thing somewhere. Like, the stone processing is completely empty, for example. Yeah, I'm just ripping this out. Nothing is using this anymore, this is completely empty, and nothing in the main base produces crushed stone anymore. So all of this can just go. Landfill chest is pretty full. It can stay there for now, but I will probably convert you into a yellow chest. This whole smelting stack can go, but again, I will leave the red chests of bricks. Just because trying to get rid of those would be a real headache. That's going to leave this roboport without power. So, where can I connect you to? Not really anywhere, it looks like. I'll just have to do something like that. But I'm alright with that. Okay. Let's not mess around too much more in here. I think that's probably just about good. This whole area actually can get picked up, except for that one power pole that I just upgraded, thinking it would stay. Yeah, okay, that's, let's not, mess with that too much. That's actually the belt that I have been laying, that I am picking up now. Let's not delete that. Anyway, ores are over there on the left. I can just come in this way. And where does this get me? I can come in here. That's not a problem. And then just right in there. And that's also not a problem. I found the car. Haven't seen the car in a long time. Hello, car. And let's see. So this one's copper, this one's iron. So let's get a proper merge done. Like right here. And then in they go. And I'm just gonna follow it, make sure this is what I want and where I want it. And yeah, that all looks good to me. So that's gonna make catalyst, yeah, okay. All cool. Yeah, the priority here is 100. Can't help but notice there's not any iron ore in you, though. So let me go look at iron ore. And where is your train? Yep, over here. That's kind of what I figured. Your priority is 85 right now. It's not like I want the catalyst priority to be higher. I don't want to stockpile iron ore in the catalysts. It's just that the catalysts do need some iron ore. I may actually just directly send this train into the catalyst station. I think that's probably a good idea. And then I may do the same with copper as soon as the warehouses over here get placed. I may actually just go manually place those warehouses, because I have warehouses on me, and trying to force the bots to do it, they may go place warehouses just anywhere. I'm actually missing a lot of warehouses right now. And I never started those... Oh, I never threw the electric furnaces in, so I need 2 more, I think. And wonder when the bots kick in. There we go. Go bots, go! Okay, so there's the copper. Let's go grab the iron ore train. And let's just force it over here. In fact, if I look over here, this is the other unloading. Okay, you are completely empty. This could probably deal with an upgrade, but only just barely. And now you just go to unloading. And we can get rid of that temp stop. And there we go. So that's going to be the catalyst taken care of for quite a long time. I saw that bot with a red circuit and it made me think, I wonder if I ever produced any red circuits, because I don't think I finished. Yeah, this, for whatever reason. Oh, these need to be long, so pick up long. This is the solder, not silver. Do you need solder? You do need solder? I just have the wrong recipe here. Okay, well that's better than having to redo the whole belt and everything. Okay, awesome. So there's the solder. Transistors and basic electronic components. Aren't the basic components up here? They need carbon. And I just straight up don't give a... Okay. Yep, just forgot the carbon. Let's grab something that makes carbon. How much carbon do I need? 1. I need 1 a second. That is just one of these guys. Okay. In fact, how much carbon am I overproducing by? These guys up here, 24. I need half a second, so that's 12. This yeah, just barely enough, but enough. So, power poles are really killing me. You know what? I was gonna say maybe 2's enough, but it's really not. So let's do that. Let's split here, pick up that guy, run not like that. We'll run down with spools, maybe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll just run down this way. I just have to figure out how to actually get you in. Maybe I will actually underground that part. And then just have another belt under here. You need half a second, yeah. So, I can just do that. And make sure you are long pickups. Yep. That'll get you the carbon that you need. That'll get you to start outputting. You'll merge onto here. And then all I need are the transistors, which should be made here. Why aren't you? Because you have no silver. I mean, that's a good reason. Silver has no train. Okay, that'll certainly do it. Let's go and make sure that's actually the case. Silver wire. No train. Okay. Oh, cool. Do I have any silver wire, perchance? No, I do not. Okay. Why is this the way that it is? Let's not do that. That's terrible in every way. You don't have silver, and you don't have any copper. I mean, yeah, I guess that'll do it. Yeah, there's a lot of copper stations that stay empty pretty consistently. So I might just want another copper train. But it does seem to be a copper input issue. In particular, crushed stiratite. Why is there no crushed stiratite? Does look like a yellow belt of stiratite coming in. Which, I mean, hey, that's not like a crazy huge amount or anything, but still. That should be more than enough for the flotation. And even then the flotation, or I guess at this point the leaching still gives copper, but Are there things in here that I really want? Okay, this is one of my sources of silver. It's only you and bobmonium that give silver. You're also my source of tin. Yeah, I do definitely need that copper. So I think I will output priority to the other recipe, and then just see if there is anything I can do to get more of this coming in. Which, first things first, does mean probably upgrading these belts, but this is a lot of belt to upgrade. Let's be a little bit careful here as well. If I double upgrade something, it'll try to upgrade to blue instead, and being that I don't make blues, it'll just sit there waiting to be upgraded forever. Okay, so far so good. We haven't encountered anything weird, and I'm watching to make sure it is only upgrading belts. Like that. I don't want to do something through here by accident. Yeah, let's just do one more and say that's good enough. Yeah, we're missing like 400 red belts. Yeah, that's a good chunk. Let's get those furnaces that I made tossed in the system. let's upgrade this one random lab. And anything else I can do? Not immediately. I guess I could go ahead and make sure the... Getting both stone and bricks in here is important because I make rails from stone. And then warehouses, which I use all over the place, are from stone bricks. So I do think it's probably important that I go ahead and get those taken care of sooner rather than later. So let's get stations for stone and stone bricks. Does mean this power pole has to move, but I don't think that's the end of the world. Let's just move it to like down here. It's hard to tell where it connects though, because while this power pole is still here, I don't get good connection guides for the others. I had no reason to believe he wouldn't connect properly, but I also had no reason to believe that he would. Anyway, let's grab this and just flip it around. So we're going to change you to stone. Just regular old stone. And then you get to be stone bricks. Don't copy train stop names. And create. Bane of my existence. Okay. What have I included? The train stops themselves? Alright. Gone. Save blueprint. Grab the blueprint. Vertical flip. Thank you. And in you go, I think. Is that the same level? Yes, it is. Okay. Now, train stop. Train stop. You are bricks, so let's go grab the bricks station. Not that you actually have loaded anything, but, you know, might as well get it going. And then the stone station. Grab you. And bring you in. Oh yeah, change you to unloading. And one train. There we go. Is this set correctly? Should be, but you're not connected to anything, which is, oh, because I had to break you. That's fine. Okay. I'm okay with that. Connect you as well. All good. I'm missing all kinds of stuff at this point. But what I am noticing right now are combinators. So let's make some combinators. And I will probably also make warehouses. Just because I can handcraft those. So combinators in. And there we are. Anything else that I can immediately help with? Red belt? I could make a 37 if I really, really wanted to, but I don't think now is the time for that. Make sure all those labs are upgraded. Lab 2s. They aren't visually different, but yes, does seem they are upgraded. Alright, so let's focus on bricks for just a moment, because without bricks, I am unable to continue making more train stations, and that's kind of important. So let's make sure I get that handled appropriately. Let's just copy that line. And yeah, they go above the inserters. There we go. Everything should have power. And let's get these input lines hooked up. So, these are all yellow belts through here. But I do merge into reds up in here. Just trying to think how I want to pull this out. Because it's pretty tightly weaved, I've got to be honest. And I think I want to prioritize being able to get stone over stone bricks, so I'm trying to think how I would do that as well. And I'm not coming up with too much. I gotta be straight with you there. Maybe one thing I can do is I can continue this kind of thing here. And then that allows me to underground out a belt. And then I also have this belt here. And I don't know, that's some stone at least. Let's just start from there. Have to move this power pole just one space in, which is a little painful for me, but oh well. So bring that in, and then I just have to route them over to the left. So naturally, everything is going to be in my way like it's, you know, it's going to be in my way like it's getting paid to be in my way. Let's grab that underground, put you right here, and through. Grab you, and through. Then just continue on, and the next one. Okay, let's start with the bottom one first, since it has to do a little more maneuvering, and then in. And there we go. Okay. It's not beautiful, but it will work. And that should come up and get loaded. Shouldn't be any problem with that. Does mean I actually want a stone train and a stone brick train at this point. So let's go grab 2 trains. So you can be stone. Wait until you're full, and stone unload, wait until you are empty. And then same deal, grab you. You're gonna be bricks. So go load up, and then unload. Granted, I still have to actually get these worked in, and that's so far been kind of the hard part, I gotta be honest, is trying to figure out how on earth I'm even going to get these things connected. I have so many just random power poles for no other reason than I just need it there to power a random roboport. I will have to come in here and clean up at some point, I'm sure. It's just not happening right now. Let's get this upgraded, just because I don't really want there to be long stretches of gray belt in the base anymore. This right here is my... This was bricks. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And fortunately, stone and bricks actually already had a little snake belt to lead up into the base, so I don't have to worry about it too much. Good enough. So let's see, this is stone bricks. And then where's stone? Stone's up here. Let's get them to run side by side. That would probably be for the best. You can actually just come over and be next to the ores. So on the left is stone, on the right is stone bricks. Getting through here is going to be kind of a challenge. Why did I shunt ore over this way? Let's not do that. At least not until about here, which gives me a little room to prepare. Prepare and adapt. So there's that. And then stone and bricks. This is gonna unpower some things, I'm sure. Let's just put you like that. Okay, this does a whole bunch of stuff in here. Oh well, I'm not going to be able to replicate that with these belts. So 1, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's actually just go here and see where that gets me. I think I can live with that, because that allows me to do this, and then this one will just have to heal somehow. That works. In you go. I do notice that I have a train that says it can't find its station, and so I will have to deal with that in just a second. I have another patch of coal that's run out. Let's get you up there. I am going to have to start bringing coal into the main base before too long, and once I start doing that, I'm afraid I might have to find a new coal patch. Okay. Where can I get these belts to come up? I might redo ore. I say might as I'm already planning out how to do it. I'm going to redo ore and move it over here. There we are. And that way I can have the other guys come up this way. There we are. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think it's right there. Yeah, there we are. Didn't mean to undo the underground there, but oh well, that's just fine. This can be stone. And then here's bricks. There we are. So where's that get me? Okay, here's stone. Move you up. This is stone, I hope? Yes, okay. So this one's stone. We can underground into there and just keep pulling this down for a little bit until right about here. And that's where stone lines up. And then this one is bricks, and somehow inexplicably you don't have the offloading side. Don't ask me how that's even possible, but okay. Sure. Let's parameterize you. You are going to be bricks. There we go. I hope that works out. You need to be connected. That's a red wire. Maybe I'll just grab this whole thing through, like, right there. But I do need to parameterize you. So anywhere you are stone, you should now be bricks. Oh, there you are. Oh cool. Oh cool. Okay, and then you can just turn that way. That should be both stone and bricks, all taken care of. Now, where is this train that can't pass anywhere? Okay, it is the stone train. And you can't get to stone unloading. That would be because you're missing a signal. Yep, just missing a signal, no big deal. We'll get that placed and then you'll be right as rain. Speaking of, let's get into here and make more warehouses, because I think I'm going to be in charge of handcrafting these for a second. Though I guess I could come up here and request bricks directly into you as well. How many am I missing? Only 9. So I made 4. That's going to make 2 up there. So that brings us to 6. So we'll still be missing 1 full station, more or less. So maybe I will wait for bots to resupply me, and then go ahead and handcraft 1 more full bit. I think I'm just missing iron. And of course the bots carrying the iron disperse. I'm also standing nowhere near Roboport, so I have to wait forever for them to charge. Can't even make 1. Okay, there's 1. I needed to make 3, so... Okay, 1 more. Let's get it, come on. We can do this. We can do this. And there's the 3rd one. Okay, all good. So those should all get placed. These need power. They truly are not connected. Okay, well, let's get a power pole in there. Shouldn't be any big deal. And now that that's all placed and happy and good and such, I don't have to worry about being able to make stations anymore. So, yep, that's all loading in and cool. This has no power anymore, which is not as cool. That was very funny. I wasn't expecting that with the with the landfill right there. These are all placed in and cool. We're just waiting on belt. We are waiting on 160 belt. Yeah, okay, I thought I misread that at first. But we're waiting on 160 belt to get placed. But then we will also be getting stone bricks. Unfortunately, this line doesn't really have... Maybe if I do this. I was going to say, unfortunately, that line doesn't have any way for this stone to get in there, but actually, I can just do that. And then clean up those excess belts that weren't going to be doing anything. And yeah, that all just goes. Okay. All good, all cool. I might actually take a splitter and just put it there to make sure that any bricks coming in have the ability to go to any lane of the furnaces, because these lanes probably aren't going to be even remotely even, so a little bit of balance is probably a good idea. Also, apparently it'll just help me get there a little sooner. It'll go from, you know, the equivalent of 144 to 142. Well, I'm certainly not going to sit there and stare at the train station waiting for 140 red belts to craft, so let's just move on to something else. And we are getting pretty close to where I want to call it for the night, and I haven't even begun work on the pink science area, which I honestly just can't even believe. We don't even have red circuits complete yet. So I want to hard focus the red circuits, and then I am absolutely going to start planning out the pink science area before I'm done, even if I'm here another 4 hours. I absolutely will do it today. One thing I noticed, is a monosilicon train. I'm just making sure... Okay, there actually is a loading train. So let's just make sure you know about your unloading station. And of course, this has nothing in it. No silicon. No silicon ingots. Your priority is 100. Priority 100. Why not? I mean, I'd get the silicon ingots, I guess. But, wow, there's not even silicon ore down there. We are making silicon. Yeah, the silicon's coming in. We're just using it faster than we can make it, it looks like. There's a little stockpile of silicon ore in here, but we may have only just had a delivery. I wonder, does the silicon ore station, why would it? But it does. It does have the thing on it. Okay, so you're still 96 priority, whereas the other one's 100, but even still, you'll probably be at 100 before that's done. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Good night. Have a good one. Hope the space age is going well. Let's see how all this is doing. So, if I come over here, why do I have so little silicon? That's where all the crystal catalyst is going. Okay, I remember something was eating all that earlier. There we are. So we have no crystal slurry coming in. Really? That is a surprise, I must say. Yeah, we are processing all the geodes down. We're just not able to make enough slurry. Okay. I mean, they're hardly running, don't get me wrong. That's certainly not full uptime, which is in itself just as mysterious. No nitric acid. Automating Prod 3. Ah, Prod 3 in Space Age is a nightmare. Yeah. Well, good luck, man. Have a good night. This one's just actually full, but that's because you're not connected to anything, so maybe it would actually be a good idea to get you connected to something. Though at the same time, I am making copper out of you. What do I get if I connect you? A little more iron, a little lead, aluminum. Not really anything I care about. I don't think I care about the extra iron. Though... Giblite might be a little strained right now. Does kind of look a little strained. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tap more patches before too long. These won't last me forever. But that's not a tonight problem. Anyway, silicon. What can I do about silicon? Let's just force the silicon train down where I want it to go, like I've done with a couple other trains so far. The This one right here. So basically just once you've turned down this way, nothing else is asking for silicon ore. And I can just swap you over. Wasn't expecting that. Oh, I hit loading, not unloading. Okay. My bad? Okay, so that will come in here. That's all good. Where are silicon ingot? Let's do the same with you. So come down this way. And once you get down below about this level-ish, oh yeah, down into around this area, nothing is requesting silicon, and I can just send you to silicon unloading. Yeah, there we go. And I think I'm going to add just a smidge of artificial request to this. So far, I've only used constant combinators to bump down a priority, but I actually think I'm going to bump up the priority of silicon into actual silicon products. That just makes sense to me. So let's go here. Be like 15, maybe? That seems reasonable. And then in you go. You might need power, so I might reposition you. Where does this reach? Oh yeah, I'll have to put you like back here, which is a little ugly, but oh well. Maybe in that case, I will connect to the front of here, rather than all the way to the station itself. I think that's a little better. And you, neither of you somehow have your output combinators. What? How does that keep happening? I've done that a couple times so far, and that keeps... That's just the strangest thing. I don't know. Alright, parameterize you. Let's just say you're 0 for right now. And I'm gonna just go paste you over these guys. So these are silicon ingots. So silicon ingot. And then this over here is silicon ore. These guys are also missing them. What? Okay, this is copper, I believe. Yes, so this one is copper. Not copper. Copper ingot. This is silver? Silver, yes. Silver ingot, there we are. Yeah, just gotta double check. I'm baffled. I don't know. I think I almost half remember specifically not copying the combinators for some reason. I can't remember what on earth possessed me to do this, but I do kind of half remember doing that, I think. Anyway. Once the combinators come in, I guess I'll be able to have silicon. Let's go ahead and make just a couple constants. I'll throw them in when I feel like it. But construction bots should be coming in to come and place that stuff. Is it you? That's landfill. Maybe it's for the combinators? That's more landfill. I don't know, man. It's gonna do what it wants to do, I guess. Oh, those got placed at least. Oh no, those have been there. Never mind. It's these that I'm waiting on. So it is going to place a little landfill first. Oh, nope, they're going to charge and then go place a little landfill first. And little more landfill. Okay, whatever. Let's just assume that's fine. So we have no liquid plastic. I doubt I have a liquid plastic train, though. I do not. Let me go see if I have a liquid plastic loading train. I do not. Okay, so let's go grab a fluid train, and you're going to become the liquid plastic train. So, plastic loading. Wait until you are full, and then plastic unloading, and wait until you are empty. That was fluid, right? Yeah, okay. Just had to double check. I only have one empty fluid train left, so let's go ahead and make another. And then I do want another item train as well, just to have a couple of those ready for when I need them. I do have the nitric acid train. That one is going. That one's cool. So I should be making silver. What's going on here? Ah, the belt is not connected. That could be a problem, I suppose. That would be one of the reasons why I don't have any silver. Probably a pretty good reason. And you know, fair. Ten's coming along. Okay. What else am I waiting on? So... oh yeah, and I guess I need to set the output. Does that not have output? You have output. You have output. Sure. But you don't. Oh no, man. Don't care. I'm just gonna fix it. I really couldn't tell you at this point. It just does what it wants to. I'm like checking. I don't remember where I copied from, but all of these that I could have reasonably copied from all have input. Or input to the inserters, I should say. Yeah, I don't know. There goes the silicon ingots. We already have the first of the crucibles going. I don't like the way this is going to back up, actually. I don't know if that's okay. I'll have to see if this breaks, and if it breaks, then I'll fix it, but... that's all I'm going to worry about it for. Let's make these long so you actually get your inputs. The crucibles go up that way. All good. You're on the wrong side of the belt. I can do this, and that'll put them on the right side of the belt. Is that gonna break? I believe it already did. I'm gonna wait for it to hit the end of the belt, just see if they do pick any of these up, but I believe inserters prefer picking up from the near side of the belt. So let's do that. Whatever. I said I was gonna wait, but let's, if I know it's broken, let's just fix it. Just makes sense, you know? At least this does seem to be working. I can even alternate these inserters a little bit. Like that. That's a terrifying sound to just scroll into. So that's making silicon nitride. That's great, I guess. I don't really need it yet, but it is good to have it. Good to be prepared, you know? Here's the first of the silicon bowls. So that's going to come in and slowly start filling up the train. It takes so long for bots to come down here and do anything. Man. Okay. Once again, that's silicon bowls, so that's going to slowly come in and fill up. I should have that first delivery of silver ingots coming in soon. As for copper, though, the fact there's no copper is unfortunate, so I might just force copper ingots down to the bottom. If I can find copper, that is. There's copper. Okay, but the train isn't here. Not that there is very much copper in here to begin with. The train's just clearly only just left for somewhere. You still have a lot of copper left in you, actually. I'm going to just steal you. You're gonna go down here. Yep, go on down. Down, down, down. And all the way in. Alright, so that gives me the first little bit of copper, and that little bit of copper should last a while on something like, wire. I don't remember exactly how much I need. It's equal amounts copper and silver, actually, so never mind. I really need to step up the amount of copper that I'm making, I guess. Okay, we are seemingly limited by stiratite at the very end, but all the rest of them seem to be running a-okay. I do want to priority input the actual, the sorted stuff rather than the catalyst recipe, just to make sure we never backlog over here. Even though we should shut off long before that's ever a problem with this guy, making sure we're under half full when we're using the catalyst recipe. Even still, I just want to make sure. Anyway, that's going to come down here, start filling up with molten copper. We have no silver. Let me go see why. We're just very slowly filling up the silver train. That's it. It's just slow. Okay. Then, yeah. That's kind of just it. Just slow. All done? Oh, you got prod 3? Very nice. Prod 3 is a beast. Let's go deal with the one train yelling at me. There we are. Okay, that's still blinking, asking for the constant combinator, so let's go ahead and give it what it wants. Did we ever get a stone delivery? We got stone, but not stone brick. Let me see if I can do anything about that. So here's the stone. Here's stone brick. What is this? That's just not quite right. Yeah, that's very little stone making its way up here, but most of the stone is getting loaded onto the stone train, so that does make sense. That is fine. And importantly, none's coming down and getting voided, which is what I like to see. So that's all working exactly as intended. This is going to come up, This is going to make stone bricks. Stone bricks get loaded. But I kind of have to wait for the stone buffer at the main base to fill up before I will get any noticeable amount of stone bricks, I guess. Well, that's fine. I don't really mind filling buffers. We are nearing the 10-hour mark, and I'm definitely... the quality of my planning is definitely degrading, I think. So, I did swear up and down that I was going to start planning the next science before I left, and if I don't do it now, I am going to be borderline delirious. So let's go ahead and get that down. With a straight segment right there. Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe that makes no sense. Let's actually... Let's preemptively rip up all the stuff in the middle here, because I know that's always something that confuses the bot when I change the rails. And then I'll scrape off the rail signals on the edge. And let's get a station input in instead. And then I'll do the same over here. And I'll probably go ahead and get a radar placed somewhere over here. Let's say... hard to tell what's power pole and what isn't. I think that's fine. Let's just throw it over there. So... there is silver. So we got silver plates, we've got silver coils. We don't have a silver coil train, but that's because we haven't had silver coils up until now. So let's get a silver coil train set up. Silver coil loading, and go until full, and then silver coil unloading, and go until empty. There we are. 4 Aquilo for better ability when it comes to being fueled. So you're planning on trying to do productivity modules in the fusion reactors then, or at least the fuel? Yeah, see you later, man. Have a good night. Why is this train stuck? What has happened? I'm not really sure. Something is jammed. And it's to do with the fact that I don't have enough straight signals on everything. Let's replace that signal, even though it's green. Let's replace that with a regular rail, and this with a regular rail. And here. And really this is a issue with the blueprint. This should have been a regular rail the whole time, but this is causing problems now. So let's just go through and replace a couple of these and see if I can relieve whatever strain has happened. Yeah, I'm not really sure what they're all so angry about. But let's get a couple rail signals in here. Not got to Aquila yet. The current gen was designed in my rush off novice. Gotcha. Okay. So you're planning for getting to Aquila. Okay. That does make more sense. Oh man, I certainly didn't have Prod 3 modules before I got to Aquila. Where else can I just jam these? That can go there. This... I can't see anything, unfortunately, but I believe there's a rail signal, like, right here. Yes, there is. Okay. Just, seeing what I can do, because all these trains are stuck, and they really shouldn't be. I'm trying to wait for the bots to get in here and start changing out some of these signals and see if that actually fixes the problem, but they sure are taking their sweet time. And in the meantime, everything is stuck. Failed time until better ammo damage research went to damage 2. Yeah, if you're trying to get to really anywhere and you don't have at least ammo damage 2, that's going to be pretty painful, I'd say. Okay, I have no idea what the bots are doing at this point. Are they actually doing anything at all? So how about you? What are you trying to do? You're trying to get into here. Why can't you? Like, you should be able to. I don't see why there's any trouble whatsoever. Let's do that. And that. And that. And just continue finding all these little chain signals that really should have been regular rail signals. That's the end of the line, so that one doesn't really matter, I guess. No, I'm going to just pick this train, and I'm going to drive you manually for a minute. And just see if I can unclog the rest of the trains. No, you're still going to get stuck here. So that is interesting. I didn't mean to exit map view before, and that's made it quite inconvenient to find where that one train was going. Okay. These are meant to be regular rail signals. That's the problem. The stackers have chain signals on them. That's a problem. That's not right. That's really not right. Oh well, that's a problem to fix as I continue coming upon it, I suppose. Like up here. I'm not going to go through the entire base, but I will just throw one or two down. Are you back on automatic? You are. Let's get you back on manual just for now. Drive you into one of the stackers and just get you out of the way. Nope, nope, nope. Back up. I was holding right, game. Come on. Let's go. And now automatic. Okay, so now you should be fine. Apparently there's no destination that wants iron unloading to begin with, which I find interesting, but I guess likely. I think the only place I unload iron plates is the main base, and we probably have a full buffer there. Only had damage 2 at the time, now have near 10-ish. Okay. Yeah, damage level 10 is definitely going to do the trick then. Let's just make sure that whole train jam is gone. It does look to be. That's just something I'm going to have to keep an eye out for, I guess. Because, yeah, that train definitely jammed in a place where trains should not be jamming. don't know if upgrading this belt is going to do anything, but I don't like the way that the front gets such, like, explicit first dibs. So let's see if just upgrading that belt will randomly help it distribute the load a little bit better. Because once it, if it can build up a buffer, I have loading logic to keep the chests balanced, but as it's unloading into the train, then it kind of just sees all of them as empty. See, that's why this one isn't filling, because it notices it has some in it, but until this train car is full, it will stay empty. So hopefully I can build a bit of a buffer, and that will not be a problem in the future. Since gun turrets square the buff due to how they work. Yeah, exactly. You get, you kind of get to double dip on it. I might just go ahead and let this train go. And then this will load a little more evenly. Why are you stopped? Like, what could you possibly be waiting for? Okay, well, you're going now, so I guess it's fine. There are fortunately some straight, regular rail signals on this little straightaway here. Otherwise, I think just about the entire base would be nothing but chain signals. Okay, so that's going to come in here, and that's going to give me the silicon bowls at least. Now all I need are the silver wires. So let's come down to silver wire. And let's just go ahead and send you to your unloading station. Happy 10-hour mark in 8 minutes, yeah. See ya. Once again, I'll see you in the next one, man. I'm gonna power through. I'm gonna try and at least start setting up pink science somewhere. I gotta have something on the ground. This is all getting built out. Speaking of, I am mostly waiting to make sure that I have a reliable red circuit build. All I need are the transistors. That is all that I'm working toward. So silver wire and plastic. Why don't I have plastic? I don't have requester chests, so I would love to have requester chests. That's actually why I'm trying to rush pink science and what I've been working towards for so long. Oh, here comes silver wire. I still just need plastic. Why is there no plastic? Okay, plastic is filling very, very slowly. That's a problem for future me. Let's just send it. Get out of here. Plastic has no propene. Okay, so I did run through my entire stockpile of propene. I'll have to find a better way to make plastic in the future. But for right now, let's just get it going. Future you is gonna hate past you. Oh, that's the way these games go, man. Future you always hates past you. You just show up, and you're ready to go, and then you have so much technical debt to chew through, and you're like, oh, why do you hate me? This is going to be my red circuit loading station if I load red circuits onto a train. I'm not entirely sure I'm going to do that yet. I might just run them down and have this as a dedicated, like, red chip setup for just science. I don't know, though. Speaking of which, let me actually... the plastic is on its way, and that really will be the last thing that I need for this. The silver wire... what? This is what I'm dealing with, man. This is why I need to stop. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, just plastic now. For realsies. And Plastic is just now coming in. Okay, there he is, finally. There's plastic. Plastic's crafting. Down it goes. Bots can deal with that. And first transistors? There's the first transistors. Okay. And then those transistors are going to come up here. All the way up here. And they're going to get loaded into here. And there's red circuits. Yay! Applause! It only took me 10 hours to get my base to produce red circuits. But you know what? There we go. So, red circuits, up and running. Now, all I need is, everything. Now all I need is everything. So let me find somewhere that doesn't have bot coverage, and start going down recipes. So, science, pink. Can't just set that, unfortunately, so... Flying robot frames. Brass chest. That one's relatively easy, at least. Express transport belt. That makes me want to cry, because that's going to be incredibly expensive. And then express inserter, also very expensive. So then, let's find out what these things need themselves. Flying robot frame needs batteries, engines, and steel. So... engines. Which then need regular engines. And lubricant. You need stuff, but not anything too terribly bad. I guess I'll go ahead and put you down, though. So, gears and pipe. You don't need anything, you're fine. You need all kinds of stuff. So, cobalt gear. And cobalt bearing, which needs a cobalt steel ball. And then all the stuff to make red transport belts as well. And of course the tree's in the way, and the one place I specifically picked because it didn't have bot coverage. So I might actually do reds, like, as their own thing. So, red belt. Kind of going to be the same story. You're going to need steel, steel gears, and yellow belts. And that's regular gears, but I actually might be able to steal some gears from over there, so I won't double list them. We need gray belt. And that's even more gears. Okay, maybe I will need... maybe I will need to re-up on the gears. So... again, I might be able to share... okay, that's a lot of cobalt gears, actually. Let's go ahead and make sure I do relist these. So, even though they're repeating, they are necessary. Red circuits, which are the painful part, and red inserters, which need, once again, steel gears, green circuits, yellow inserters. Fortunately, there's no gray inserter. Well, I guess there is, it's just the burner inserter, which, once again, needs gears, but I will be able to get gears from somewhere, I'm sure. But you do take basic circuits, so we need every tier of circuit, just about every tier of gear. We need ball bearings, gotta remake the entire belt stack. We've gotta remake engines, and all of that just for 0.1 science a second. Let me actually see. So, yeah, this is 1-to-1. Each express inserter takes a red circuit. Right now, we only make one red circuit a second, and that's optimistic. That's assuming plastic and everything else holds at 1 a second. I don't even know if that's true. Let's just say we can make 1 blue inserter a second. This takes 1 per 3 science pack. So, what is your craft time? You have a crafting time of 21 seconds. So, that would be 10 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's move you down. Okay. So let's say that's 10 of you. To make 1 a second. Why does it say I need 0.03? Oh, 0.03 to 0.1. Okay, that's fine. I thought it was 0.03 and 0.01, and that was going to make me upset, because that's reversing the relationship. Okay. Anyway, so that's assuming 1 per second on the blue inserters. So let's just go with this ratio here. So that's going to assume 1 per second of you, and we'll work the rest out as we go. Oh boy, it's kind of hitting. It is the late night feeling, but also the oh man, that's a lot of work kind of feeling. But I do want to at least lay out the number of machines. I can't leave with 0 progress once again. None of this has power inexplicably. No idea why. Let's just replace the blueprints. We were missing a tower. I guess I was a little too aggressive there. I would kind of like this to stay a regular, please. Yeah. Good, cool, awesome. Okay. So this goes, that's my goal. We'll stick that, like, here. Let's look at the stack for blue inserters. Make 1 of you a second. I need 1 a second gears. That's fine. 1 a second of these. That's more than fine. But you take 24 a second of these. But just 1 of you is definitely fine. In fact, I may have a generalized, like, collected area for all of these things anyway. Because I do need them for belts. Speaking of, let's move belts down here. So, how many belts do I need? Twice as many as the inserters, it looks like. Yep, okay, twice as many. So, that's 2 a second. So that's actually, unfortunately, a little more... Okay, 2.5, so I can afford to slightly underproduce here. The ratios are not very kind to me, but oh well. So 2.5 a second, but I only need 2 a second. You need... Each recipe takes 4, so I need 8 gears and 8 steel bearings a second. You, I want 1 of. You only take 1 of each. So together that's 9 of each. So 2 of you is 3. So then I need 6... Oh god, I need 6 of these assemblers. I definitely don't have that much cobalt, but let's just pretend. And then I need 9 of these. So let's just move this out of the way for a second. That means I need 3. 1, 2, 3 of you. That's a combined total of 72 of these guys. So, hold on. So that would be 90 if I did 5. If I take 1 away, that's perfect. So I need 4 of these exactly. Okay. So that's just to get these. Okay. Whew. And aluminum. That's just thrown in there for fun. This also needs aluminum. Good. Let's look at the belts next. So belts need, it's 1-to-1, yeah. Okay, so we need 2 of these a second. So once again, I need to upgrade you. And you're actually fine. You need 4 per recipe. I need 12. I need 12 steel gears a second. Okay. So there's 3. So then, like I did above, 3, 6, 9, 12. That's insane, but okay. You just need iron. That's wonderful, thank you. And you make 2 per recipe, so I only need 1 gear a second. Okay. You make 1.5. Good. Let's leave some space there like I did for the others. Gray belts, what do you need? You also make 2, so I only need 1 of you a second. Okay, so that is 2 per second, so that does actually mean I do need another one now. So how about engines? Oh, I still have inserters. Okay, they're going to need some stuff, I'm sure. So I need 1 of you per second. So that's just 1 steel gear. So that's just 1 more of these guys on the end. That's no biggie. Yellows, I need 1 of you a second as well. And that's the extra gear accounted for. Okay, so we're good there. Yeah. Oh, cool. Now let's grab the engines. Let's get you to line up here. I think that's fine. And let's see what all kinds of fun stuff you need. So you need batteries. That's just your own thing. I'll come back to you. I'll forget to come back to you. You're made in a chemical plant. And how many of these do I need? That's 0.03. Okay. Have I messed any of this up? No. Okay, so we're still good. So I just want 1 flying robot frame a second. So that means I need 2 batteries a second. Let's grab this. Let's go battery. So that's 0.68. Let's say 0.7, because then it's just 3. I believe that should be exactly enough. Of course, I do have to think about how many of these I'm going to need themselves, so maybe I should move this over to the side a little bit, because I'm going to need a lot of these. I need this 1-to-1 with these, okay. So that makes that rather easy then. And then let's move this stuff to the side just a little bit, because it's a little close. Okay. Then realign all of these. Oh, cool. So that should give me enough batteries for all of these. Then I need electric engines. So you produce 0.03, you produce 0.07, so I should need half as many. So there's that. And then engines are 1-to-1 with electric engines. Let's move you down just a little bit. So 5 of you at... You take 10 seconds. After 5 seconds... Hold on. Okay, so every 10 seconds, I will have made... Yep, I'm too tired to be doing math now. If there was only one here, then I would make 1 engine every 10 seconds. Because there's 5 here, I'm making 5 engines every 10 seconds, or 1 engine every 2 seconds on average. Which is fine. Because, yeah, I'm trying to be in relation to the inserter, which is 1 per second, so yeah, we're good. And if not, oh well, I will cry later. This, to support 5 of you. That's 0.3 gears, like 7 pipes or so. Let's just say 1 gear and 1 pipe, just to overbuild. So that's 1 more gear. And then you make 1.5 pipes a second, that's already good enough. Anything else? Nope, you just need steel. You need circuits, but that has to come in from externally. You also need steel, that's a lot of steel. Also steel, wow. That's so much steel. But okay, that is everything needed for... I think that's 1 pink science a second. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that much to run, but that is the plan. And just you go over there somewhere. That is the plan. Did I get any red circuits yet? Let me just go look. I'm going to just look at these red circuits. I'm going to bask in my victory. The thought of trying to make pink science right now hurts my brain, but I do have, at the very least, I fulfilled my promise of planning out the area for pink science, and next time I'm gonna come in, we're going to have so many inputs, most of them steel, as it turns out. Should have copied from further back. There we are. And then I'll just start getting all of this built up, and we will definitely have pink science finished next time. And it will be very good. I was so happy I was able to actually clear this biter nest. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to. And if I wasn't able to, I wasn't sure what I was going to do, to tell you the truth. We'll probably have to dip into a little more processing of different things next time, but I think most of the ore processing is finally behind us, but the rates might suffer. I'm probably going to need more steel, if anything. So that's enough rattling on this time. I think I am going to just stand here, make sure I don't have anything I wanted to throw the bots as a treat. Everything looks cool. I don't need the labs anymore. Don't want ore sorting 2s anymore. And I don't want artillery anymore. And I think that should be everything, and oh cool. Still just waiting on solar panels. I will actually look at that before I end, because I shouldn't have anything holding me back from making solar panels at this point. I have no solder. I remember that from earlier. Let me look at the solder train. If I can remember which one is the solder train. There you are. The solder train just doesn't have any solder. Why not? Because there's no zinc. I do remember looking at this earlier, actually. There's just no zinc. Okay. then you know what? I'll manually send the zinc train out, and that'll be the last thing I do tonight. Unless there's zinc ingots. There's some zinc ingots. Let me go ahead and make sure they are headed to solder. Yes, it does look like they are. Okay, that's my my one act of kindness to future me, so that maybe they don't hate me quite so much later. Anyway, that's me for tonight. Thank you everyone for coming out and watching. Thanks for all the hints and tips as always. They keep me sane, even if I do start to slip into insanity after 10 hours of Angels and Bobs. And always remember to save. Especially over the backup. That was a scary one. Yeah, see you guys in the next one.